Danny Dyer. Playing hard men and acting tough has been my bread and butter. But now I've got a new role. I'm tracking down some of the most feared men in the world, operating on both sides of the law. I'm going to find out what makes them tick, how they got their fearsome reputations, and why they're considered to be some of the world's deadliest men. As one of the hardest men in Liverpool.
This is one hard nigger to kill.
A man who terrorised the underworld with extreme violence.
Even rob drug dealers?
I'd lift up my balaclava and say, it's me, the devil. What are you going to do about it?
A man who left drug dealers living in fear that he'd come knocking on their door.
He's a fighter all the way too.
A man they called the devil.
I'm in Liverpool to meet Stephen French, a notorious gangster from Liverpool who specialised in the perfect crime, robbing drug dealers, known in the underworld as taxation. He had a fearsome reputation on the street, but I was on my way to meet the man behind the myth. For the first time, he'd agreed to open up his world for the cameras and take me into the heart of the devil himself. Even the cabbies round here had heard of him.
What do you know about this Stephen French?
I mean, he used to torture drug dealers. Yeah. And a lot of the drug dealers knew him as the devil.
Unbelievable. You're going to take on drug dealers and, you know, you're going to rob them.
Yeah.
You're going into a dark world, do you know what I mean?
He's a reformed character now, isn't he?
I just hope he's a fan of Cockneys, you know what I mean?
Stephen had told me to take the ferry across the River Mersey and meet him at the pier. The only reason he had agreed to make this film with me was to promote his new anti-gun campaign, and I didn't know what to expect. Even though he's now reformed, in his heyday, he was one of the most dangerous men alive, and I was starting to feel nervous.
Shit. Watch yourself. So here we go. The size of the geezer. Steve.
Danny.
Pleasure. Pleasure. Absolute pleasure. I should have waited to suit on, son. You look in the business.
I always wear a suit, Danny. Always wear a suit.
First things first, French offered to show me around his manor.
It's a lovely little motor, that, though, isn't it?
The 730, it's a workhorse.
In the 80s, these streets used to belong to Stephen French. Now, it's one of the most deprived ghettos in the UK, and Stephen is still widely recognised by the locals.
Lunatics. Some sort of mad megaphone in his motor shouting out.
I don't even know them and they know me.
But not everyone in Liverpool is so friendly to Stephen. I was about to find out that someone wanted to kill him.
I'll take you to the park where a really serious incident happened to me.
Okay.
Now, this was in November last year. This was the incident that I considered most serious.
Okay.
It was here in Sefton Park that French nearly met his end when he found himself directly in the firing line. In November 2007, he was visiting a friend when he was targeted by a hit squad and chased into the park.
And I took off like Kip Kano, got into the park, right? And I see them close to the trees, I'm there, but then they've come. This is how I know that they were fucking serious individuals, Dan. They turned the lights on into the park, and then one of them's got out, and he's obviously got a handgun. The other one, but he's got a long coat on, right? And I've seen him flick his coat, so I know he's got a shotty, yeah? I'm thinking, fuck me, I've got none. And there's a pond over there.
Yeah.
So I've got into the pond. The water's up to there so you can't see me legs. I've got a 3/4 length coat on, I put it over me, and I'm lying by the rocks. See, I'm right in front of you, but you can't see me. Fucking wicked. Subterfuge and misdirection, right? Two of my oldest friends. And I'm looking through the buttonhole on my coat, and I could see them, right? And I had apprehension, but not fear. And it's a Japanese thing. I've got my phone. I'm hiding the light on my phone, and I'm saying to the but audio, just sound your fucking siren. Just sound your siren.
Yeah.
That'll be enough.
That's enough, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah. And then I've come out to the pond. I'm wet up to there. right? And then they've gone, on the fucking floor now, on the floor now. I said, I'm getting on the floor for nobody. My name's Stephen French. I'll phone you, I'm not armed and I'm not getting on the floor. On the floor. I said, I'm not getting down. I'm not getting on the fucking floor. Come and say it to me, I'm not getting on the floor. I survived that attempt. I've survived over 6 or 7 attempts on my life, but they was there to fucking whack me proper.
Yeah.
I had no idea that taking a stroll in the park with Stephen would be so dangerous.
It's not like we're doing this very stealth and it's me and him on our own, you know, sort of keeping our nuts down. We're walking around with a camera. So I'm a bit on edge, to be honest with you, at the moment, you know. I'm a bit like, constantly like, and I don't want to let him know that because obviously, you know, it shows a bit of weakness and a bit, I don't know, I just don't want to give too much away yet, you know what I mean? But actually, you know, I've got to say, you know, my bum is flapping a little bit.
I'm in Liverpool meeting Stephen French, one of the most notorious gangsters to have ever come from the city. I'd already spent the day running around with the devil and found out that he had survived a recent attempt on his life.
On the fucking floor now!
And more worrying for me, his attempted killers were still at large.
You know, my bum is flapping a little bit.
Liverpool is the 2008 city of culture, but it also has a dark underbelly, gun crime. Merseyside's elite crime fighting unit, the Matrix, has seized hundreds of weapons, from replicas to military-issue automatics. I needed to understand why Stephen was a target and how he got to be so feared and unpopular.
When I was a taxman and I was taxing people, yeah, it was a destitute time out there, right? And I was of the Malcolm X's school, by any means necessary. I wanted to build this reputation. I wanted to be known as a bad man.
He'd steal off the kind of people who couldn't go to the police. Like, excuse me, I've just had 5 kilos of cocaine stolen off me and £320,000 of illegitimate money. You know, that shouldn't have in my wardrobe or under the bed. And good on him. Then people need to be fucking robbed.
Even though robbing criminals made Stephen enemies, he didn't care.
Sometimes I'd have somebody in a situation where I was liberating them from their funds, yeah, and they wouldn't even know it was me. I'd lift up my balaclava and say, it's me, the devil, what are you going to do about it? And this was how the reputation began to grow and grow, because I actually believed that nobody could touch me and that I was one of the fiercest men on the planet.
Stephen French is a survivor, and his instinct was honed growing up in Toxteth in the 70s. These were deprived streets where only the tough survived. To make things worse, Liverpool was one of the most racist cities in Europe.
The skinheads in Liverpool carried bike chains. I've been whipped and have the mark on the back of my neck to show it.
The Boundary pub was literally that. It separated the black ghetto from white Liverpool. Crossing the boundary involved hand-to-hand combat with skinhead gangs just to go down to the city centre.
At that time, we had a brutal police force. Yeah, it was racist to its core. The first time I was assaulted off a cop when I was 11, whacked in the face with a torch.
This kind of police brutality was a recipe for only one thing: revenge. In 1981, it all kicked off with one of the UK's fiercest ever race riots.
They came under a fusillade of bricks and stones and whatever.
They'd arrested some kid over the bike.
And that's what it was over, yeah? Just that?
That was the spark, Dan.
Yeah.
Get me? It wasn't over that. This
so as a build-up.
This was the tensions they've been building for years.
A police van drove past and a guy shouted out the window, "You black bastard." Where's the sense in that?
This tension exploded in 9 days of sustained violence against the police, and Stephen was right in the thick of it.
I think Stephen, his persona, his personality, built basically around the Toxteth riots.
My own personal involvement in the riots was as a frontline warrior. Yeah, because I was this close to the police officers, and I was just, it was the release and the letting go of the frustration and the tension before the police all the way down to here. They'd never experienced that kind of ferocity because everything was on fire. I can remember picking up a bin lid, picking up a stick and starting to move forward, but rhythmically banging the floor. And everybody followed suit, right? It was like the Zulus. I've never felt a feeling of power like that, or to see these.
It's like a massive release, isn't it? You know what I mean?
See the enemy on the run, and they got slaughtered.
One civilian was killed, and 468 policemen were left injured. 500 people were arrested and 70 buildings burnt to the ground.
We broke the mould of not being able to come out of our community and not being able to go to town.
Yeah.
And that night, over those few days, the foot was surely taken off and rammed up them. Yeah, and it was, man, Dan, the feeling was fantastic.
Yeah.
Better than sex.
In the aftermath of the riots, as the city nursed its wounds, Stephen was reborn.
And I can remember raising my head to the sky and letting out a primeval roar of victory.
French wanted to show me where the front line of the riots were on Upper Parliament Street, but he was feeling uneasy about all the attention we were getting.
The camera draws attention.
Yeah.
I don't want to get, use of professionals, don't want to get you drawn into my shit. So we'll be quick, in and out.
Yeah.
Okay.
Good boy.
All right.
Good man. Okay.
After only a few minutes, French pulls the plug. He feels that he's putting himself and me in unnecessary danger. Later on, I found out that he had every reason to be on guard. Someone had tried to kill Stephen in broad daylight only 4 weeks ago. We hopped back in the motor so he could show me where it happened.
This is where I was shot at 4 weeks ago.
You shot up here?
Yeah, it's just...
Yeah.
And there's 4 or 5 of them standing here, but they see me coming, and they've got it into the mind that I'm coming back for them, Dan.
Oh, okay.
That I've seen one day. But he's seeing me and he's kind of running over that way, running away from me. But as he's running, he's popping shots. Now this is a 730. He's in the space there.
Yeah.
This is a 730 BMW. It's a massive car.
Yeah.
So earnest was his effort that not even a bullet touched the car.
There were 5 shots fired in total. One of them ended up in a house across the street. The family who live here refused to go on camera. It was clear to me that this is a community in the grip of fear. The shooting was in the middle of the day, but like many crimes in Liverpool, there are no witnesses.
There are people who've still got a grudge against Stephen, and because they don't like him speaking out against the gangs which are coming up who are armed with guns. They don't like his anti-gun stance.
But obviously you can't fight fire with fire like that, but how do you confront that? I mean, how do you deal with that?
My hands are tied in terms of I can't retaliate in kind, right? Because look, I hope I bump into one of them in the supermarket and I'll spank them like I'm the daddy. You understand, right?
Yeah.
I'll give them a hell of a kicking, right?
Yeah.
But I don't want to shoot anybody. I don't want to kill anybody. They're jokers. They can't even hit a barn door.
Yeah.
Right?
I was feeling very uneasy. Stephen clearly had lots of enemies, but I was shocked that someone had tried to take him out so recently.
That freaked me out. I knew it was going to be a bit ropey filming in Liverpool, Cockney running about with a camera. But when we was with him, I thought we're safe. But actually, there was still a lot to learn about the geezer.
The next day, I was invited down to the gym to find out how Stephen had become such a potent force in the underworld.
The mighty Bruce Lee.
Stephen is no ordinary street fighter. He's a former British, European and world kickboxing champion. Martial arts instilled in Stephen the Japanese warrior code of Bushido, which he would obey throughout his life.
I'm going to show you how important the honour and integrity is to me. Because as a 10-hour sitting, 10 hours, pure pain.
Yeah, got it, Got it, yeah.
That's who I am, that's what I'm about, and I wear it on my back. That's with me for my life. This dragon is honour, this dragon on this side is integrity, and within side, in the middle, is the beast. I'm the beast within. If you cross the twin dragons of honour and integrity, the beast within is released. Yeah. And once the beast is released, the only way you can put him back in his cage is to sate him, which is to feed him, or to slay him, which is to kill him. And that's the way I live my life. If you cross me, you've got to feed me, or you've got to kill me. And it's as simple as that.
Mad way to live your life, you know what I mean?
No, it's a code, man.
It's a discipline and it's something that you live by.
It's a code. And if you die by that code, or you live by that code, you can say that you've remained true to something in your life.
The person responsible for teaching Stephen this code was to become the most influential figure in his life. Sensei Ronnie Colwell, legendary founding father of British karate.
He's my sensei, my mentor, my guide, and my wife father.
All these people who are angry and frustrated, no opportunities, no education, you know, no motivation, fighting against the system. And this one man could walk in the room, they'd all just stand there in attention.
He might not look hard, but if he wanted to, Sensei Colwell could probably kill you with his bare hands.
He's an 8th dan karate, Shotokan, 5th dan jiu-jitsu, 9th dan aikido. He teaches SAS, special forces, military, still to this day.
I remember saying to him, look, you've got something. Inside of you, there's something very special.
Ronnie showed me how to be a man. His effect on me was profound.
From a small gym in the ghetto, Ronnie Colwell transformed Stephen and 7 others into world champions. Their bright red tracksuits were revered around the world. I wasn't about to cross Stephen's twin dragons of honour and integrity. Imagining the devil in his prime being unleashed was a frightening thought. I felt sorry for anyone who had crossed him in the past.
Making these films become a whole new thing for me, you know what I mean? It's not about bravado and giving it the big one and, you know, I'm the toughest man in Liverpool. I ain't really been a sense of that. I feel I've learnt something about him, but at the same time, I know absolutely nothing about him, and I still don't know, you know, whether he's liable to do the switch at any point.
The skills French learnt in the ring, he soon put into practice on the street. He was part of a new generation of criminal, young, black, and angry. In 1986, he teamed up with his best pal, Andrew John, to take over the doors here at the Grafton, one of the most notorious clubs in Liverpool. They directly challenged the white Liverpool mafia, who controlled the lucrative drugs trade.
At the time we did that, right, it was when me, Andrew and myself were feeding off each other and we were at the height of our physical powers. We believed we were invincible.
If French had a hard reputation, Andrew Johns was even tougher. Together, Stephen and AJ were an unstoppable team. Blood brothers, karate champions, and partners in crime.
It was a dangerous chemistry, yeah, because we could walk into a room and we could walk into a club and empty a club.
All the time.
Andrew John's brothers remember some of his battles, which are the stuff of urban legend.
9 doormen pulling out koshers and baseball bats and just went through them like paper. And the people on the till and the bar and all that all shit themselves.
At the time, some nightclubs were whites only, but not for long.
We went to the club. We rendered about 4 or 5 of the doormen unconscious and let all the black youths in. You've got a no nigger policy here, right? And I use that word because that was the word we used then.
Yeah.
Cuffed them, went inside, ordered champagne, drank the champagne, let the black lads in and told them that they couldn't do that.
Your black pals are at a bar drinking champagne. How does that make you feel?
In control of my own life, in control of my own destiny, and that nobody could fuck with us.
Yeah.
Backing up Stephen on the door was a crew of world champion fighters.
We were a phenomenal crew. We were a scary crew, and we took no shit.
Yeah.
And what you've got to remember is that this was a colour bar club.
Yeah.
Right?
Before he could tell me more, we're suddenly interrupted by someone from inside the Grafton.
All right, pal.
So, no one's give you any permission to this filming?
How you doing, mate? Yeah, we're just filming it outside here.
Huh?
We're finished now, we're going now.
Yeah, we're done now, mate. Yeah.
Okay. What it is that I used to work in the 80s.
Yeah, I know who you are, Steve.
Okay, and it was just gonna...
Once again, it looks like Stephen's reputation precedes him, and we're moved on.
Let's have it, come.
I really wanted to hit him.
Well, listen, look. At the end of the day, we got it anyway, didn't we? No, he knows exactly who you are, and he just wants a pound note, doesn't he? But actually, yeah, well, no, he's a fucking idiot.
I was thinking, I'm gonna cuff this, right? But as always, I have to suppress those urges. I haven't mellowed, because the fire still rages inside. The beast is still there.
I was getting a glimpse of the beast that lurked inside Stephen French's psyche. I'd heard so many rumours about him, I didn't know what to believe. We stopped off at Stephen's favourite restaurant for a spot of lunch, and I asked him what he thought about the reputation he had in Liverpool.
The people that you're talking to only know Stephen French, the warrior. They don't know Stephen French, the friend. They don't know him, the brother. They don't know him, the son, and they don't know him as the father. Right? Because they're other facets, they just know me with my war face on and the reason why I'm such a formidable foe, death doesn't hold any fear for me.
Stephen French broke the shackles of his white oppressor in the 1981 race riots and became a man.
I can remember raising my head to the sky and letting out a primeval roar of victory.
He trained himself into a world kickboxing champion. Now he turned his attention to his full-time occupation, taxing drug dealers. A new drug hit the streets in the mid-80s that would change the face of the underworld forever, and allegedly make Stephen French a mint.
I could phone someone now and order a kilo of crack for 30 grand. I wouldn't have to touch it. I'd give it to 10 people to sell for me. I'd make £15,000 and then pay back. It's easy. It's too easy.
But more drug dealers meant only one thing to Stephen: more business. At his peak, he was rumoured to be taxing a dealer a week, earning hundreds of thousands of pounds for just a few hours' work. Stephen had agreed to give me a unique insight into his past as an underworld taxman. Now I was on my way to meet him in a secret location in the suburbs. I didn't know it yet, but I was only minutes away from one of the maddest experiences of my life.
I've asked Danny Dyer to meet me here this afternoon, right, with a view to showing him a taxation scenario. These are the things that are actually going on today. They're quite horrific and scary, but this is the insight that I want the viewer to have, and those of the squeamish should look away.
This is the first time a real-life taxation scenario has ever been shown on TV. Stephen was taking a big risk by opening up this side to me, but I got the feeling he was on his own journey to atone for some of the things that happened in the past.
You know, this guy is known as the tax man. You know, his nickname was the Devil, and there was a reason for that, and the fact that, you know, he used to rob drug dealers, and he used to, you know, I don't know, torture them. I don't know what he used to do to them, but, you know, I need to get a sense of that. You know, obviously not too much, you know what I mean?
It's time to get into character. It's time for the switch to be flipped. I don't want to scare the guy. I don't want to glamorize taxation, but I want to show the nitty-gritty nuts and bolts of what actually used to take place.
Here we go. With the taxation. Right, let's have it. So the door's already open, so it's like, okay, sweet, let's go in.
Yeah. Even if you want to start struggling, right? If I put it on you now, Dan, you're gone. Yeah. I'm only holding you, yeah? Right? But it would be.
Yeah?
Lifted. You're going to be awake for about 3 seconds. You lifted, you put down in a chair, right? And then the individual, the people that had him would secure him in the chair. Yeah? Hands and feet to secure him in the chair, yeah? Keep him quiet. But they leave his eyes open. I've had some geezers, and they started to mouth off, blah, 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 who do you think you are, blah, 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 and I just jammed their eye. You get me? Just jammed their eye, and just, you know, give them some sharp pain, right? And say to them, well, you know, shut up, because next time your eye will come out, next time I'll pop your eye out. If you want to come out to the sunscape, behave yourself, be respectful. The individual that now had you would be dressed in head to toe in black. They'd have a black balaclava and black gloves on, right? And you wouldn't be able to see who they were. They'd have a really large kitchen knife, yeah? And the first thing to do would walk over to you and they'd show you the knife and put the knife down, yeah? And then the rhetoric possibly would go something like this. I fucking hate drug dealers. I fucking hate people that sell drugs to children and their own communities, but I fucking love money. I'm here to relieve you of your cash. If you don't give me your cash, really horrible, nasty things are going to happen to you. But it's all a matter for you. I don't want to have to harm you. I don't want to have to hurt you.
But you're poisoning communities. You're killing people. And you're getting fat and rich off it, and that disgusts me. You disgust me. So it's a matter for you. I've got a phone here. Fresh, clean phone, never been used. You're gonna call your stash minder, whether it's your fucking granny, your ma, your bird, your best pal, and you're gonna make it good. And you're gonna tell them, in about an hour, someone's coming to pick up the money. You're gonna have to act like you've never fucking acted before. And if you use any codes, like I know you're referred to as Danny, if you say something like it's Daniel on the phone, I know you're using a code. Don't fucking try any of that shit, because I've been here before. I'm a professional. This is what I do. And this is how the individual will be made to feel. You'll be overwhelmed psychologically. And if you don't do that, this is what's going to happen to you.
Stephen's told us not to broadcast what he's whispering in my ear. It's too upsetting. But I can tell you, it's not something I'll forget.
It's up to you. Something along those lines, Dan. Yeah?
Well, I'd pull up the dough immediately. I'd pull up the dough, man. I'd just think...
To my shame, and to my embarrassment, it's stripping them of the dignity. I've had a 17-stone fucking bodybuilder come in and shit his kecks. You get me? Proper mess his trousers. Piss himself because they don't know what's going to happen. And this is why taxation is such a nasty, evil activity. I regret it 100%. And one of the reasons why I'm speaking about it now, I'm being quite graphic about it, is to bring it to the wider public of what it's all about.
Yeah, I've just got a sense of what that could be like, and I just think
you know, if it's done correctly, nobody gets hurt physically. But I actually believe, in retrospect, the emotional and mental damage that it can cause to an individual leaves me ashamed.
I mean, it's hard to feel sorry for a smack dealer, do you know what I mean? But you would think, you know, that is the worst case scenario. I don't see how you come back from that. I can't really understand how anyone wouldn't pull up the dough or wouldn't do as they're told, do you know what I mean? That's freaked me out a little bit. That's done me. I feel a bit sick. I feel like I'm gonna chuck my breakfast up.
I needed to take a breather and get some fresh air. Luckily, before too long, I was back to my old self.
All right, girls?
Hiya.
You all right, love? A couple of salts. Right up my street.
French no longer taxes anyone, but he still trades off his hard man reputation to make money. But this time legitimately as a self-styled problem solver extraordinaire and commercial debt recoverer. He invited me to follow him on a debt.
Patterson, there's a guy there waiting to see me. It's fucking roasting 2 ticks.
I'll wait here for you, yeah? I've jumped straight in the motor. He's had to stop off somewhere, go and pick something up. Don't know what. So, you know, obviously I'm going to do as I'm told. I don't know what he's after, I don't know what he's got to get. He's coming now, so I'm going to be lively. Sorted. Sweet as. Oh, mate, sweet as.
It's only taken minutes, but Stephen's just picked up 10 grand.
That was something, 10 grand for a Friday afternoon away. Yeah.
Sweet as. So to get that money back, it's usually just a bit of dialogue you just need to use, yeah? Just...
As simple as this, Dan, right? If I say to you, if you don't pay me the money that you fucking owe me, I'm going to snap your legs in about 4 places. I broke the law. If I come to you and I say to you, you owe the money, you know it's the right thing to do. You know who I am, you know what I'm about, so pay the money.
Yeah.
I haven't broken no laws.
Yeah.
In the early 90s, Stephen was at the peak of his powers as the country's most feared taxman. When something happened that shook him to his core and would change his life forever.
I was in the afternoon on Granby Street and I was shot 4 times in the back by a dirty coward. I just couldn't believe Andrew was dead.
It took 45 minutes for them to come and take him to the hospital. And an ambulance come to the end of the street after 5 minutes, but because it was a gun crime, it had to wait for on-response. That was another 40 minutes.
And I actually believed that it was the end of the world, that my world had come to an end.
Every year on the anniversary of Andrew's murder, Stephen and his brothers meet up to pay tribute to him.
Oh, by the way, they're trying to get me to link up with you a little bit sooner than I'm ready. They took a few shots at me this year, kid. But I'm still here. A lot of bullshit going on. Nothing that I can't handle. A lot of people that don't like me say it should have been me, and it shouldn't have been him. And it transpires that the guy that killed Andrew had more reason to want to kill me. And the reason why he had more reason to want to kill me is that he believed I was responsible for doing something terrible to him.
We can listen to as many conspiracy theories as possible. It's not going to bring my brother back, so at the end of the day...
Andrew's murder was the catalyst for Stephen to start reassessing his life.
And I believe that I was protected and I was saved for a reason. I've been there, I've seen it, I've done it. Listen to me. There's another way. Lay down your firearms. Embrace education and learn to look after your family other than pistolero or drug dealer. If I save one young man, black, white, Chinese or indifferent, from ending up in a premature grave due to gun violence and crime, it will all have been worthwhile.
Today, Stephen has been invited to speak to a delegation of high-profile criminologists and academics to help spread his anti-gun message. In his friend's memory, he plans to open the Andrew John Memorial Skills Centre to prevent teenagers from following in his footsteps.
Will it be a happy ending or one to regret? Success, prison or death, I need to watch how I...
It's a humbling and liberating experience to be invited to speak here today.
He hopes the speech will help raise funding for the Skills Centre.
I have to bear responsibility and culpability in the rise of the phenomenon known as gun crime. I'm 6'3", 225 pounds of prime black male. And how could a 10-stone drug dealer protect himself from a guy like me, former British, European and world kickboxing champion? How he did it is he armed himself. 1994, my daughter was born and I had an epiphany. I knew I had to turn my life around. My options were success, death or jail. Me personally, I want to show them the way to success. I want to show them the road to success. Success as a bricklayer, success as a plumber, success as a carpenter. All areas of success that don't lead to jail or death and don't lead to a life of drugs or pistolero. This is done to shock and horrify, yeah? This is a t-shirt that several young men had made, that I've made an attempt on my life because I'm standing up to be counted and given an anti-gun message. R.I.P. Stephen French. Such is my determination, I've changed R.I.P. to really increase the peace. Thank you very much for the time and effort.
That was nerve-wracking. Even the fact that he's trying to change is an achievement, because when you've been knees deep in high-level organised crime for 20 years, it's really difficult to turn your back on it.
With a young family and extra responsibility, Stephen was determined to turn over a new leaf. But going straight was going to be the hardest thing Stephen French has ever done. Stephen was at the peak of his powers in the underworld when he gave it all up in the 90s. The death of his blood brother and partner in crime, Andrew John, had a dramatic impact on his life.
And I actually believed that it was the end of the world.
He moved out of Toxteth and now lives across the river in leafy suburbia, where he runs a successful property portfolio and debt recovery business. I wanted to get to the bottom of why Stephen had been shot at recently, so he invited me to his house to show me around. He's survived 7 assassination attempts, so it's no surprise that Stephen is security conscious. He'll protect his family at all costs.
The gangsters today don't discern between you, your family or your associates. If they can get at you by killing your daughter or kidnapping your daughter, they will do.
I was about to discover that Stephen had an Achilles heel that was a lot closer to home.
This is my family war.
And the problem didn't come from outside. It come from his own flesh and blood.
Stephen Jr. was involved in gangs. He was starting to get into the criminal lifestyle.
There was nothing Stephen could do to prevent his son from sinking deeper into crime.
He blames himself to a degree that Stephen Jr. is behaving like he is because he's trying to live up to his dad's reputation and stuff.
And Stephen's worst nightmare came true when his son was shot.
When I seen my own son's blood being collected in a container, the big, bad, wicked devil Frenchman, beloved like a baby. The tears were uncontrollable. My Stephen said to me, Dad, don't cry, I'm okay, I'm fine. 'Cause he resented the fact that I was broken. Every ounce of my fiber, every ounce of my warrior being called out to attack and wreak havoc. That's what my heart told me. The demon that I can summon on in an instant was rattling the cage, man, rattling the cage. And I had to control that demon. I had to control that demon.
Since the shooting, Stephen Jr. has left Liverpool to successfully rebuild his life, but his dad is still dealing with the fallout. Stephen's enemies have gone to great lengths to assassinate his character, even tagging the walls with graffiti, accusing him of being a police informer.
Being called a grass is like someone calling you a paedophile, and then once that label's put on you, you're fair game to be shot.
This home footage shows just what he thinks of the person responsible.
A little skulking little bitch that runs around in the evening painting shit on the wall about a man that he's so jealous of, so envious of. The greenness is oozing out here.
I challenge any journalist in the country to find or dig out the statements where somebody's received a custodial sentence from something that I did, because I've never police informed on anybody.
The bitterness against Stephen and his family runs deep with the new generation in Toxteth. I wanted to track down who these kids were that now control the streets and find out for myself what they think of Stephen. A gang of them agreed to speak, provided their identities were hidden.
I heard he come here during the week right there where we're standing now. And he got shot at and that, so you tell me if he come through here again, I don't know what would happen. He might have been feared back in the day, but obviously it's 2008 and things have changed and he's not feared no more. Stephen French is a grass. He's a pussy.
These kids were hiding behind their masks, but Stephen still has to take their threat seriously.
I sleep on the couch and my wife and daughter sleep upstairs because my address is no secret. And if people choose to come to my house, choose to break into my house and then attempt to murder me, they'll find me downstairs. But the people that come for me, they're not gonna come with Ludo and Tiddlywinks, yeah? 38, 45 pun-popping shotguns is what's gonna be the recipe for me. In the face of that, I stay here. In the face of that, as a black Englishman, I'm entitled to defend my castle. And this is a phrase I use for only trusted family and friends. This is one hard nigger to kill. This is one hard nigger to kill.
Even though Stephen forgives those people who want to kill him, he still has to control his natural instinct to fight back.
So, I mean, how hard has it been to sort of turn your back on that world, you know? And
well, the transition has been very, very difficult. At times, the desire to say, fuck this, let's do it again then, right? Because some of the people like that are coming at me now, right? They're like Jack Russells snapping at the heels of a Rottweiler. Do you get me? That if I wanted to, I could shake them.
Yeah.
If I wanted to, I could turn their lives upside down. If I wanted to, I could make them have nightmares about me. I could make them see me in a dream because the fire, the will to crush your enemies is still there. But I'm a different person. I have to lead by example. I don't want to be murdered. I don't want to die a violent death. But if that's my lot, so be it. You understand? Because someone has to take a stand, someone has to stand up, and we have to start somewhere to start to readjust the balance of what's going on.
Stephen French helped break the stranglehold of racism in the 80s with his bare fists and should be a hero in the community. Instead, because of his anti-gun campaign, he's hated by a new generation of gangsters.
He's put his life on the line for something that he believes in, and there's no greater honour than that.
You cannot stop him in any of the conventional terms.
I know in my heart, in my mind, and in my soul, in my kukuru, my inner heart, what type of man I am. I choose to stay here and campaign against guns and do what I'm doing because I'm giving something back.
In today's gang wars, the rules of engagement have changed radically since Stephen's day. I've learned that teenage gangs fear no one, and they'll shoot you to prove it. Stephen is nearly 50 years old, but he's lost none of his will to fight. He's going to the ultimate lengths to battle gun crime by putting his own life on the line. I'm just glad I met Stephen now, and not in his day, when he was one of Britain's deadliest men.
I'm Danny Dyer. Playing hard men and acting tough has been my bread and butter. But now I've got a new role. I'm tracking down some of the most feared men in the world, operating on both sides of the law. I'm going to find out what makes them tick, how they got their fearsome reputations, and why they're considered to be some of the world's deadliest men.
To a secret location in the English countryside to try and get inside the mind of an SAS soldier.
This man has been at the centre of some of the world's most dangerous conflicts.
I'll shoot first, ask questions later.
He's survived 9 war zones and has done his duty no matter what the cost. Killing is his business.
If some twat wants to kill me, I'm going to kill him.
But has war become his addiction? I'm about to meet a man who'll go to terrifying lengths to get his fix. I'm on my way to meet one of the hardest military men that has ever had the pleasure to serve under Her Majesty. He goes by the name of Spud.
I'm not quite sure what to expect from him or what I'm doing out here. I've been in this car for 3 fucking hours and I don't know where I'm being taken or what the fuck he wants me to do when I get there.
I have reason to worry. Spud could be the toughest geezer I'll ever meet.
I don't have any problems. I don't do any cockstands about killing somebody. All right, let's be clear about that.
This soldier of fortune lives off adrenaline, and to keep it flowing, he's lived more than half his life in war zones. He survived the threat of mortar attacks and landmines, rockets and grenades. Countless times, Spud has done what he's had to save not only his life, but the lives of his fellow soldiers.
I don't fucking worry about it. I don't have nightmares. I don't go to the doctors claiming post-traumatic stress. And I don't care about the consequences either.
Spud started life as a paratrooper and then rose up the ranks of the military. He then trained hard to become a soldier in the world's toughest special forces unit, the Special Air Service, aka the SAS. The SAS was set up during the Second World War to do commando raids behind enemy lines.
And it was recognised that to do that you had to recruit a special kind of soldier. Physically, they're the toughest people you're going to meet, but they are sharp, very bright, adaptable, flexible. That's what makes them really different.
Using the skills he honed from being an elite soldier, today Spud works within the murky world of close protection, operating as a highly trained bodyguard.
You're out there to basically take money and keep your principal alive, keep the guy you're guarding alive, or whatever you are doing up there, you know, keeping yourself alive.
His battlefields are now closer to home, as current assignments involving protecting the rich and famous on the streets of London.
You just got to be really disciplined, one of them type of people. Total opposite to me, really. Look, I'm going to be straight with you now. I've had a bit of a late one. I feel a bit ropey. So, you know, I hope he just takes it nice and easy on me, because I'm really not up to much.
Turning up with a hangover for a date with an elite soldier may turn out to be the stupidest thing I'll ever do.
Yeah?
Yeah.
All right. Here we go. Beautiful countryside. Lovely old manor house. Let's see what this geezer's got to say, eh?
Hi.
Hello,
Danny.
mate.
How you doing, mate?
Spud? No?
Yes, mate, Spud.
Danny.
How you doing, mate? Pleasure.
Pleasure to meet you,
Yeah.
mate. Pleasure
How
to
you doing,
meet
all right?
you.
You
Good
good?
as gold, mate, yeah.
Yeah, excellent.
Come on, move it! Go!
Oh, mate, I knew something bad was going to happen. You're bang out of order. Oh, God. I don't know what's happened there, to be honest with you.
Well, that sets the scene up for today.
What's all these smoke bombs?
Smoke, that is, yeah. Smoke and a flashbang.
God, it's a bit early for smoke bombs, isn't it, my old son? Jesus Christ.
Do you know much about what I do? Or what I've done in the past?
Not too much, no.
No. All right, well, hopefully during the day we'll
Well, that's what I want to learn about that, you know.
Well, I thought this would just be a nice warmer for you, just to get the feel of it all.
Spud's agreed to give me some specialist military training here at this top secret facility. But to be honest, I was really worried about what that might involve.
It was all right, walk through here, is it going to kick off?
Yeah, no, it's all right. There's no booby traps.
And I'll find out how Spud attempts to fight the battles in his mind.
Blokes don't know how to deal with it. You know, it's easy to go and hit the bottle and go and blow your brains out.
I've come to this secret training facility to get some specialist military training from an ex-SAS soldier, Spud.
Spud? No?
Yes, mate, Spud.
It hasn't got off to a good start.
Pleasure.
Pleasure,
Yeah,
Spud was trying to use shock tactics to rattle me. And let me tell you, it's worked so far.
I knew something bad was going to happen. You're bang out of order.
He set up a day of exercises to give me a small glimpse into the sort of military training he does. And at the end of it, I will be given my very own mission. At the moment, it's all on a need-to-know basis, and if the way we met is anything to go by, I'm going to be the last to know anything.
Well, some proper weapons here, isn't it?
Yeah, they're from all over the world.
Oh, the big old guns here. What's this one over here?
This is the 7.62 SLR. She is beautiful. And this is one we went down the Falklands with.
Yeah.
And this was, I suppose, one of the main reasons why we won the battle down there. along with this 7.62 GPMG, which the British Army still use today.
It's a monster, that.
General purpose machine gun, like I said, 7.62. It is a beauty.
Yeah.
You feel how heavy that is?
God, get hold of that, look.
Yeah.
Running along with that.
Plus, if you had a length of 200 with the ammunition strapped to it as well.
God, that's proper heavy, that is.
Yeah.
Unbelievable heavy that
The Falklands War was triggered by an invasion of the islands by Argentina in April 1982. Seen as an act of war by the British government, they swiftly sent in troops to defend the territory. And Spud, barely in his 20s, was sent over to serve with the 2nd Paras.
The Falklands was, as far as my soldiering experiences go, probably one of the best.
2 Para were one of the assault battalions which were first onto the beaches, fully tooled up to show that we meant business.
Here he was confronted with some of the bloodiest and most brutal battles of his military career.
I experienced the whole range of war, being shot at, being mortared, being shelled. I had the whole range of support weapons fired against me, and to top that off, I was napalmed.
Fighting on a couple of islands in the middle of the South Atlantic. It was almost like a cage fight. Close quarter combat with bayonets, rifle butts, fists, feet.
By the time Argentina surrendered, after 2 months of fighting, 655 Argentine and 255 British soldiers had lost their lives. The bloody Battle of Goose Green played a key role in the outcome of the Falklands. And Spud was in the thick of it.
They put me up the front, yeah. So I was point man for the Battle of Goose Green.
Okay.
For C Company 2 Para. Luckily, they shot up the guys behind me, yeah? So we lost a few of the guys.
It also left an everlasting scar on Spud. It was the first time he was forced to take another man's life.
So at the time we had 2 types of grenades. We had HE, high explosive grenades, conventional grenade, and we had WP grenade, white phosphorus. I phosphed one of the trenches, and there was a couple of RGs in there. One came out, and I slotted them with the SLR.
Yeah.
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 Yeah, this is the first weapon I killed a man with.
When you first killed a man, that was a gun
This
you
is
used,
the one,
yeah?
Yeah.
As that, this it's a mad question to ask you, but I mean, how does that make you feel? I mean, how did that feel when you first killed someone?
At the time, because I was like 20, 21, it's a cliched expression, but it's true. It's what you're trained to do. I don't have nightmares. I've killed a few people, men. Think any women?
No.
No. Certainly not children.
Let's say you can really prepare yourself with all the training you want, can't you? But once you're actually...
Yeah, I know it affects a lot of guys. Set something off in their brain, they go, oh, fuck me, this is not for me.
I suppose it goes 2 ways. Either you go like that, it's not for you, or you get a right adrenaline rush out of it. You know
you do. I mean, you do. You actually get a right buzz out of it, and it's very hard to calm down. I mean, I've been doing this almost 30 years now.
All this talk of killing was getting to me, so I needed a few moments to myself. This bloke is a lot tougher than I first thought. The fact that he talks about killing so casually is beginning to freak me out.
When you're fighting for your life, there's the ability of every human being, there's an instinct within them, survival, that's the strongest.
I'd read in one of Spud's books gruesome tales about the brutality of war. One in particular that I couldn't get out of my mind was when he had to use his head as a lethal weapon.
You know, it's quite an heavy thing to talk about, you know what I mean? And this whole thing for me is an intense thing. I wanted you to try and tell me a little bit about when you had a moment in a trench with somebody, when you headbutted them, when you had your helmet on.
Yeah. Well, that's an intense, personal, one-to-one conflict with the enemy.
Yeah.
You don't think about it at the time, you just get on and do it. I haven't really reflected on that story too much.
No?
No, because I think if I did, it might send me a bit fucking mad.
Okay.
You know?
You know, I'm just trying to understand how soldiers can take someone's life, go home to the missus, switch off, be normal. I understand it's their job and all that, but You know, it's got to fuck you up a little bit, somewhere along the line. And I just don't think I could handle it.
Spud was a man who was happier keeping active than sitting around talking about the past, so I thought it was best to get back to the training. He wants me to know what it feels like to be a soldier, so it's time to dress the part.
SAS styling, running about, who'd have thought this?
Now this gear may look good, but it's proper heavy.
Get on that, look.
Yeah, this is level 4. This is stop high velocity. You've got your grenades in here, your flashbangs, your CS gas, spare ammunition. You might have a Mars bar in there for after the job.
Yeah,
you know.
little Mars bar, treat yourself up, you wind out loads of geezers. Yeah, love it, love it.
Yeah, you got him. Breathe in.
Yeah, fuck me, yeah.
How does that feel now?
Fucking horrible.
Is that good?
Well,
that's the way it should be.
Well, yeah.
And I want you to shout in there, gas, 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 but shout it.
Gas, gas, gas.
No, I mean it. Gas, gas, gas. Gas, gas, gas. And then the helmet.
Let's have the helmet then.
Okay. But
okay.
How does it feel at the moment?
I'm all right for the minute, but I could see...
To tell the truth, I was starting to feel a bit claustrophobic.
Just of having this thing on, mate,
Yeah,
it's been
it's
so much
difficult,
difficult. You've got no sense of
You've got to
nothing.
double check everything when you've got that kit on. Double check everything.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah?
Lovely, jubbly. Let's go and have it then, Spud.
All right then.
What are we going to do next?
Let's go and kill something.
Come on, let's have it.
Come on! Come on! Magazine! Magazine!
I'm not off to a good start. My gun has split in two and Spud's not happy.
Put it back on again. Put it on. Clean it off, get that shit out of it. Let's go, let's go! Come on, yeah, over the top. That's it, wait for Dan.
All this gear weighs nearly a stone. The vest is designed to stop knives, shrapnel, pistols, rifles and machine gun fire and anything else you can throw at it.
Come on, Danny, come on, that's it, mate. Over here. Now sprint. Through here, come on. In here, up the stairs. Come on, upstairs. Let's go.
Can't breathe.
You can't breathe, don't take it off, don't take your mask off. Keep it there.
That's fucking hard, mate.
No, don't, Danny.
Hold on.
Don't take it off, all right?
I'm going to spew me fucking ring up. That's really tough, man. I'll tell you what. I've just done fucking...
That's nothing.
Running about for 30 seconds. And the whole weight of the gas mask. Tell you what, boys. It's made me feel proper sick.
Yeah.
I thought of having to go into battle after that.
Yeah.
I mean, these superhuman people.
Yeah, and sometimes you gotta be stuck for 30 minutes.
I'm not quite sure I'd cut it as a soldier. Spud, on the other hand, excelled as a paratrooper and always had more brains and ambition than the average grunt.
All I wanted to do was go to the next level. I think it was May 1980 with the Iranian embassy, and I saw these guys and that, you know, and they were the SAS.
On the 30th of April 1980, 6 armed men stormed the Iranian embassy in London.
In fact, what they did was started to kill hostages inside, and at that point the decision was made to send the SAS in.
There were people very, very close to that indeed.
5 of the 6 gunmen were killed. All but 2 of the 26 hostages were saved. A special force that had so far remained a secret exploded onto TV screens all over the world.
The SAS went into the Iranian embassy and kicked arse. They demonstrated that at least one Western government wasn't going to put up with this.
Gas-filled grenades are an occupational hazard on military operations. And because I'd ripped off my gas mask earlier, Spud wants to give me a little taste of what this CS gas can do to you.
Any good? This geezer is absolutely insane. He's sniffing CS gas. And he wants me to have an experience of it. I'm willing to get my hands dirty. Like I said before, you know, I want to be a man's man, so let's do it.
You let me know when you feel the effects of it.
Yeah.
Got him? You want any more, Danny?
cat. Oh. Ugh. Oh. Do apologise to all my to my lady fans out there. If I broke the myth here, I apologise. That is fucking hard. That is horrible. That is fucking horrible, mate.
Well, that's taught me then. My gas mask will be staying firmly in place.
Fuck that, Spud. Fuck that. No more of that game. I can't be doing that no more.
For this operation, we want to do...
Spud was part of an anti-terrorism team that conducted clandestine missions all over the world. In the age of terrorism, a major part of his training involved the ability to rescue hostages. Spud has set up a scenario like that for me today.
Yeah. Bit nerve-wracking, to be honest with you. This is another level. This really is something I've never experienced before in my life. And obviously, I haven't had that much training. Spud's been great with me, but you know, it's frightening, mate. Take it very seriously, these people. Violence, guns, killing. And you've got to try and get on their vibe a little bit, you know, as they'll eat you for breakfast.
All right, guys, quick, listening. Briefing room now. Job on.
It's not quite on the same scale as the Iranian embassy, but one of my men has been captured by the enemy.
You know the score. We got a suspect terrorist holding a definite hostage. Not more than 50 metres from here. Mission is to save the life of the hostage. What's the mission, Danny?
Save the life of the hostage.
All right, mate.
This may only be a practice run, but my nerves are very real. Everything Spud taught me is racing through my mind.
Take your fucking gun, Danny.
No, I'll leave it there.
Danny,
I'm gonna. All right.
Should we want to do instinctive? Stop it!
Breathe all right?
Yeah.
My job as team leader is to throw a grenade and then secure the room. I was about to receive a brutal lesson in the reality of being a soldier.
Room clear! Room clear!
What happened there?
He shot me.
Who said room clear?
Me. I shot him, though.
Was the room clear?
No, but I shot him.
Did you check him?
I didn't check him, no.
No.
I fucking put about 5 bullets in
Did
there.
you? Yeah, well, don't fucking matter. You've got to check him.
He's a
okay?
strong then.
Yeah, what you've got to do is double tap him in the head.
So it would just been bump, bump.
Yeah, that's right, yeah.
Fuck.
Always confirm he's dead. All right? I don't care if it's a woman or a kid with a gun. If they're after you to kill you, they kill you. You make sure they're dead before you scream room clear.
Okay.
All right?
Freaked me out, mate, I
Yeah.
tell you. It's intense, it's intense stuff, mate. The adrenaline pumping through my body like you wouldn't believe.
Oh,
well, you know the
yeah.
game. You know your game, didn't you?
Yeah.
I got shot though, I fucked it. I didn't put 2 in his fucking canister, did I? I should have popped 2 off in his nut, but I've called room clear. There's so much to think about, it's unbelievable. You know what it's been around these boys? It's mad when you run around talking to villains, gangsters, this, that and the other, about bravado. With these boys really aren't a real deal. I'm not undermining anyone I've interviewed in the past, but these boys are just solid, you know, just men's men. They will kill people, put 2 shots in your head, won't think twice about it. So, you know, you try and be, you know, you try and have a bit of bollocks around them. But I'll tell you what, fucking my back's killing me. I've only had the fucking gear on for a few hours. I feel fucking terrible. I feel like sobbing me out. That's the honest truth. The adrenaline's pumping through my body. All right?
I'd had a taste of the physical skills required to be an elite soldier, but was soon to realise that mental strength is even more important. So far, I've gotten to play soldier and execute my very own secret mission.
These boys really aren't a real deal.
And I was given a small taste of army life. Spud is starting to give me a first-hand insight into the mind of one of the deadliest soldiers to serve under Her Majesty.
I wanted to find out a bit more about Spud's life as a soldier, so I've asked him to take me around the army base where he first got a taste for life in the military. Now, I've never been to an army base before in my life. I haven't got a clue what goes on here. To be honest, it's a bit barren and desolate. It gives me the fucking horrors.
For nearly 50 years, Aldershot was used for the training and deployment of one of the toughest regiments in the world, the Paras. In 1999, the Paras moved to Colchester after the disbandment of the 5th Airborne Brigade. But this was Spud's first home as a soldier.
It's great, though, isn't it?
No, it's fucking horrible. It brings back some memories. No, there was none of these lovely, fluffy bushes. It was just fucking bleak.
This is where you lived then, is it?
Yeah, this first floor it was.
Yeah, it's going.
Oh, fuck me, carpet.
Didn't have no carpet when you was here, son, no?
Carpet, no.
So they've got luxury of carpet now. Was this your manor then, was it? So.
I don't know if they were there. Well, they ain't changed much.
All right, boys?
Yes.
How you doing, mate? All right?
You don't mind if we come in? That's the room we need to go in.
This room?
That was my room 26 years ago. Yeah.
Probably not his dad then.
Well, these were 8-men rooms. Is it okay? Can I just want to
double bed, look, and everything, look. How's that make you feel, Spud? They've got double beds now and everything, look.
Luxury. Luxury.
After his basic training was complete, Spud was sent off to Belfast to get his first taste of war. In 1979, Northern Ireland was at the height of its violent troubles. Spud was sent on a 2-year tour as British forces served as peacekeepers between the Unionists and the Nationalists. Here, he was confronted with the reality of an urban war zone. A place where bombs explode and bullets fly.
Whatever you see on the news clips and read about Northern Ireland, you had to be there to understand and comprehend what it was all about, especially where we were posted to in the bandit country, the border part, South Armagh. People were seeing the bombs go off in the city every day, but to actually understand what it was like on the border there, I mean, that was real soldiering. And it was just constant threat all the time, and stress. And we were constantly getting shot at. Guys were dying, for Christ's sake.
4,000 people were killed during the Northern Ireland Troubles. Nearly half of those were innocent civilians. This is the first time Spud has returned to Belfast in almost 29 years. He finished his tour of duty in 1981 and vowed never to go back. He's come to visit his old mate and fellow soldier, Graham, with whom he served with back in the day. These guys have been through a lot together.
Spud's had more adrenaline buzzes over the years than what I have. And can he do without it? I don't know. I hope for Spud's sake that he can. But as I say, it's to people in our situations who have experienced, it's probably a worse drug than heroin because it's it's probably just as addictive.
You know, coming from the airport, I was still on edge, really. I mean, because it's so strange to be driving around during the daylight hours. I mean, I know it sounds bizarre now, but that's what it just makes me feel on edge, you know?
The country is changing rapidly. There's millions being pumped into this place.
Spud and Graham were based at Falk Hill, but were sent on operations all around the southern border.
What you got to remember is this area was controlled by the IRA. I mean, it's this bandit country. You couldn't move anywhere here. We didn't have enough troops to saturate the area, and as you can see, it's rural.
The Kilner-Saget Bridge is on the main line to Belfast and was one of the most bombed bridges during the Northern Ireland conflict.
I mean, as you can see, there's bullet marks here, strike marks. There's one there. Yeah. There's here.
There's quite a few over here.
Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We had an ambush here, and about 3 o'clock in the morning. And we had a car pull up. So basically, what he was doing was obviously doing a recce, to see if we reacted, if there was any troops there to react.
The rules of engagement were to only fire if fired upon.
And then all of a sudden, they let rip, we let rip, and then they disappeared off. And this is in seconds. What they did find was they found a balaclava, shotgun, and 2 blood trails heading off this direction to the south. And a half-eaten cheese sandwich.
Sometimes I got lucky, sometimes we got lucky.
Yeah, well, you know what I think of the bloody Kilnasaggett Bridge, don't you? I'm going to leave my mark.
Last time they were here, they were under fire, so naturally they're still on their guard.
But I don't have any great desire to hang around here, to be quite honest with you.
An official ceasefire was declared by both sides in April 1998, known as the Good Friday Agreement. With this in place, things are a lot calmer in these parts now, but 2 ex-army guys in a car with a camera crew is very dangerous.
If we get flagged down to stop, don't stop, okay? Yeah. All right, seriously, you know, don't stop. If somebody flags you down, oh, somebody blocks you, don't fucking stop. I'm serious, you know, I'm not fucking no duff.
As they approach their old base at Falk Hill, I uncover a side to Spud that I'd never seen before. He starts to show some cracks.
No, I don't feel good at all. I don't feel good at all. I want to fuck off somewhere. Thank you. Because I still don't know. I know the area's quieting down a hell of a lot, but there's always, you know.
Even myself, being a local man, you know, it's not part of Northern Ireland. I just can't see it as being Northern Ireland. It's strange.
So we need to shoot off, I think, before somebody mobiles through to let them know that there's a camera.
His time in Falk Hill is clearly part of his life he wants to forget.
I never left the vehicle when I was here 20, 30 years ago, and I fucking ain't gonna do it today.
From what I've seen and heard so far, I can't even imagine the horrors that these 2 men have experienced. Spud and Graham were involved in one horrific incident with their fellow soldier, Tom. Tom was part of an army truck convoy that was travelling through the Warren Point area close to the border in the south.
A Land Rover got through, the first 4-tonner got through, and as we came through, there was a rumble and a flash.
The convoy had been struck by a roadside bomb.
Carnage, really. That's all it was, carnage. I knew I'd been blown up, but I didn't know to what extent. And after, it felt like a minute, the penny dropped, your legs are on fire, and then I couldn't move. Just totally paralysed.
Spud was part of an emergency response team called to the scene.
Until it actually happens to you, you think it's a game. But you don't believe death is there until you actually see it and smell it.
This would be an IRA attack like no other. They had a second bomb waiting, right where the British Army had set up their command post.
The next thing I really remember is being lifted onto the chopper, and we'd just basically lifted off when it happened all over again. The second explosion went off.
With 18 dead, Warren Point was the highest military death toll in one single incident during the entire Northern Ireland conflict. This is the first time the 3 men have been back to the site together. Spud was ordered to clean the incident of human remains, the remains of his fellow soldiers.
Oh, I remember thinking, this is fucking outrageous, you know. And everybody was going around thinking, well, who's been hit? Who's dead? Who's alive? Well, we were down there about 3 days, weren't we? 3 or 4 days? And every day went by, so there was somebody else coming up with a piece of body, somebody's, you know, extraordinary face of someone, you know. Over the last 30 years, I've been in lots of explosions and seen the aftermath of lots of incidents, you know, involve bombs and IEDs. And there's one thing that always brings me back to Warren Point, and I picked up a leg. And I've never forgot that sock. It was a boot with an army sock, of course, one of our lads.
War zones like this are places where only the toughest are brave enough to enter, but sadly not all come back alive. All would come back, changed forever. Tom suffered horrific burns to 80% of his body and spent 6 months in hospital fighting for his life.
When I saw Tom there, almost dead, how did I feel? Well, I just felt I was so fucking lucky. And the irony of that statement is Tom said he was lucky, and he feels for the people that died on that incident, and I feel for the guys that were injured, you know? because how you deal with an injury like that for the rest of your life, I don't think I would have been strong enough.
What Spud saw in Northern Ireland changed him in ways that even he can't explain. But he does know that it made him a better soldier.
At such a young age, having that experience, a mass bombing, you know, mass killing was just unbelievable. And seeing your mates scattered body parts all over, yeah, that pretty much says to you, fucking start switching on now, you know. And from that point on, I learned what war was all about. And I guess to some extent that's why I've survived, in a sense, because I actually learn from past, you know, from past experiences. And I've been awfully lucky. I've had people die to the left of me, die to the right of me, and I've still stood.
Comrades. Okay, cheers, Spud. All on comrades, mate.
I've lost as many good friends as I've killed the enemy.
We went to a military cemetery where many of Spud's friends who had given the ultimate sacrifice were buried. Looking around me at all these crosses, it suddenly dawned on me that each one represents a life unfulfilled. Someone's son, someone's husband, someone's father.
This is where the families wanted the fallen to be buried, here in Aldershot. Some of them chose to keep them buried on the island, some buried in their hometowns and villages, and some families didn't have the choice because the Royal Navy, they were buried at sea.
Did you lose a lot of friends then?
Yeah, I can just see Paul Sully over there, Paul Sullivan.
Yeah.
Yeah, here's one. Yeah, Tom Meekham. Yeah.
Yep.
He was a good old dude, good mate of mine.
None of them really over 30 years of age, you know?
Hold it.
Yeah.
I closed his eyes. Shit, yeah.
Really?
Yeah. Where he had fallen, his eyes were still open. I closed his eyes. Oh, that's strange.
He was 21, him.
Was he? No, he was older than that.
23,
surely.
I think this is 20.
No, you're right, 21.
21, yeah.
And these guys are good soldiers, you know.
Yeah.
I mean, they weren't just scraping through, they were good soldiers. There you go.
So I mean, what's it? A lot of it's down to luck, isn't it? Really, if you think about it. I mean, because you can be the greatest soldier, but yet, you know, you
turn the wrong way.
You turn the wrong way. You know what I mean? It's over. You know, you don't get no second chances.
You don't,
obviously.
No. You're dead, mate.
How would you say your job affects your personal life? You know, or how did it affect your personal life?
Well, I've been married twice.
Yep.
I love both my wives, but they left me. So I guess it's something I've got to look at and try and address.
I suppose it's got to be hard juggling the two, really, isn't it? You know, you're going to commit to the army and.
It's difficult being away. I mean, not only the army, the business I'm in. 30 years of this, you know, this nonsense, death and destruction. I guess it does affect you sometime.
I feel a shiver down my spine. Some of these blokes were as young as 17 when they lost their lives in the line of fire. And I don't even want to think about the way they died.
Don't want to end up like these poor boys. I've got a bit more living to do.
I've been on a roller coaster ride so far. I've been pushed to my physical limit. And I've heard about some of the mental scars that can be left after fighting on the front line. One thing is clear to me. Spud has spent his life constantly seeking adrenaline. My journey into the mind of a highly trained soldier is nearing its end, but Spud has one more place to take me.
For me, Mayfair's the most expensive stop on a Monopoly board. For most, it's all about rollers, Bentleys and three-piece suits. But if you dig a little deeper, there's a lot more going on that meets the eye. It's a place where the rich and famous get up to a little bit of mischief. And when the shit hits the fan, they need a bit of protection. That's where our boy Spud comes in.
He continues to put his life at risk by working in the close protection industry. Working as a soldier of fortune can get just as hairy as a war zone. Spud had one particular job in July 2005, protecting an Arab businessman who'd got himself in a spot of bother over money.
We realised that he'd fucked off a lot of people.
Right.
The Russians, some Turks, and a mixture of some other people from the Middle East. Luckily, I found that out earlier on and got myself tooled up.
It resulted in a gunfight in broad daylight on a London street.
Well, it was an old school Western shootout, was it?
Yeah, a little bit. They basically tried to ram us and fucking screamed back and shunted this 4x4 vehicle.
Yeah.
And then they started fucking pinging off a couple of rounds at us. Well, I then had to shoot back, and then we just fucked off.
Okay.
What we call shoot and scoot.
Shoot and scoot. Fuck that.
It's not just businessmen that Spud looks after. He's brought me to a popular London nightclub to tell me how he protects celebrity clients when they hit the town.
But there wouldn't be an obvious threat, would there? There wouldn't be you couldn't walk into a club and
No,
go...
but we'll have sleepers in here as well.
Sleepers.
We'll have girl sleepers, we'll have men sleepers.
What does that mean, sleeper?
Well, there'd be one of our team
Yeah.
acting as part of the crowd.
Ah, okay. So you would have no contact with him throughout the night. You know that obviously.
No,
they
we
know.
wouldn't even eyeball them. No, we'd just treat them like the rest of the crowd.
Okay,
Yeah?
gotcha.
We stand off, let them get on with it. Yeah, and we'll have a team outside, and that's the way it works.
Okay.
If it does kick off, come in mob-handed.
Yeah, you got. Yeah.
And all you do, you're the important thing. We just take you out of this, take you out of the situation. All right.
That is a lovely old chandelier, that though.
Yeah, you wouldn't.
But it could be a threat. You never know. There might be a little there.
You wouldn't want that
Jump
dropping on
down.
your head, would you?
Jump down, get you around the neck. You never know. You never know.
I'd certainly feel safe if he was watching my back, but defending people from chandelier ambushes isn't quite enough to keep Spud satisfied. He seeks the adrenaline that only a war zone can provide.
Companies aligned to the UK government, which employed people from my background, to go and do jobs, well, they call them out-of-area operations, to do jobs which i.e. the SAS couldn't do, or the British government couldn't be seen to be doing politically. The risk factor was always there. You're out on a limb, so that's quite exciting.
30 years spent in war zones must have messed with his head a bit, and I wonder how he's going to cope without the adrenaline buzz that he seems to crave. For a lot of Spud's mates, it's when they return to civvy life and have time to stop and think. It's only then that the memories come back to haunt them.
I think that maybe blokes don't know how to deal with it, you know? It's easy to go and hit the bottle and go and blow your brains out. I mean, looking at the Falklands, there's been more guys taking their life than what there were killed. 253, I think, died on the operation, and more than 270 have killed themselves, taken their own life. I mean, that's a pretty fucked up situation, isn't it? I'm lucky because I think I've kept constantly in a war zone.
Spud's addiction to adrenaline has cost him 2 marriages, but his daughter may just be the one person who can help him kick his habit.
Having a daughter's changed me, but actually, over the last couple of years, the realisation that possibly I may need her more than she needs me at the moment may be an excuse to stop doing what I've been doing.
Back at his home, Spud keeps his obsession alive by writing books about the thing he knows best: war. It's as if he's still there as he relives and reconstructs the battles that he's won and lost.
I want to carry on writing. I enjoy writing, it's very therapeutic for me. And when I write, I have to be in the elements. You know, I can go out here and it may sound a bit strange to you guys, but when it's pissing down with rain, I'll go and stand by a tree. Because that's the way you feel nature.
Without a doubt, the internal battles still rage in Spud's mind. But the question remains, will he ever find peace?
Well, it's been an interesting journey, you know. Amazing character, you know, tough nut to crack. You know, the thing about this guy is, I mean, you got to think about it, this man survived. He's been in 9 wars, you know, survived them all.
A tradition of many soldiers is that they keep the pin to the first grenade they pull. So I was touched when Spud had a little surprise for me.
What's this here?
Your first flashbang grenade.
Oh, good boy.
I saved it for you.
Oh, good boy.
That is good luck. So if you ever do any war movies in the future, you've got to put that to your zipper.
Good man,
and I
thank
bring
you.
Good luck, mate.
Appreciate that.
All right.
You mind how you go?
You take care as well.
See you later.
Cheers, mate.
I'm Danny Dyer. Playing hard men and acting tough has been my bread and butter. But now I've got a new role. I'm going to be tracking down some of the most feared men in the country on both sides of the law. I'm going to find out what makes them tick, how they got their fearsome reputations, and why they're considered some of Britain's deadliest men. This is my manor. I've heard a lot of stories about East End villains.
If it was big crowds, we'd use a double-barrel shotgun.
This guy, Vic Dark, is as hard as they come.
We didn't really give a shit about anyone.
If you just mention his name, people quiver.
Don't upset him because he just take your head off.
I've heard he bench presses 160. That's 2 of me. And he loves guns.
The copper's sitting next to me. I've got the gun in his neck like that.
He's a man of honour. But if you cross him, you bump.
I'm back in my own manor, London's East End. For much of its history, it was the centre of the capital's criminal underworld. It's my home turf, but will it be my toughest job yet? This is not just a birthplace of the chirpy Cockney and jellied ills. As well as being my manor, it was the home to a certain Victor Dark, one of the East End's most feared armed robbers. Had it been a life of glamour, or would I find that his crimes have haunted his entire life?
The East End's a dark place, and there's a lot of tough neighbourhoods. Me and Vic are 30 years apart, but both being hammers, I'm hoping we're going to have something in common. I'm going to try and get inside his head, but I'm not sure I'm going to like what I see.
He's the kind of character I get asked to play in films, but this is my chance to meet the real McCrory. Believed in hitting them hard and hitting them fast, and he's got a rap sheet as long as my arm to prove it. From 1974 to 1988, he carried out hundreds of raids on security vans, banks, post offices, and even a packed nightclub. He wasn't the kind to plan big jobs like the Great Train Robbery, and he never scooped as much as the legendary Brinks Mat job. He was all about the smash and grab, organised chaos more than organised crime. But it led him to spend 21 years in the slammer. I don't want to cross him, so I'm going to play it easy.
All right, Vic?
All right, Dan, mate.
All right, mate, all right.
Brings back a few memories, Canning Town, doesn't it?
I mean, you don't live around here no more, do you?
No, I wouldn't live around here, paying me, Dan.
No?
No, never been in fucking years.
No?
No, joking.
Nowadays, he doesn't make his money out of crime. Using his name and reputation, he's a legalised debt collector. And that reputation is pretty nasty.
We used to have a little bottle of pneumonia, which is like if I squirted you, you're there sort of blind just sort of for a few days or a couple of hours.
This would be innocent bank tellers. Even his closest friends know they shouldn't mess with him.
There is people out there he hasn't got respect for, and then people just stay away. Just totally stay away. I don't get frightened too much, but if I was one of them, I'd be frightened, very frightened. And I said to him, what happened if you get these heroes to come up to try and stop you? He said, in his own words, I'll blow their fucking head off.
I always remember, what's his name, summed him up, was Charles Bronson, you know, not the actor Charles, but, you know, Charles Bronson in Nick. And he said, Vic Dark is the real McCoy. He is.
In 1974, at the age of 17, Vic earned his notoriety as the leader of the Sledgehammer Gang. So called because of the way they smashed down the cashier's screens of banks and post offices.
We just pull up here, with a car, say 4 of us would get out, no, 3 of us would get out, it'd be a geezer driver.
Yep.
Then all of a sudden, we just walk straight across there, sledgehammer, the guns, walk straight into there when it's the most busiest time. Take down the screens, get behind the screens. We used to have big bags at the time, Dan, like we used to come across, they show big, they're like post office bags, great big bags. And when we got behind the tills, my mate would be the littlest one. He'd either get the door open and just chucking all the money in the bags.
Straight in, yeah.
Yeah, that's how we used to do it. So we didn't really give a shit about anyone.
Yeah.
We was in there for 5 minutes, just clearing out all the money. Then we'd just come straight out of here, get back in the cars and drive off.
In and out 5 minutes.
Yeah, that's it, that was it.
Every till would have 10 grand behind it, and they'd pick the busiest times to crash in.
Nobody move! Surprises me that you obviously look going in there when it's just, you know, when it's the most busy. You know, I would have thought you'd wait for it to calm down, but obviously it makes sense because that's when the most bows there, obviously.
There will be guns firing everywhere, warning shots over people's heads, panic all over the place.
What they didn't like, the robbery squad, because we were so young, we was only like 20 years old, obviously we're coming into banks and sorting offices, like big post offices, steaming straight in, nicking all the wedge out of it and coming straight out. They were saying we didn't give a fuck for no one. Literally, we had confrontations with people, obviously a few times.
I mean, how many would you keep it to a minimum? I mean, how many would you do a month, a week? I mean, you would never do 2 in a day, would you? Would that be taking a piss?
3.
3 in a day?
I was just beginning to see why he'd got his reputation. 3 lots of innocent people a day, terrorised with ammonia, sledgehammers and guns. Not nice. These raids went on for 4 years, until the law finally caught up with him in 1978. Vic Dark was one of the most prolific armed robbers this country has ever seen. Hundreds of banks, security vans and post offices raided and thieved from.
He's exactly the sort of person you don't want to piss off. If you do meet him, you better not cross him. He's a lovely fella, but you don't want to see him flip.
Because if he flipped, he might let off one of these. Like every workman, Vic had his tools. People didn't just hand over the cash to him. He held them up. He intimidated them. He pointed loaded guns at them and threatened to take their lives.
If it was big crowds, we'd use a double-barrel shotgun, which is like sort of snoring off, which is like looks the part. Or if it was like quick robberies, like security vans, it'd be handguns. With shotguns, there was more frightening, really. So the bigger the crowds, like a big sorting office, it would be like a sawing off shotgun. To get through the screens, we'd use hammers, big sledgehammers. Obviously, the guns I fired off was over people's heads, you know, so it wasn't at the people. I'd done martial arts for a long time. It's like when they kick, ah! You go, ugh! It's just like bang, you go, ugh! So it's just to make them jump, really. Not like obviously, once you fire a gun into someone, once again, you're going to kill them, aren't you? I've not gone with the intention to shoot anyone, you know, so I mark that's quite clear in the robber's code. You don't go and shoot people.
Robber's code or not, I can't help thinking that the people at the other end of the gun probably thought their life was over. I could see he knew what he was talking about. Now, I've played my fair share of villains in films, but didn't really know how it was done. He joined me opposite this bank to give me the inside track.
Do you plot up in a little cafe opposite, or, I mean, what did you do, a couple of days before, or?
No, what it is, a lot of people do fall over, because what happens, they go and plot something up a couple of days before, all they do, they run back to CVTV and they say, who's in the area, who was here at this time?
So you're best off, what, a couple of months before, or?
Yeah, about a month before,
About a month,
but yeah,
yeah.
6 weeks, and then come back, just do a little fly one, just one person, make sure everything's still the same,
Yeah.
and then come back, that's how you do it, really.
Would he now be doing anything else differently from the 70s?
Well, basically, it's the sort of same methods, balaclava helmets or anything with identity, gloves, you know, sort of like thin leather gloves or anything what you wouldn't leave fingerprints about. You've just got to be a little bit more aware of the cameras, a little bit aware of like leaving DNA, and obviously, you know, if you discharge a firearm or anything like that, it would go up your nose, like residue.
What's the different approaches Obviously a bank and, you know, a van.
There's different approaches to every kind of robbery. A bank's a sort of solid, so you know you're going to go in there, might be 6 or 7 tills if the safe's open. But the actual security vans works on speed, you know, like the guard gets out, bang, you're out the back of the vehicle, bang, you've got him straight away. Or if you're going to take on the big, heavy duty one, you're going to stop the van, get in the back of the van, or do you know what I mean? So it depends. Every robbery's so different from each one.
How many people do you got to work with? I mean, obviously you've got people allocated different jobs. I mean, you've got the brains, you've got the, I don't know, the brawn. I mean, how would it work?
If you're in with the chaps and like the arm robber weld type of thing, you would know who's good at who. Obviously a very short list of people.
Yeah.
But if someone's going to have a van and you want a professional person who's good at the vans, you pick him out, go on a bit of work with him. Or if you want to do a big sorting office, a big post office, you'll be going to work on sort of, you know, that type of people who are good at what they do.
I knew that Vic had been good at what he'd done, but I also knew that the law had eventually caught up with him. In total, Vic spent 21 years of his life behind bars. That's more than half his adult life. In 1978, he went down for the armed robberies. It wasn't his first time inside, but it was his first long sentence.
I've done 4 months on ABH. I've done 3 years for stabbing, GBH. I've done 12 years for a bank, 3 sorting offices and a security van. I've been in most prisons around the country, mostly up north. Even Pentonville I was in when I was a kid. Albany, Parkhurst, Lincoln, Durham, Full Sutton, Frankland, Long Larton, Strangeways, Walton, Belmarsh, Scrubs, Wandsworth, Brixton. Just keeps going on. Nearly every prison in the system.
But his longest sentence was still to come. He gets out in 1986, but it's not long before his addiction to crime gets him into trouble again, and this time it will be the stuff of legend.
I just can't get enough. I just can't get enough.
Sometimes it only takes one night, one misjudgment, and you're facing a 15-year sentence.
The news from ITN. In the early hours of this morning, he and his accomplice, both armed with handguns, raided a nightclub in Ilford and shot the owner, who's now in hospital after having surgery.
I got shot in the hand, I got shot in the groin, and I got shot through the arm.
The Penthouse nightclub, Ilford, September 1988. It's 3 a.m. Vic's brought an accomplice with him to help on the job.
I was bored. That's how it all starts. I'm bored. You know what I mean? I'm a bit trigger happy, a bit bored, taking on. It didn't really matter what I'd done. I could do security vans, banks, sorting offices. Didn't really matter to me. Up and down, it could be anything. Anything where there was money, it'd be there. I'll go and do it. That's what it was about.
He's bored, and there's 30 grand in this club. Vic and his accomplice get let in the back door by someone on the inside. They hide in a back room, waiting for a signal to move.
You sort of stand there, all getting ready, got the stuff on. So put the mask on, you're just waiting. All of a sudden, then it happens, and you go, you hear. That means give him 10 minutes to get out of the gaff, then I'm coming out.
He gives his accomplice what he thinks is a simple job.
All he's got to do is get the money and rip the phones out. That's all he's got to do. Yeah. Anyway, it goes, bang. What I've got to do now, the first thing I'll do, I've got to get everyone under control. Meaning I've got to wrap them all, or get them all together, wrap them up, have the money, slip off. That's what was supposed to happen. Nice and easy. Well, you know, what goes on next is unbelievable.
But his accomplice doesn't get the phones off, and the old Bill are called. They surround the place. There's over 100 punters still in the club. Vic's got them lying on the floor, but the place is panicked.
Everyone's running everywhere. Now, you imagine now, you've got 120 people running fucking everywhere, right? So I've got them all down in here.
It's at this point in the story where we see Vic turn. He takes the owner of the club and makes him kneel in the centre of the dance floor holding a gun to his head.
The paramount thought that I had is just how helpless I was. If they want to kill you, they want to kill you. I grabbed what might or might not have been the gun, and of course it was a gun, and it went off actually in my hand. I was holding the barrel, and when it came down, I got shot in the stomach as well. You don't feel anything when you get shot.
In the scuffle, the bullet passes through the club owner into the shoulder of Vic's accomplice.
My mate gets shot, the bullet goes through his arm, through here, out of his back, right? He's like blood spurting everywhere. It's like an heartbeat. It's like...
There were 2 injured men, but Vic was only concerned about his accomplice, not the club manager.
I lost a lot of blood and apparently caused a blood shortage in Essex and very nearly died.
David's condition was critical. I can't imagine what it must be like to be shot 3 times. Vic wasn't interested though. He still had a long night ahead.
I've got 2 options. Take my clothes off, put my natural clothes back on, walk out, no I'll get away. Or do I have to carry this, my mate, and get him away?
So Vic takes his accomplice and carries him out, leaving behind 100 stunned clubbers, the wounded owner, and all the cash. It's been a total disaster, but it's not over yet.
As I'm getting here, Dan, right, I'm carrying my mate now, I've got him like this, like that. So I've got this thing like that. As I carry like that, as I go like that, a police car goes bang. Just pulls in front of me. I haven't got to the car. I can't get to the car. Police car there, police car there. I told the copper, I said, get out of the car. I didn't want the copper, I wanted the car. To put my mate in the car, I'd been quickly injured, like, you know. So I just got my mate in the car. Then I looked, so I thought, oh, fuck it. I got the copper, he got back, we've got to put the copper back in the car. Then we're off.
This is the moment that catapulted Vic from armed robber to police hostage taker, making him, in the eyes of the law, one of the most dangerous men in the country.
The old genuine's racing. So what you imagine, I'm sitting there like that, I'm in the car, the copper's sitting next to me, I've got the gun in his neck like that. So as I said to the geezer, I said to him, you fucking drive, right? And he went, all right. As I've gone like that to take the gun off his neck to see if my mate was all right, there's a loud explosion. As the explosion went, the glass fell out, obviously the gun had gone off.
The police are in pursuit, so Vic points his gun at his cop hostage and gets him to call off the chase. He realises he's going to have to change cars, and they pull into a random side street, knock at a door, and an Irishman answers.
He goes in, gets the keys, comes out. Instead of taking the keys and walking away, he tries to give me the keys. But as he tries to give me the keys, I can't take the keys, I've got 2 handguns. I've got a handgun in each hand. So the Irishman looked at me, I looked at him, and now he's looked at me, and he knows, he's seen the guns. I thought, so I said to him, right, you're coming with me, mate.
Hostage number 2, and unfortunately for Vic, the Irishman's wife calls the police and tells them what's happened. Soon, he's got the armed response team on his tail.
I'm heavily outnumbered, heavily outgunned. I've got a wounded man. He's proper on me now, right? I still will not give up on my mate. I mean, no one in England has ever took out a geezer out a surrounded building you see surrounded by police.
Vic drops his accomplice at a safe house where he stays hidden. He's never caught by the police, but for Vic, it's a different story. The chase is taken out to rural Essex. The car crashes. Vic runs out and hijacks another car.
They forced a Vietnamese restaurant worker to drive them further.
Did you believe he would kill you?
I think sometime he might shoot me.
So what I did, I turned around and went, not at them, I went bang, bang, over the top of their heads. But I don't know what's happened. Then all of a sudden I see back, like yellow flashes, you know what I mean? Obviously, they're firing back at me, but I weren't trying to hurt them. Anyway, they was over there, so I just dug a big hole, got a few plants, put them on my head and all that, laid there, right? Now, they know I'm in the fields. They know I'm here somewhere, but they don't know where. And so I just laid there. Then they come back through again. Now, this is for nearly 6 hours. Then all of a sudden I get a bit panicked. I thought to myself, I get a thing called hypothermia, where I'm in the earth, it's soaking wet. I started really shaking, do you know what I mean?
And with that, Vic had had enough. He crawled out of the muddy hole to face the music.
Just over there, I stood up, and then that was it, Dan. And I walked out. It was about fucking 150 coppers that day. I come out with my hands up, and then...
There's just nowhere to go, was there, really?
Nah, I was fucked. I was bottled in. But they said to me, when I got back to the police station, if I stayed there for another hour, they were gone. They thought I lost me, yeah. So if I just stayed for another hour, I would never got nicked.
That night of crime cost Vic a 15-year sentence, and for his victim, it changed his life forever.
It's a cowardly way and it's a lazy way to just try and pinch what somebody else has got, especially I'm running a one-man operation. I mean, it virtually put me out of business.
David spent 5 agonising weeks in hospital trying to recover from his gunshot wound.
And I remember when I got home, eventually, and I couldn't get out of the car. I couldn't lift my leg up. And people don't realise these sort of things.
Vic had shot and injured an innocent person and taken a copper hostage. I wasn't surprised he was to have a difficult ride in jail. At the age of 31, Vic started his sentence as a top security category AA prisoner with terrorists and murderers as companions. For much of that time, Vic was thrown into what they call the blocks, in the segregation unit. He was on his own for months at a time.
I've been in segregation units for many years, and I've been down there for months, and I've been pushed to the limits, where they play about with your food, egg games don't let you out on exercise, they just like absolutely push you to the limits, turn the eating off, you're sleeping in your clothes, putting things in your food so you can't eat it, cockroaches or things or anything they can find, you know, and it's a proper head game in the prison system. And if they don't like you go into the blocks, and that's where most of the beatings take place. People will be beaten up really bad in the units, which I've been beaten up quite a few times. Had my leg, I had to walk on crutches for nearly, I think, a month, and then I couldn't walk properly for about a year, where it hit my ankle with a truncheon. So basically, I've seen brutality done to myself and many other prisoners.
I couldn't help thinking that prison isn't meant to be nice for criminals who hold guns to people's heads. But it had really affected Vic. He told me a story of his friend coming off hunger strike.
Something what really shook me and brought tears to my eyes. I was in a place called Full Sutton. I was doing a 15 then, and there was an old boy. I'm going to say his name was Ronnie, an old boy. He was on hunger strike. He'd been on hunger strike for about nearly 3 months. So you imagine his bag of bones.
Yeah.
I remember this great big screw walking up, undoing his door with his dinner, and I see him standing out and go in his food. And then I see that Ronnie, a 63-year-old man weighing about 7 stone, stand there and eat his food in front of the screw. I mean, how brave is that? I mean, it made me, I had tears in my eyes, mate.
Yeah.
I mean, when you see things like that, and then you've got the prison system, humanity, they don't know the fucking word then. Don't fucking know the word, mate.
Nah. What would you say how it is now, the prison system now? I mean, obviously you ain't been there in a while, but I mean, from what you had to deal with and from what it is now, I mean, what would you say, it's worse or?
No, I just think these silly c***s who turn around and say, it's easy, it's like an holiday camp in prison. Yeah, for the cat sees. I mean, I talk about the cat A's who banged up 23 hours a day. Well, they might have their telly now, but it don't matter, they don't get out of their cells. No. I mean, I talk about cat, I was a cat A for nearly 10 years. So what I'm saying, it's close to my heart. It's okay for these knobs to get on telly and say, and say, it's an holiday camp, it's this and that, but not for cat A.
Vic Dark, a bank robber, armed to the hilt with sawn-off shotguns, a hostage taker, and a man who's done 21 years porridge. During that time, he'd met some men that are still his mates today.
Vic's invited me to a barbecue. Now, he's told me these are the real Essex boys, yeah? So, hanging out with hooligans is one thing, but these guys are serious. I don't want to end up in a country lane, you know what I mean? See what these boys have got to say.
Unlike Vic, most of this lot haven't been inside.
Pleasure to meet you, old son. Pleasure to meet you.
Yeah.
Hello, mate.
Hello, mate. I'm a friend of Vic's, mate.
How you doing?
How you doing, son? Yeah?
Pleasure to meet you. Good as gold. Thank you. Thank you.
I am as well, mate.
Good man. Good to meet you, mate. Pleasure. All right, mate? How are you? You all right?
This is Gavin. He was inside for manslaughter at Maidstone Prison.
Yeah, no, good as gold, mate.
Did you want a beer?
Good, I've got a beer there, sunshine. Thank you very much. No, good as gold. I know it's a bit mad walking in with my camera on me.
No, we're bothered about all that. We've got cameras on us for fucking 24 hours a day.
Yeah, I'm telling me about that.
Been one of my best mates. Been one of my mates since we was kids. One of the most staunchest, nicest fellas in the world you're ever going to meet. I actually met him in Maidstone prison when he was serving 7 years for manslaughter.
Okay.
And like I say, and then we come out and we become good friends, and ever since he's been one of my best mates in the world.
And he's always been there for me.
Yeah.
And he's been a father figure, but he's always been an older brother, best friend. He always has been, and he's never wanted nothing off me.
No.
Always give me. True.
Yeah, it's good. I love him, mate.
I love you as well.
Brilliant, mate.
Have we ever took? I couldn't buy him a drink.
It's like being in an episode of The Sopranos. They all seem to love Vic, but then they've never been at the wrong end of him or his gun.
Well, he's just one in a million, mate. Yeah.
This is Glenn. He runs his own steel supply business.
Funny, really, since been seen out with him, everyone pays me on time. It's quite handy, really, yeah. All of a sudden, all these knockers don't pay me. Like, great. So I just made a phone call and the checks are in the post. But no, it's good, really, because when I first met Vic, the business was probably doing, I don't know, 7-8 million a year turnover. It's up to about 20 million now. And you don't do that sort of turnout without people like his name behind you.
Yeah.
So although I ain't got no involvement in the business, where we've grown close, if anyone ever tries to like knock me, he's just mention his name is enough. He don't even have to get on the phone.
So while they all love him, there ain't no doubt about his stature. Time for me to make me exit.
So, babe. The pals are always a different thing, you know. It's always a whole new ball game. And you know, as soon as I walked in, you know, the first geezer stands up, looks me straight in the eye. I thought, okay, what is this, a test? It's almost not mafia-like, but that, you know how they've got their circle of people and that's it.
So what had led Vic down the criminal path? I've asked him to take me back to the beginning to see where it all began, to the East End. We're driving through Canning Town, and it stirs memories for Vic.
It breeded a really hard type person, because it was the docklands, they worked in the docks, I mean, and they was nicking things out the docks. The good thing about Canning Town, it was known like, there was very staunch people, weren't they, in them days. There was like sort of, you know, anyone who come from Canning Town, most of the jails was filled up with Canning Town people, to be honest with you, do you know what I mean? We was brought up in a thing called the old school. You helped the granny across the roads, you know what I mean? You made sure you never robbed the working class person in your life, you stuck up for them.
Throughout its history, the East End has been one of the poorest areas of London. Those living here worked hard to earn their bread. However, some went further and used crime to get the jam.
If you look at crime in the East End of London in particular, I mean, you can define it in some ways as a form of self-help exercise. You know, it's the people, it's the have-nots trying to be the haves, finding their own way of getting what they need and what they want.
The courage and resilience of the East Enders was well documented during World War II. These people were bombed night after night, but however the Germans tried, they couldn't break their spirit. As London was rebuilt after the war, being an East End gangster was like being a film star. You got the best in life. There was all the glamour and all the girls. The Krays were at the forefront of the 60s London underworld. They were respected in this part of the world, and they were feared everywhere else.
They're communities that are very close, that look after themselves, that generally come out of poverty. Quite often they're using their money to help their own.
This is the code that Vic inherited, the basis of the world he operated in. He's brought me to his old neighbourhood in Leytonstone, where he grew up.
It was like a shop, and in here used to be an old junk shop, and this used to be my front door. It's the worst thing when you're a kid to live behind a junk shop. You're going to grow up with a fucking chip on your shoulder, aren't you, mate? And you literally, aren't you? My old man go, where do you live? I go, I live behind a junk shop. I thought, fuck's sake, you know what I mean? We never had a proper bath for years. You know, like, and if I wanted some shoes, I wanted that, it was all like, everything was double hard work then.
And it was at the school, yards from his home, that Vic met friends that give him his first taste of crime. While still in their teens, they began by doing jobs on jewellery shops, by making holes in the windows.
We used to have a big metal catapults, so the big things, we used to get the ball bearings. The bigger the ball bearing, the bigger the hole in the window. So like, we just stood there like that, as the lorry goes, cool. So as long as it didn't hit the silver strip, the bells wouldn't go, so it's like a bullet, it was like, whoa. And they used to go over like the old coat hangers he'd get out of the dry cleaners, you know, the thin ones and that, get a hook on it. He used to go over there and said, they called the fucking jewellery out the windows, all that. Cool, so after a little time, all these jewellery shops were getting sort of knocked out on here because obviously they were looking for guys doing all jewellery windows.
Yeah.
And I remember when I was in that house, we used to have these wardrobes, and I used to stack all my money out in the wardrobe, and I used to think, you know, here you are, big tough fucking armed robber, right, and go, when I was a kid, go, fucking hope my mum don't find out, she'll kill me. You know what I mean? That's what it was like.
We drive up the road to posh Wanstead.
I met this bird, right, this is where she lived, right? Now, you see the difference of the areas. This is like, this area was like, you know what I mean, Dan?
It's only 5 minutes down the road, isn't it?
Yeah, and she lived up here. And I went into her house and I was like, fucking hell, beautiful house, chandeliers and...
Yeah.
I mean, and this is what really catapulted me into wanting money, do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, because you see the area to where we just come from.
Yeah.
I mean,
I know, it's mad, isn't it?
This is my girlfriend, ex-girlfriend's house here. So I'd come into these areas and I'd realise what money was about then, do you know what I mean? So this is what really, really kicked me off, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I want a taste of it.
I want some of it, yeah. I weren't going to get it fucking working at Falls.
So Vic had no choice. It was his poverty that had led him to a life of crime. So his brother must be a criminal as well then. But it turns out nothing could be further from the truth. Vic's younger brother Tony is a multi-millionaire. He had the same upbringing, but made different choices, making his fortune out of packaging, not robbery.
You was chasing money at an early age, I think. And I think that was your route, you know, you was working all weekends, weren't you, on the railways, grafting your nuts off, earning 50, 60 quid a weekend, and every weekend you're just doing the same thing. I think enough was enough, and you said, this is it, I want to earn easy money.
I'm glad really that my brother took the route he did, because, like I say, it's made the family proud.
But we have made us, as I said...
Like I say, we all took different routes, and he has made us, he's a brilliant businessman, and he's put the family on the map, really.
What I wanted to know was why Vic hadn't made the same decisions as his younger brother.
Why do you think you took a different path to your brother then?
Some brothers, you can't say all brothers are the same.
No.
They're totally different. You've got two different brothers, and he, like you said, he's always been good. He's been not one of them natural people who's like, I cheat him at cards and still win. He's just one of them people. Whatever I did, whatever he's done, he's turned to gold. Living behind a junk shop, not even having no money, we both strived to get where we wanted to be. Obviously, he's took the long road and got him done really, like I say, I'm proud of him. I'm proud of the people who work hard and get there, not normal working class people. Obviously, I took shortcuts. I decided to go out and take what I wanted, and he's decided to go the right routes, which is, I know I was wrong.
Yeah.
And I say it to all the kids out there, I knew I was wrong. What I did then, I know I was wrong.
Yeah.
And I'll be honest with you, if I could change my life tomorrow and be like my brother, I would have done it. I wasn't born with a silver spoon in my mouth. I was born behind a junk shop with mum and dad, bless them. And as I say, but I weren't going to have it. I wanted to go different routes. My brother's took the time, he's got here, and I love it a bit. It's fantastic.
I couldn't believe the difference between the two. Perhaps Vic's bad example had been a warning to his younger brother.
Do you want to? I want to change the things that I do.
Vic's moved out of London now, and he's trying to make a new life for himself. Leave the past in the past.
What could be more different from the toughness of the East End than this sleepy suburban village? Vic swapped the muck and crime for mowing the grass and tending the roses.
Life for me has changed so dramatically. In this area, it's mostly like it's a sort of middle class, rich area really. Very, I suppose, ooty-tooty. There's so much greenery and just wake up in the mornings and it's so nice just to be sort of alive really. I look out, I've got big trees at the back of my house all swaying around and you know, and it's just absolutely lovely. Just like, I would never ever move back to London ever again, you know.
He's also met the love of his life, Alison.
He's completely different to what you think he's going to be. He's kind, he's gentle, he's a gentleman. I suppose that's his good quality in a man these days, anyway.
Well, you know, I love her, don't I? So this is sort of sometimes I found it very hard to love someone after so long in prison. But now sort of I've broke all them barriers down, and it's nice to find love again, you know. So it's nice.
I wondered what she made of his past.
To be quite truthful, I know bits and pieces, but I don't know everything. I don't really want to know everything. Some people have said, oh, what he's done and what he hasn't done, and I don't really want to know. I've never even read a book or nothing of his at all, so it's about now, isn't it, not the past, so I like to make my mind up about anyone anyway.
For 20 years, 21 years, I was wrapped round men, so it's nice to come out and wrap round the family again, and it's absolutely, so last thing on my mind is knocking about with gangs or groups of fellas, so I'm milking every minute of it because it's something I've dreamed about for the last 21 years.
He tends to be a bit cautious around food as well. He doesn't like going to strange places to eat. I suppose that's the effect of him being in prison all them years.
In prison, people would spat in Vic's food. He'd paid for his crimes then, and he was still paying now. I could see his past didn't want to let him go.
That's what you hear when there's a bug in your car. So now I'm going to run this car. This is how you run a car, like this.
A few years ago, the police used surveillance technology to entrap Vic.
So you run it round the bottom, like that.
He was acquitted with a conspiracy to murder charge. Today, he doesn't take any chances.
I've got to be whiter and white. I've got to be Snow White. I'm looked at all the time, so I've got to be, everything's got to be right. Car insurance, your tax, everything's got to be right. Everything's got to be paid, all the bills have got to be paid, everything's got to be done. You've got to be ultra white, especially in my situation. So, more so than anyone on the planet Earth, really.
So this gear here, what's it, illegal or what?
No, you can buy it from any shop, any spy shops. Yeah. It's called anti-surveillance.
Right, so listen, we both know you're a straight goer now. Now, why would they bug you?
Because they want to. Because what it is it's people you knock about with. So you could be at it and I don't know. I can walk up to you, you might be up to something, I don't know what you're up to, I ain't going to ask you what you're up to. I'm not a busybody fucker, am I? No. So whatever you're doing could get me in trouble because I don't know what you're doing. They think my association with you, just because I'm talking to you, means that I'm guilty of a crime I don't even know about. Yeah. So that's one of the reasons why you have got to be careful what you say. Say like you're in some people's tellies are bugged. Literally, they watch you through the telly. I know it's science fiction, but it's true. So there you go, you know you've got a bug in the telly, so you fancy your leg over, you can't even have sex in the front room, can you?
Camera in your telly, watching you.
Yeah, literally.
A couple of days is plotted up. Like, yeah. You're never going to be out of that world, are you, with the police?
No, never. No, never. No. I'm always going to have them on my back. Like I say, what you're up against is one of the biggest firms, tastiest firms, well-funded firms, probably in the world. MI6, SOCO, the old National Crime Squads. You're up against some of the biggest, tastiest firms. Do not underestimate them at any time. You know, so everything you do, you have to watch.
I had to remind myself why the police might be interested in Vic. He'd done some pretty serious crimes in his time.
The mad thing about doing this, you know, meeting Vic, is that it's the first time I've actually sort of, you know, done one of these shows about someone who's from my manor, from my area, speaks the same way as me, has been brought up with the same sort of morals. The difference being, the thing, you know, look, listen, I know his game, he's a bank robber, he's hurt people, and, you know, the fascinating thing for me is this man's done 21 years in prison. He spent half his life behind bars, and it obviously sort of moulds you into something, you know, being incarcerated.
It also seems it haunts your life forever. Vic Dark was one of this country's most feared armed robbers. He'd held guns to people's heads, but for his crime, he did the time, 21 years in total.
While Vic was in prison, he had a lot of time to think. He told me he wants to right a few wrongs. It seems to be a better use of his energy.
I met up with him at this snooker hall to chew the fat. He was upset about the number of stabbings in the news, and he wanted people to learn from his prison experience.
I'm not going to stand there and be an hero. I'm not going to say to kids like follow my footsteps, because I've been a total disaster. I've been banging up for 21 years. Absolutely hard way. There's no winners in this game. no winners. And the murder squad's rate is 99.5. They nearly get everyone. So most of them will get arrested, all these young kids. So before they do it, I just want them to know the fucking misery they're going to cause on both sides of the fence. The person who dies and the person who goes to prison. Because the person who goes to prison, he's going to get 20 years of hell. At least the kid, whoever it happened to, he didn't really know about it, but their family will. So there's two losers in that game. There's never one winner. No, in a million years does anyone win.
Vic is concerned with the high incidence of suicide in the prison system. In prison, he made friends with a guy called David Croak. Croak was a convicted murderer and was found hanging in his cell at Whitemore Prison in November 2007. Official investigations into the incident point to suicide, with these black eyes being caused by a fall. But Vic believes otherwise. He's made it his mission to help Croak's family.
We want an inquiry, don't we? We want our own people, solicitors, to interview the prisoners who were there, want the names. We want our own body to investigate what happened to your dad.
Yeah.
That's what we want.
Yeah, there is going to be inconsistencies, as I did already.
The reason I do these sort of things is that most people, when they get out of prison, they forget about the fellow prisoner back in prison. After being in prison for 21 years of my life, I can't forget.
I'm a straight goer, as they call me, and certain questions and certain people you need to speak to, it's nice to have someone like Vic who's there for you, by your side, and he's answering the questions, talking to people that you wouldn't normally be able to do.
And there's a lot of people in the prison systems who are fighting their case who've got no one to shout to, and I'm just speaking on behalf of all my friends, and there's a lot more, lot more.
At the graveside of Croak, Vic gets a chance to reflect.
I've lost quite a few friends in prison. About 11 friends have died in prison. And you wake up in the morning and you just think you're numb, you just don't understand it. It's just a list and list of people. I thought about suicide once or twice in my life in the long prison sentence I've done, but obviously I fought for it. And it is, you go to the edge. And like I say, I've pulled myself back, you know, I see my mum looking down and just trying the life out of me. I mean, I've seen people rip their intestines out, I've seen people cut their wrists, I've seen people hanging themselves. I mean, it's just prison is not what you think it is. It's a proper horror factory. I just wish I grew up some way different. I just wish, well, I can't wish it's happened. I can't feel sorry for myself.
It was plain to see that Vic's time in prison still haunted him today. But was it the prison time that he regretted, or the crimes that he'd done?
When you look back over the robberies you've done, I mean, how do you feel? You know, how do you feel about that? I mean,
I feel a bit guilty for all the people I've caused mayhem to, really.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Yeah, I feel I'd like to apologise while I'm on the programme, all the upset I caused a lot of people, but I've done my time, and I'm not proud of it.
I'd met a man who'd run around London with a shotgun and a sledgehammer, stacking his winnings in his wardrobe and living it up. But a man who'd lost 21 years shut up in jail, who was still haunted by the shadows of his past, and felt people were still out to get him. I'd found a man whose crimes hadn't paid.
I dreamed of being a family man over the last 21 years locked up, so I got what I want, and believe it or not, that's what keeps me on the straight and narrow, my family. I've got too much to lose now. The game's over. I've retired.
I'm Danny Dyer. Playing hard men and acting tough has been my bread and butter. But now I've got a new role. I'm going to be tracking down some of the most feared men in the country on both sides of the law. I'm going to find out what makes them tick, how they got their fearsome reputations, and why they're considered some of Britain's deadliest men.
Paramilitary terrorist, loyal friend, suspected killer. At one time, Sam McCrory was Britain's most wanted man.
I'm a good friend, I'm a bad fucking enemy.
This notorious ex-terrorist from Northern Ireland now lives in exile.
I want to find out what happens to a terrorist when they've lost the cause they're fighting for.
I'm not proud of what I've done, but it had to be done. I was dedicated to it.
They say one man's terrorist is another man's freedom fighter. I'm going to find out for myself.
I've come to the picturesque seaside town of Dyer in Scotland to meet Sam McCrory, an ex-paramilitary terrorist from the war-torn streets of Belfast. The Troubles was a 25-year battle between Catholics and Protestants for control of Northern Ireland. With the British Army stuck in the middle, nearly 4,000 people were killed.
They have a bloodlust, and some of them certainly appear to be psychotic killers.
Paramilitary groups from both religions were involved in everything from riots to murder.
They were like football casuals, but they were football casuals with guns.
At the age of 18, Sam was recruited into the outlawed Ulster Freedom Fighters, alleged to have killed over 100 people. These were hardline Protestants who wanted Northern Ireland to remain under British rule. They fought the Catholic IRA with a brutal violence to stop Northern Ireland from becoming part of the Irish Republic. Sam became the most ruthless and dedicated soldier of his generation and went to the ultimate lengths for what he believed in.
He had a reputation for being a hands-on trigger person. There's no question about that.
We were the business. It was us. There was no banner in us.
I'd heard rumours that Sam was now living his life as an openly gay man. This is the first time he's ever told his story. Terrorist or freedom fighter. I'm going to meet the man and make up my own mind. Sam had arranged to meet me at the end of the promenade.
I don't know what to expect, to be honest with you. I never do know what to expect in these situations. The first meet's always the toughest. Sussing each other out, you know what I mean? But I don't know, who he's going to be with. I don't know if he's going to be on his own. All I do know is that he's late. At least it's nice and open here. There's a few people about, so I think I'm going to be all right. How are you, mate?
How you doing, Danny?
Good to meet you, brother.
Right, pal, how are you?
Pleasure, mate, yeah.
Right.
What a mad place to meet you.
Do you like it?
It's mad, mate, I tell you. It's quite a nice little setting, I've got to say. Yeah.
Beautiful.
So you're going to take me on a little bit of a mission, yeah?
Yeah, no problem.
Let's have it.
Where do you want to go? Do you want to go
I
to
don't know,
Mappa?
mate. I'm in your hands. I'm in your hands.
Let's go.
All right, boys?
All right. Take him a fucking drive. Give away, cannot. We'll hold him for ransom.
I hope he was joking.
This is my local town. It's a fucking brilliant wee town.
Oh, you like this town, yeah?
Oh, brilliant, mate. People in there are really, really nice folk. And we're just heading up to my wee flat. I've been in it 7 years. I've only got one bit of hassle. So there's two guys trying to kill me, trying to shoot me down outside my flat one night.
Okay, that's all you fucking need, don't you?
Someone wanted to settle old scores with Sam after a bitter internal feud broke out in Belfast that led to him being exiled here in Scotland. It wasn't the IRA who shot at him, but someone fighting on the same side. Now he never gets a car to his front door and instead walks the last 100 yards. I was keen to get off the street and into the safety of his flat.
Hiya, pal. Hiya, pal.
Mate.
Then you come, pal.
Hello, mate. Nice little gaff. Nice and tidy.
Take a pew, mate.
He's bang on, he's sweeter than that. Thank God. It's always a bit nerve-wracking, you know what I mean? But actually, he's sweet as, he's good as gold. I feel a bit settled now.
Sam had something at the bottom of his wardrobe which gave a clue to the violent life he once led.
It's a Mark 5. I'll stop an AK-47.
A Mark 5, yeah?
Yeah.
So let's stop a bullet?
Yeah. Fucking hope so, it'll work.
I was going to say, don't really want to find
just
out,
put
really,
it up over your head, yeah. There you go.
One of them ones, yeah? So you just whack that underneath your top, yeah?
Yeah, that's all.
God, I won't feel very confident in that if someone's going to take a shot on me.
That's it.
It's still going to prop her out, though, isn't it? You're going to go over, aren't you?
Well, if really right fucking clever, they'll shoot you in the head.
Yeah, mate. A mad thing to have in your house, though, isn't it?
That's just a way of life.
Yeah, of course.
It's just right there. I haven't more. I only more when I went to Belfast. My dad was in hospital. I come up on this Shagger Road, and my mates went out here putting that on because there was a largest feed on, and I put it on, put my jacket up over it, and that was it. And then they just said, "Take it back with you," and it's fucking lying there. It's not illegal.
Yeah, of course.
It's fucking illegal about it.
Yeah, of course, of course. Of course, it's naughty, that, isn't it?
The struggle of the IRA has been well documented. But I'm on a journey to find out more about the other side, the loyalists who fought the IRA with a brutal terror of their own.
I'm a good friend, a bad fucking enemy.
Sam McCrory was a gunman in the Ulster Freedom Fighters' notorious unit, C Company. But after a bitter feud with his own organisation, he now lives in exile in Scotland, and his violent past still haunts him.
2 guys tried to kill me, tried to shoot me dead outside my flat one night.
Sam grew up in Belfast in the 70s during the height of the Troubles. He was part of a lost generation, desensitised to violence after witnessing atrocities from a young age.
I grew up seeing British soldiers coming into my country, right? Houses burning, buses being burnt, rioting, shootings. Right, so I was about 4 or 5. My dad was a vigilante, right? The main vigilante the area, right? To protect you from what we believe were their enemy, who was the nationalist community, Republicans, Catholics, nationalists. We grew up at an age when you were about 5 or 6, you went round the doors and used to collect all the milk bottles, because the men would have made petrol bombs that night to defend their area. Maybe a couple of men will give you a couple of bob to go to a shop to get yourself sweets for doing a job. You were just up every day. If you weren't collecting milk, you were throwing stones over a barricade.
Teenagers like Sam are often sucked into political violence.
Just drummed in you. Yeah. We just thought Catholics are the enemy, and they thought the same as us. We're the enemy.
Yeah.
Sam and his friends were the new generation of Protestants from the Shankill Road. More militant, more dedicated, and more violent than anyone before.
Who's surrender? The IRA had the upper hand, so we decided to fight fire with fire and fight the IRA on a level battlefield, and they didn't like it.
The man behind the balaclava in this old news footage is allegedly Sam McCrory. Filmed on Operation for C Company in the early 90s. C Company was run by Johnny Mad Dog Dyer, Sam's best friend and military commander. Together, they would turn C Company from a renegade outfit into the most feared Protestant paramilitary unit the Troubles had ever seen.
2 masked gunmen walked into this pub, shouted "trick or treat," and began firing indiscriminately. Catholics and Protestants had been drinking and socialising without division, and they were killed together. When the gunmen ran out of ammunition, they paused, reloaded, and began firing all over again.
This brutal C Company shooting was in retaliation for an IRA bomb in the Shankill Road that killed men, women, and children. Tit-for-tat murders plagued the community. Many innocent people were wrongly targeted or caught in the crossfire.
People will tell you violence is wrong, right? But I once had a policeman tell me, if you believe in it, you can't take that belief away. And I had a strong belief. What I was doing was right. I didn't do it to fill my pockets full of money. I mean, I thought I risked my freedom and I risked my life so to do what I done. I mean, I'm not proud of what I done, but it had to be done. I was dedicated to it.
But Sam lived a double life. Not only did he have to fight to protect his country, he had to fight to hide his sexuality. Being gay at the time in Belfast wasn't accepted, and being a terrorist made it even worse.
So you're openly gay, yeah?
You are.
Yeah. And what was that like in the UDA? I mean,
well, that was like a double life, because I found it very hard. Because see over there, because of the political situation, the sectarian situation, gays they weren't needed. It was like, here's another problem. You know what I mean? There's enough fucking political problems. Who are these people? I think some of my close friends knew. You know what I mean? But it was very hard to keep inside yourself.
It must have been really tough.
You know what I mean? It was dead secretive. And plus, I had to watch where I was going.
Of course.
Because of who I was and where I was attached to. But obviously, because of your tattoos and all. You know what I mean?
These tattoos are symbols of Sam's political affiliations and made going out in public difficult.
Being gay, I had to watch who was socialising with, where I was going. You know what I mean? Just in case somebody decided to set you up and get you fucking banged. You know what I mean?
What was the first tattoo that you had?
My very first tattoo was a Swift. My very last tattoo was one on my dick.
You winding me up?
No.
You got one on your dick?
Yeah. I got one on
Fuck it.
That's my very last tattoo.
Fucking, what is it?
An anchor.
An anchor?
Anchor. So when I use it, it turns out, can I wind the anchor in?
I didn't expect that. Fuck me. That's mental. Well, first impressions, obviously, he's a passionate man. You know, I've also heard that he's gay as well, and I just didn't know how that was going to work. And you know, you just get images in your brain, but actually, you know, he's fascinating. You know, it's early days yet, but I'm sure this guy's really going to. He's really going to freak me out, not in a bad way.
I took some time out down the arcade to get my head together. Meeting Sam had opened up a lot of questions. Was I just another Englishman trying to understand the Irish troubles? I need to be at the top of my game because tomorrow, Sam wants to take me back to Belfast to show me the streets where he grew up. Since moving to Scotland, he's only been back a handful of times, and always with strict security precautions in place. The danger is real, but Sam wants to show me what he fought and nearly died for. To understand his new life today in exile, I've got to go to Belfast to see it with my own eyes.
Obviously, he doesn't live there no more. He can't live there no more. He's got a lot of enemies in Belfast. And it just makes me a bit wary. I feel safe around him, but yet when we start going to Belfast, it's a whole new ball game. And I can't deny it to you. I'm scared.
It's 6 a.m. the next morning and the start of our journey.
Looking forward to it. Strange feeling getting back home. So I slept like a log, but I was waking like that, pretty excitement in my stomach.
For security precautions, I'll travel to Belfast separately. I often get recognised, and I don't want to jeopardise the whole trip by drawing attention to him. Sam's chosen to take the ferry to avoid any hassle from the police at the airport.
It's just one of these things, your past just comes back to haunt you most of the times. And as far as I'm concerned, which rightly so, I'm a convicted terrorist.
Lots of things were racing through my mind, to be honest. I wasn't exactly looking forward to hanging out in Belfast with a film crew and an ex-paramilitary terrorist. As Sam gets closer to port, he's more worried about being stopped by the police. Even though he's doing nothing wrong, he could still be detained for hours under the Prevention of Terrorism Act. And just when he thinks he's made it on board safely, disaster strikes.
Whoa! Don't film it, don't. I'll take it off you, take your camera off you.
Sam's been recognised by a policeman and stopped.
Have you any identification with you at all? Yeah. Just timed it. Thank you. Thanks, Tom. Thank you very much.
Thought I recognised the jug, that was all.
What do you reckon?
While, Sammy.
It has, it's been a while.
Thought I recognised the face.
I know, I noticed you selling there,
I just wanted to satisfy my curiosity.
Of course you did. Of course you did. Thanks a lot.
How long are you over filming?
Just a day.
Just a
Just a day. Coming back tomorrow.
Have any hassle?
Nah. Just going to do my documentary and that's it. Back home.
No problem. Right, we'll let you get on, gentlemen.
Thanks a lot, sir. See ya.
Thank you.
You noticed my face and I'm wearing sunglasses. You look at that photo, that was me 10 years ago. Look at me now. A further shaved head now. I have a tattoo on my face there. Well, no tattoos. But he still need me. Strange, isn't it?
After being stopped, the reality of what he's doing hits home.
If I'm born to be shot dead in Belfast, I'm not going to fucking drown the sea. And that's just fact of life. These people don't frighten me, they don't worry me. I don't give them a second thought. So Belfast is a long distant memory for me. I have good memories and I have bad memories.
Accompanying Sam on the trip is Dougie, a good friend and associate.
Well, I don't anticipate any problems with, obviously, Sammy's various death threats.
But despite what might lie ahead, Sam's in high spirits.
No chance. If I was caught with a firearm, I would get 25 years in prison.
I've landed in Belfast, and on my way from the airport, the cab driver shows me the mean streets where Sam learned how to be a soldier.
So Danny, first time to Belfast, yeah?
Yes, mate.
Yep.
Yep, never been here before.
You like it?
I feel quite safe in your cab anyway, yeah? Good man.
I haven't lost a passenger yet.
That's what I like to hear.
Cabbies have their own place in history in Belfast. It was often an easy way to tell a person's religion, so driving the streets was like running the gauntlet.
Say maybe the IRA fund a Protestant taxi firm to pick someone up, then they killed him.
Really?
You know, so there was many taxi drivers killed. I'm from a Shankill Road, so I couldn't go into the falls and have a pint of beer.
Okay.
Even though there's no way of telling the difference, you're not going to put yourself in a position where you feel uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Everyone knows everyone.
Yeah, of course, of course.
The Protestant Shankill Road and Catholic Falls Road were the main hotspots for sectarian violence.
It was one of the two roughest roads in Western Europe. The Falls was the other one, the running parallel. It was a war zone, frankly. I mean, there was incidents every single day, whether it was shootings, attempted shootings, whether it was bombings, whether it was hijackings, whether it was riots. You had everything there.
Back on the boat, there's still time for last-minute planning.
See when we get to Belfast, right. I'm going to show you where we're going to go, okay? This is a peace lane here. It's Catholic, and the bottom part of it's Protestant. North Belfast was called the Murder Triangle, so it was. It goes in a triangular shape, and there was that much killings. It was a very, very bad area for both religions. Catholics and Protestants committing murders.
There's a bit of history in there.
Yep. Belfast is history.
Who would have thought, folded up in there, 3,500 lives.
Once in Belfast, Dougie has made preparations so nothing will happen to Sam.
I don't see anybody running up the high street with an AK-47, but it would be a crowd rule run about Sammy, and that's where the danger would start, so I'll get people ready to move him within 5 minutes.
I'm hearing firsthand that the potential death threat is not exaggerated.
So do you think that the likes of Skelly would be welcome back here?
No.
Never?
Never. Not all of what's happened, you know, definitely not. Them boys just have to stay away, and anyone who left Belfast to go with Johnny Adair and all, they've made a decision and they'll not be welcome back.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, there was a young lad who went along with him and he was told he was safe to come back, and he came back and they killed him. So that's a message to the rest of them.
Yes.
You know what will happen.
Fucking hell. I know he's a bit paranoid about coming back here, obviously, for obvious reasons. Now, whether I'll be a target because I'm with him, I don't know. I don't know.
I'm in Belfast waiting for the arrival of ex-terrorist Sam Skelly McCrory. I've already found out that he's not welcome here.
Anyone who left will not be welcome back.
I've got to say, I quite like Belfast. It's been nice for me. I don't feel under threat at all, but, you know, bringing Sam into the mix, that changes things a little bit. I know that.
Sam had already been stopped in Scotland.
Is there any identification with you at all?
And I didn't know if he'd made it over yet in one piece.
Just intrigued to see how his journey was, you know. I'm sure it wasn't as smooth as mine. Here he is, I think. Here he is, yeah.
Hello, mate. How you doing?
How you doing, sunshine?
Okay, how was your journey?
Oh, mine was sweet as a nut. How was your journey?
Fucking shocking. Don't be surprised, within the next 24 hours we'll get stopped in North and West Belfast.
You think so?
Well, they'll expect me to be in that area making a documentary because it's about my life.
They're on us, are they?
Yeah.
Well, let's jump in the motor then and slip off lively.
No
Let's go.
With no time to lose, we hop into the car with blacked out windows and head off.
Right now, just watch it.
I'm an outlaw. Quick on the draw.
Not this one, the next one. To the right.
The first thing Sam wants to do is something he's never done before in his life. Openly cross the religious divide between Protestant and Catholic neighbourhoods.
This is what defined is a gate. So, this is me in a loyalist area, and I'm now getting into a Republican area. And this road was used on numerous occasions by both sides of religious divide for killings, bombings, whatever went on through the violence. They said this is why they erected these gates. So that, and they used to close at 7 o'clock at night, so you couldn't get through here. Fucking crazy, isn't it?
To keep the two religious communities separated and prevent sectarian murders, huge concrete walls were built, known as peace lines. Some are 40 feet high and over 3 miles long.
Really understand how much hatred there is when you have to build a wall to separate human beings at the end of the day. You know, it's pretty drastic measures. And it's only when you see it and how high it is when it really hits home, you know? Sad state of affairs.
I should have taken stupid things down the better. Right? But I'm quite enjoying this. So,
The craziness of the whole political situation was becoming clear to me. Sam is a product of his environment, but if he'd been born on the other side of the fence, it would be a different story.
This here was nationalist and Republican, and I was born here. So as you can see, if I'd have been born 50 yards that way, I'd have probably been the IRA. So I'll fight the British. I'll tie close.
It's still early in the morning, and Sam decides it's safe to visit his old stomping ground. This estate was the power base for C Company, the most feared paramilitary unit the Troubles had ever witnessed.
Different memories coming here. I actually don't even give it much thought anymore. But this was my old stomping ground. This place here, this was the heart and the base of 2nd Battalion C Company. But sadly it is no more. Used to be our office, now a house, but it used to be our office. This is where everything took place. Organised street demonstrations, military operations. This was it all here.
In the early 90s, the area was heavily patrolled by the army, but it wasn't enough to stop C Company from allegedly murdering as many as 100 Catholics.
The men in the black balaclavas ruled these streets of West Belfast, and the man in charge was Johnny Mad Dog Dyer, the feared military commander of C Company.
Skelly and Johnny were extremely close. I mean, each of them knows where the other secrets are buried.
Sam and Johnny's friendship was unbreakable, and together they would take their political struggle to an unprecedented level of brutality.
Johnny Dyer will always be my close and loyal best friend in the world. I will never ever betray him. He's my friend and I love him to death.
Sam's other close friend was Steve McKeague, aka Top Gun, who died of a drug overdose in 2000.
He was a dedicated loyalist, okay? A good friend and a dedicated loyalist and a cracking member of 2nd Battalion C Company.
They had an award ceremony for Volunteer of the Year, and McKee used to win it constantly in the 1990s. He was one of the most ruthless assassins the Troubles has produced, but Skelly would have been up there with him.
It was just quite sad that Stevie's not around anymore.
It was dawning on me how important friendship and loyalty was to Sam. He was even prepared to kill or be killed for it. Although there is peace now, many people are still coming to terms with the past. Their history is painful and not easy to forget. And I got the impression that for Sam, this trip had unearthed some painful memories of his own. At the age of 27, Sam's career as a paramilitary terrorist came to an abrupt end on a bridge in South Belfast. It was also nearly the end of his life.
I was caught at 10 to 7 in the morning with an AKM assault rifle, an SMG double magazine and a Browning 9mm 20-shot double magazine and a sledgehammer going on a military operation.
Where was you on your way to?
I was heading into West Belfast, National Republic in West Belfast. We had a target to eliminate.
Oh, you was on your way to okay, gotcha.
The authorities believe Sam's unit was on the way to assassinate a high-level IRA figure. After a tip-off, they were ambushed by a SWAT team armed to the teeth and prepared to use deadly force to stop them.
I remember getting the ridge of the bridge and I seen the fucking police car and it was parked across the bridge. They started firing at the car, we jumped out the bottom of the car to run back the way and the car was sliding along the bridge and all the bullet holes were in the side of the car and all you and they fired 33 rounds, a hack-round cock rounds. The driver gets shot in the leg, one of my arm men gets knocked down, so it was just basically fucking chaos in this bridge.
Really?
I thought it was an Oliver.
Yeah, you thought that was, yeah.
And more so even when I was on the ground, he was punching the gun in the back of my head and he was going, "You're dead, you bastard, you're dead."
It's a fucking story, that is fucking hell.
Sam was sentenced to 16 years for conspiracy to commit murder and possession of firearms with intent to endanger life.
The Crown opposed bail because of the risk of further offences, given what he called the murderous activities of the UFF.
Sam was sent here to the most secure prison in Northern Ireland, the Maze. Inside its walls were some of the most dangerous men in the country, responsible for bombings, directing terrorism, and cold-blooded murder.
I've heard a lot about this place. Seen a lot of it on the news, but when you actually get here, it looks so intimidating, grey and just like, you know, we haven't been given permission to film in there, so it isn't such a bad thing really. I don't really fancy walking about in there, you know.
There was 52 people on the two wings and I knew 40 of them.
Yeah.
And a lot of them were from Mashaka Road, who were my friends.
Yeah.
That was our home, so we made it our home. When you look at those prisons, they're all working class boys. Both sides. Republican lawyers, there's no fucking upper class and middle class people in jail.
No.
The Maze's reputation as a hellhole was a far cry from the reality of incarceration on Sam's wing. They enjoyed privileged status as political prisoners and even had conjugal rights. Sam was regularly visited each month by his partner, Harry.
The authorities, I think, turned a blind eye to what was going on in the Maze. I mean, they had everything. They had drugs, they had mobile phones. I mean, they had conjugal visits. They bribed prison officers. They could have sex with their partners. All this happened. One Halloween, I think it was 1998, they had a firework display. And people reported driving on the motorway past the prison seeing fireworks flying into the air. This was not the top security prison that people thought it was.
It was said that some of the best parties in Northern Ireland took place inside. Believe it or not, these party photos were taken inside the Maze and show the summer barbecue that Protestant prisoners and their families held annually.
Get your rocks out running, shake 'em down, get 'em up downtown.
walked into a room and there was a table and the two boys are sitting there, Skelly and Johnny, covered in tattoos, of course, and their shorts, and looked as if they were on holiday. They could have been in Ibiza.
This is probably going to sound really fucking strange. Some of my happiest moments were in there.
Really?
Some of my funniest times were in there. There was some good laughs.
It's a shock, really. You know, it's prison. At the end of the day, it is prison. You're losing your freedom. It's a punishment. Actually, it wasn't that vibe, clearly. But these are very powerful people who still had a big sound society even behind here.
Sam was a military commander inside the maze, and one of the prisoners' Secretary of State, Mo Molan, visited for controversial peace talks.
You can film this place up and down the two wings. You can ask anybody what they want. They'll answer the questions for you, lads.
In 1998, Sam was released along with 428 other prisoners as part of the historic Good Friday Agreement. It was an uncomfortable moment for many in Northern Ireland, but essential for peace and reconciliation.
What you did was inhuman. Try to become human again.
Sam had lost 7 years of his life inside the maze, and his only concern now was to spend time with his partner Harry, who was deathly ill after a car crash. He shunned the glare of the media spotlight and moved to Scotland to be with him before it was too late.
I come over here and I looked after my partner. I moved here on a Sunday and I nursed him till he died the 10th of January 1999. So he died on a Sunday morning. I was in love with the guy was in love with me, and we worshipped each other. Death is a strange thing. I should have been used to it. I've lost that many people, but I'll never forget him. I'll never ever forget that day. And yeah, he was a lovely man, he was a delightful man, and he'd give me the earth and I'd give him the stars out of the sky.
Before returning to Scotland, Sam has one last thing to do. He wants to pay tribute to his fallen comrades and friends who were killed during the Troubles.
There's an awful lot of loyalist paramilitaries buried here. This is like their graveyard.
Almost 4,000 people lost their lives in Northern Ireland during 25 years of political violence.
I always find it quite, it's quite a moment coming to a cemetery anyway, you know, so it's always a bit, whole mood changes, it all gets a bit tense, but I mean, he's a tough guy, you know, but you can't help but think, you know, get a sense that he's, you know, it must be a moment for him to come over here. You know, he's sort of, I've left him to it really, he's just wandering about looking for Top Gun's grave now. It's obviously a very emotional thing for him, you know, I don't want to question him too much, you know. Just let him get on with it.
It's been a sobering journey for me. I understand now that Sam was a foot soldier in a political struggle that had spiralled out of control. Death was commonplace, and lots of innocent people were caught up in the violence. When peace eventually broke out in Northern Ireland, Sam couldn't share in it and was forced into permanent exile in Scotland, where the next chapter of his life awaited as an openly gay man. Sam McCrory was a member of a paramilitary terrorist group in the 80s and 90s, allegedly responsible for murdering as many as 100 people. In Belfast, I discovered the brutal and at times surreal environment that made him. But I still didn't know if he had any regrets about his actions or how he reconciled his violent past with his peaceful future.
Sam is a complex individual. You know, he's definitely a tough lad, there's no two ways about that, but there's a softer side to him, you know, that I'm very curious about.
Sam lives in exile amongst the fishermen and seaside cafes in Scotland. He's still under death threat from enemies in Belfast and unable to benefit from a peaceful Northern Ireland, which he fought for at great personal cost. His best friend, Johnny Dyer, joined Sam in 2000, and his arrival in this sleepy town caused an uproar.
Even the local police don't know where in Ayrshire the mob are currently holed up, but they are worried it won't be long before they make their presence felt.
Excuse me, turn that camera off. Turn the camera off.
Johnny Adair lives in the next village 5 miles away from Sam, and I asked to meet him. These two had fought together, been to prison together, and nearly died together. But there was no one else who was closer to Sam, who could throw some light on what made him tick.
You don't knock, I just go on in.
You just go in, yeah?
I go on in, that's my best mate. You don't knock. Danny.
Johnny,
Danny.
Pleasure,
All right,
it's good to see you. Pleasure, man, thank you. Right. Thanks for letting me up in your house, man, thank you.
You're welcome.
Beautiful gaff.
True, True.
Sunny True.
Famous for golf and then famous for Johnny Adair.
Yeah. Nice. That's lovely round here, isn't it?
Tiger Woods along comes to play us golf.
Are you good at golf? Is he any good, Sam, or what?
No, I'm not
I don't play golf.
Yeah?
It's good at other things, but it's not golf.
I know how close you two are, you know what I mean, but what was he like as a mate, you know?
It's like being married to someone. I believe personally that you'll only ever in a lifetime find one true love, like your wife, if you're in love, right, and you marry her, you'll only find that once in a lifetime. With people like Sammy, you'll only find, as a friend, you'll only find that once in a lifetime.
Yeah, absolutely.
And that's a fact, that's a
rare
fact.
thing.
We can all say we've got hundreds of mates and all, but through experience I know, I had all these mates, I had thousands of mates, but when the chips were down, when I had nothing to offer these people, the names were out. Do you understand what I mean? But with Sammy, see, Sammy can take you with bread or Sammy can take you with butter. He'll always be there for you.
Yeah.
And that's the best thing about him.
Their friendship was nearly ended in 1999 when Johnny was shot at a UB40 concert.
We had an amazing time. And then this horrible song from UB40, it's a song I hate, it's called The Train Is Coming or something. All I heard was choo 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 choo. Next thing, boom, someone came up behind me and shot me in the head. Luckily for me, it was a damp round, so therefore there was not enough powder in the shell to actually blow my brains out, so it just went into my head and travelled up and just lodged there. That was it, just got to the hospital, and lucky enough they took the round out and I was alive to fight another day. Our life was just constantly being harassed by security forces or being targeted by the Republican movement, and it's really hard. It's unlike football hooligans where it's every Saturday. This was every night, 24/7.
Yeah, absolutely.
We just volunteered for operations. We never questioned orders that we were given, and obviously we were good at what we did. And well, Sammy was never a man for rank. He was more a foot soldier than he was more a giver than a taker. No, you know what I mean?
You're mad.
I had to keep reminding myself that I was standing in a kitchen with two of the most notorious terrorists from Northern Ireland. They've never been charged with any specific murder and were reluctant to talk to me about certain details.
Oh, it's not legally?
Legally.
Absolutely.
No, we can't. No, we fucking can't.
No. The river has it? No,
the river has it. Internet Street,
What remains unsaid speaks volumes about the dark secrets that Sam and Johnny must share. Hearing them talk so casually about political violence, even cracking jokes, was a mad, surreal experience. And I felt drained afterwards.
Oh, fucking hell. Mad dog. I mean, it says it all really, doesn't it? Now, I'm just, I was very interested to see what their relationship was like. And, you know, it's obvious they've been through a lot of shit together, these two.
Today in Scotland, Sam is determined to make the most of his freedom and live life to the full.
Sit down, you fucking behave. Yo! Got it, Link! Sit down, Link! Come here, you slippery fuck. Fuck's he is all amateurs. Don't want blood in my hands. It's a good laugh. 21 in my cut. So I'm well pleased.
After years of having to hide the fact he's gay, he's openly embracing his sexuality and wants the world to see a new side to him.
Joe! Again. How you doing, buddy?
Hi, Joe.
Enjoying to see you.
Right, how are you?
How's things?
Alright, fantastic. The only person I know that's gay in Ayrshire is me and him, as far as I know.
We're going for a drink and all, like, we're good buddies now. Just comes with your reputation, we have to look good. He's an icon, I'm an icon.
I'm a hit figure.
I'm a gay icon, so
Every year he attends gay pride marches around the country and has been welcomed by the gay community.
I just believe in equality for everybody. Gays, straight people, black, white, Asian, Indian. You know, we should all be able to live in a multicultural society without prejudice. Lots of people in the gay community up and down this country who know what I was and they don't judge me, they judge me as I am today. My past is my past. Until the day I die, that will follow me. I can't change it. I can live with what I've done and I can move on. I hope the rest of the community can move on and the rest of society can move on.
There are no winners and losers in Northern Ireland's history. In the battle for hearts and minds, thousands of people lost their lives. Some will never forgive Sam for his actions, nor will they forget. But he wants the world to see he's a changed man. His past will never go away, but Sam has an opportunity to make amends for the future. The final chapter in Sam McCrory's life has not yet been written.
I'm Dyer. Playing hard men and acting tough has been my bread and butter. But now I've got a new role. I'm going to be tracking down some of the most feared men in the country on both sides of the law. I'm going to find out what makes them tick, how they got their fearsome reputations, and why they're considered some of Britain's deadliest men.
This is the Ultimate Challenge!
I know I've done a few naughty things in my life, but I'm not sure I deserve to be sent to Coventry. Literally. And not only that, I'm here to meet a guy with a fearsome reputation, a fighter who's feared on the deadly cage fighting circuit.
Let's hear it for Barrington! Patterson!
He lives to fight, whether it's outside a pub or in the ring. He'll go up against anyone, anywhere, anytime.
Bashing someone up, the pleasure I'll get out of doing that.
He loves the adrenaline rush that only a fist connecting to flesh can provide.
That's an offensive weapon. You know, I could stand there having a row with him, one bang, bang. Split his skull open, that's a fucking murder.
I'm in the Midlands on my way to meet a vicious cage fighter. His name is Barrington Patterson, also known as Baz.
Weighing in at 110 kilograms, he is from Coventry. Let's hear it for Barrington Patterson!
Cage fighting is a no-holds-barred mix of martial arts. It's brutal, bloody, and a very big business, with more than 300 million fans around the globe. Black belts and fancy moves are no match for the sheer ferocity of this new breed of fighters. Barrington has fought from Russia to Rio and from Hawaii to Holland. But for him, it's not about the belts, the money, or the fame. It's all about the fight. But the time has now come to give it all up. And Barrington is in training for the biggest fight of his career, his last. But he's got a hunger for winning, so he'll treat it as if it's his first.
Barrington is still Barrington. You can't really tame a lion, can you?
He's known to be even scarier out of the ring.
If you don't know him and you piss him off, be it at your own peril.
Met this guy a few years ago. Back then he was a football hooligan. If I remember rightly, he was a proper hard geezer.
An important game like this morning, I get up, do my stretching, put my legs up and thought, yeah, I want to kick some fucking ass today and go home.
Of all the hooligans I met, he was physically the most imposing of them all, and you could just tell this guy had a passion for violence. I heard he's got his last cage fight coming up. It's been a while since I last saw him, I'm looking forward to seeing if he's changed. He's asked me to meet him at the place where he comes to relax.
I certainly wouldn't place him at a golf range, but who am I to argue? It's nice, isn't it? Nice and quaint. There he is, look at the size of him, look, monster. Baz, my old son.
Oh, my old China.
It's been a while, mate, isn't it?
Oh, sweet, mate, all right.
Good to see you, mate. Yeah, you're looking really well, mate. Didn't expect to see you on a golf range, smashing balls, you know what I mean?
It's just a bit of time for relaxing before I have the big one, you know.
Yeah? So you've been behaving yourself?
That's a naughty word. Me behaving myself.
Barrington learnt all he knows from fighting on the streets as part of Birmingham City's notorious hooligan gang, the Zulu Warriors.
That's in my blood, man. I'm a blues fan, and I'll always be a Birmingham City fan. No one will ever take that away from me. I'm a Zulu, and that's it, man.
But even hooligans have to work, and what better job for Barrington? Bouncing.
I started working when I was 18, 19. And half the time I was fighting 7 nights a week.
Back in the 80s, he could get away with it by hitting first and asking questions later. But in 2001, you couldn't get a doorman's licence with criminal convictions of GBH and assault. Barrington's bouncer career ended.
Practice swing and all? You're saying you're coming to the end of your run now?
Coming to the end of my runway, man. I've had a good run. I've had a brilliant run. I got my last fight in October. I'm going to call it a day,
do you think you'll be able to call it a day, or what? Is it going to be as easy as that?
No, it's going to be hard. I love having a tear up. I love having a tear up. You know, 2 gladiators in a ring or a cage, just having it off, man.
Yeah, and not getting nicked for it.
I wish I was back in the Roman times, yeah. Not getting nicked for it, yeah.
Fighting for Barrington started out as a form of defence as a youngster. It then turned into an extreme form of escapism as a teenager. Is it simply to escape the pressures and mishaps that life's thrown at him? And what happens once he gives it all up? How else does he get his kicks? If violence was a drug, Barrington would be an addict. And I don't want to be there when he's going cold turkey. Sorry, mate.
I've been sent to Coventry to spend some time with cage fighter Barrington Patterson. We met up at the most unlikely of places and still managed to take a few hits. This intimidating character was training hard for the final cage fight of his career. Cage fighting combines all the areas of mixed martial arts, including kickboxing, wrestling, karate and boxing. You're allowed to do pretty much anything except poke the other geezer in the eye or fondle his family jewels. Barrington has brought me to one of the gyms he trains at to show me his moves.
Well, me and Baz are going to have a right tear up now. No, it's been on the cards for a couple of years. You know, I'm popping my pants, to be honest with you. Nice.
Today's lesson is in grappling, aka ground and pound. It's where you get your opponent to the ground and pound the life out of them.
You get on your fours like this.
So you're going to show me a bit of grappling?
Yeah.
So I'll go like that.
So you're grappling like
this?
So you just keep working each other like this.
What you're trying to do is get him in the mouth and round the neck, innit?
I'm trying to get
that size of it.
You there?
Fucking right on the calf, that is. Fuck, man.
Cool.
Oh!
Look at his ceiling there.
So
the guy's on him, like...
Yeah,
on top of him. Yeah. The guy's flat, so he can't move then. Then you can bash him. And you come on there, right underneath his nose there.
Yeah.
Tap him out.
Fucking hell. So basically, that's... I would say there, you ain't really got to work on it too much, really.
No, there was a lot to work on.
Yeah.
Especially, if you're standing up.
Yeah.
Well, you get everything starts from standing up from there. Yeah. So you can have a gear there.
Gotcha. Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Then do I from there.
Why do you prefer doing this than boxing? I mean, boxing is too restricted. You want to do more.
It's not, I got a disability in the eye.
Okay. No, I'll just ask you about how did that happen to you? Why?
It happened about when I was about 7 years. I had an argument with my sister, and she threw a can at me.
A can?
Blind in the eye.
You went like that,
I can't remember if it was full of drink, but she threw it at me and it caught me in the eye.
How old was you?
About 7 years old. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I got no pupil in the eye.
Okay. Now. Okay. Yeah.
So
of course.
I couldn't get a licence to box.
Is that not a disability with this as well, though? I mean,
it doesn't stop me.
Well,
you know, if they gave me a licence to box, I'm sure I'd put. You know, I'm sure I'd do a good job at it as well, but can't get a licence to box.
And that's okay.
I can get a licence to cage fight. I can get a licence to kickbox. You know, I look at my disability like I said I've got, and I've only been knocked out once, and I've been all over the world fighting.
The more I get to know about Baz, the more I admire him. I can't believe he fought in over 20 professional fights, and all with just one eye. He's a man who works hard to get what he wants, and he won't let anything get in his way. But I have to wonder what sort of a childhood he had, if cans were being thrown around the place. It must be hard to see those right hooks coming at you.
Had a little bit of a grapple with a Baz. It's interesting because obviously last time I met him, you know, he's just a football hooligan. He's talking about, you know, street brawling and kicking off in mass numbers, where actually he's quite a serious fighter, you know what I mean? He takes it very seriously. And I've not seen that side to him yet, you know, and he's very impressive, and the power on the man. I mean, let me just tell you something now. When you got Baz laying on top of you, you know about it.
Barrington's final cage fight will be in Rotterdam against Dutch fighter Bob Schreiber, a.k.a. Dirty Bob.
This character, he's a legend. You know, it's like referring to football. Somebody's had the opportunity to play football against Pele or Georgie Best or someone. I've seen him put so many people's lights out.
I've always liked the way this guy fights, the way he carries himself. I respect the guy a lot, and this will be it.
With his kickboxing background, Barrington's kicking and punching is very strong.
If he hits you with that right hand, you stay hit, you're going to sleep for a long time. Barrington's other good asset is his feet. He's so flexible with his feet. He's knocked people out in here with head kicks.
Bob is an all-rounder, and whilst Barrington may have looked like a good grappler against me, grappling is actually his weakest area, and Bob will no doubt use this to his advantage.
He might try to take Barrington to ground because he knows that's his weakness. If he goes on his back, that's where he's weak, and a good ground fighter always does well against Barrington, so we don't want him on his back, we want him standing up.
Barrington will have to train hard to make sure that Dirty Bob doesn't manage to get him to the ground. If this happens, he could not only lose, he could be seriously injured. With only a few months to go, Barrington needs all the help he can get with his grappling. The best way for him to practice is to go up against a strong opponent and spar a few rounds. Barrington is a well-known figure in these parts, and it's a big turnout considering it's just a spar. Today, he'll be going up against Mark Goddard. Mark is a true professional fighter, about to break into the UFC circuit with the same weight, but Mark is 10 years younger, so no doubt he'll give Barrington a good workout.
I'm just excited, really. There's a nice little bit of tension in the air, and I just want to see it go. You know? And if they both keep getting leery, I'll jump in the cage and I'll knock the pair of them out.
His girlfriend Lucy has come along to watch with her daughter Mia and Barrington's son, Kai. They're not fighting at full power because neither of them want to get hurt, but it's still an essential part of training for Barrington in the lead-up to his big fight. Grappling is one of Mark's specialities, so he's the perfect sparring partner for Barrington.
Go on a pace.
yeah, it's quite a bit more lively than what I thought it was going to be, to be honest with you. You know, he's got his retirement fight coming up, so he couldn't, you know, he didn't want to go full throttle, but you just get a sense. Just imagine that man running towards you, you know what I mean? It's, you know, it's powerful stuff, you know. I mean, how does it make you feel watching your man, though, in a ring, top off, being a right, you know, being a warrior? Does it do it for you or what?
Does it do it for me? It must do, mustn't it?
Does it for me, babe, I've got to tell you that now. How did you like, don't it scare you, watching that? It does scare you a little bit, yeah? Yeah? You don't want to see him get hurt, do you? But that was all right, that, though, wasn't it? Because it was a bit like play fighting, wasn't it? Yeah? How does it feel, you know? He's a beautiful kid, but how does it feel having a little
it's
here?
nice. I want him to be a fighter as well.
Oh, you do, yeah?
Yeah, I'd love him to be a fighter.
Oh, you'd agree with that?
He's too good. He's too
good looking, isn't he?
As you can see, he's too good looking for that.
He's got a good boat about him. He's got a good hairdo about him as well. But you quite like having him there, just watching you and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah. I mean, he fights every day.
Yeah.
He goes in my bag, puts my gloves on.
Yeah.
And he bashes me, I'll bash him back as well. So
yeah.
I'll sneak the little 1 or 2 hard ones in.
Chopping the boy up early doors.
Yeah.
The kids have clearly picked up some tips, but I think Kai's got a bit more work to do staying on his feet. Barrington has to make a living to fund all this training. He used to work as a doorman. In 2001, new laws came in, and with his criminal convictions for assault, he can't get a licence. So he now oversees a team of 50 men who run over 20 of Coventry's toughest doors.
I'm a consultant in my mate's security company called Jab UK. My job is to go out and check on the door and make sure they're on time, they're dressed properly, and any issues, any problems, I'll try and sort them out for my doorman. So I know a lot of people anyway, so it keeps a lot of pressure off my doorman.
With a population of 300,000, over 7,500 violent crimes are reported in Coventry every year. Most of these are alcohol-related offences. It's Barrington's job to oversee sorting out the dodgy doors that no one else will touch.
He's going to give me a rare insight into the dark and dangerous world of being a Coventry doorman. For most people, their job's 9 till 5, but for Barrington, it's 8 till 4 a.m, where he runs some of Coventry's most dangerous clubs. So how does it work overnight then? I mean, what you running back and forth or what?
Most times just doing this, running backwards and forwards to and from Leamington to Coventry all the time.
I mean, do people start on you? Do you get people that try and get leery around you?
Only when they're fucking pissed.
I was going to say, because I'm not being funny, have you got any sense, right? And why is anyone going to start giving it to you? Do you know what I mean?
You see, like around most arseholes in Coventry, everyone wants to make a name for themselves.
Yeah, but listen, coming up to you ain't going to make a name for yourself. All you're going to do is you're going to mug yourself off. And what you're getting at, you getting out the motor to 30 geezers or what? You know what I mean?
Sometimes you are. That's why I play golf as well, you see.
What, to spot? What do you mean? What?
That's why I play golf.
Just to de-stress yourself?
Nah, keep my club in the back.
OK, gotcha.
A few minutes into our tour, and Barrington spots some trouble. Me and the TV crew is a sure way of attracting all the nutters.
That's a legend. Sure.
Hello, darling. How you doing? Pleasure. See you later. I'm going to be honest with you. I've only been down here 5 minutes, and already it's kicking off left, right, and centre. It's about 10 o'clock already. It's that mad mentality in the town. Nutty birds everywhere. I feel a bit digi. Even though I've got Barrington around me, I feel a little bit digi. Let's jump back in the motor lively. Tell me about some of the trouble that you've had around this sort of
When I first started back working here in 1988, 89, one of my mates, who was a doorman, he got stabbed to death just outside here. I was there the night when a guy got shot. That's the place there where I got attacked myself by a geezer with a knife.
Really?
Yeah.
As a doorman, I would say it's a tough job in the fact that you're almost a sitting duck in the fact that if you throw somebody out,
yeah,
they know exactly where you're going to be, don't they?
Oh, yeah, definitely.
So, I'm sure you get a lot of threats.
Like, for instance, in there one night, this guy was arguing with his girlfriend. I pulled him off and he swung a punch from me. I banged him, knocked him out. Standing there 5 minutes later, he drove a car through the door.
He drove a car
through the door? Man to the pavement, the car comes straight through the door. Now when guys say to you, I'm coming back, that's when you got to take them things seriously.
You do, yeah.
Because they do come back. And half the time they're coming back with a gun or something like that. Yeah, like years ago when guys used to say, I'm going to shoot you, you just laugh, fuck off, it's about laugh it off. Now you got to take them seriously, man. If someone says to me, I'm coming back with a gun, I'm slapping the fucking head off you.
Yeah.
This door business is a really full-on job. It's not just standing around checking people's ID. These guys are putting their lives on the line. This is Spud Street, a stretch of road so dangerous that even 2 of the chip shops need security.
I feel like I'm in lawless Britain.
For the first time since filming this series, I've been provided with a bit of security, and I can tell you, I feel much safer with Baz and his mate Andre watching me back. Visiting one more bar in the roughest end of town might not have been the best idea. With my mug here, I have a feeling that Baz is getting more attention than usual. It's like being trapped in the opposition stand at an away match. I'm a bit worried about how he's going to react.
His reputation in Coventry is, don't annoy Barrington. He'll give you a chance. He'll give you an option to go. If he punches him with his power, he's probably liable to break the neck. So he tends to just hit you with an open hand, which usually does the trick.
Andre keeps me out of harm's way, whilst Barrington takes care of a little business. He calls in one of his doormen to do the dirty work.
Fucking man! Fucking way!
Right, it's 2 o'clock in the morning. I just want to go back to the hotel. Barrington's at it all night. I'll say good luck to him, mate. I tell you.
Barrington Patterson is a cage fighter.
Triple right hand. Let's go.
He was on a strict training regime leading up to his last ever fight. He spends hours every day running, grappling, kickboxing, doing weights, working on every aspect of his fight to get in the best possible shape. He stays focused during training by avoiding alcohol, eating well, and getting lots of sleep. Well, as much as he can when he's not supervising the doors.
I was out with Barrington all night last night. I got a sense of what his job's like, how manic it is. I think the best way to get to know someone is to see them in their home environment, so he's invited me round his gaff. How are you, sunshine?
Oh, not too bad, mate, yourself?
I'm good, man, I'm good.
Yeah.
Look at that, look, get on that parrot, look. Is that your best pal, then, that parrot?
Hello.
All right, pal, how you doing? Everything in order? Oh, mate.
Come here, man.
Barrington wants to show me the footage of one of his fights. Entertainment the whole family can enjoy.
What's that feeling there, though, Baz? It's built up.
It's just unbelievable, man. You know what I mean? It's just unbelievable. You just want to get in there and get it on.
Barrington tends to be aggressive right from the start.
No eyeballing, nothing. You're just going to get straight on with it, mate.
Barrington just so strong.
Oh.
A few minutes in, Barrington starts to look in trouble, but it's not because of a punch.
Had all DP all over his body. So when I got in close to him, he's rubbing my face on his chest, and my eyes started burning me.
Really?
Which is illegal to have DP on your bloody body.
Is that why you picked him up and threw him?
So I think he's had to adapt.
Oh, he's caught you there, isn't
Barrington may want to put more snap into his kicks if he's going to kick him.
That's where I ended up breaking 2 bones.
Really?
Yeah, from that, yeah.
Barrington trying to keep the distance.
So you're still kicking off when you broke your hand?
Yeah.
Two completely opposing. Nice trip there.
Injuries are rife in this sport and can range from traumatic brain damage to joint injuries and fractures, and once even death.
This could be the beginning of the end. A big heavy shot. And again, the left hook.
Get hold of that, mate. Get hold of that.
I think there's more of a buzz in a match or on the street than this. Yeah.
That's interesting.
Well, this is a controlled environment.
Yeah.
This is controlled. Yeah. Whereas out on the streets and
anything goes.
Anything goes.
The chaos of it, I suppose.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
It's also that feeling, I suppose, of having to tear up with a group of people. And in there, you're on your jack.
Exactly.
Is that it, yeah?
Yeah, that's it, man.
Oh, man.
Done in proper.
What a feeling.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a winner in 1 minute 33 seconds of the second round.
Now that I've seen him in action, I think it's time to challenge Baz to a few rounds.
Yeah.
I've picked up a few tips along the way. I reckon I can take him.
Fucking hell. I'm a bird, look, birding me right off here. It could sort of switch on him here, because he might get up by a bird. Easy. Bump. Oh!
Am I winning, Kai?
No, he's going over. He's been tumbled by a bird. He's gone over as a treacle and all.
I can't believe you come to my house and beat me in my own fucking house.
I know. It's the only time I'll be knocking your daddy out. Don't you worry about that.
Go on, show you around
Come in,
upstairs.
son. Show me upstairs. See you later, my old son. We'll have a bond up later.
Me little gaff.
Barrington has 4 daughters to 3 different women, but his youngest child and only son, Kai, is the apple of his eye.
Blue bedroom, I see. Is it nice to finally have a boy in?
Yeah, I've always wanted a boy. I've got 4 girls now and my boy, so
yeah.
I'm happy with that, man. I finally got a boy.
Yeah. No, it's nice, isn't it? I'd like to have a boy
I
myself.
love all my kids, but my boy's different.
Yeah, it's your boy, it's your little soldier, isn't it? He's a good kid as well, isn't he?
But you have to wonder what his relationship is like with his daughters.
Is the oldest with you, though? I mean, obviously, you've not seen her since she was 6 months.
Yeah, I haven't seen her since she was about 6 months old, but like I said, I'm not that hard to find, man. You know what I mean?
Are you intrigued, though? You must be intrigued.
I am, especially when I'm in Birmingham quite often, and I'm thinking someone walks past, I think that could be my daughter, I don't know, but I'm just getting on with my life, man. You know what I mean? I'm not that hard to find.
Barrington's own father wasn't around when he was growing up.
Well, my mum and dad were living together. I think it was about 6 or 7 of us. And when we were living in Barrington, my dad was in some trouble, stabbed this Asian guy, and ended up in jail.
Without a father figure there to guide him, Barrington fell in with the wrong crowd.
All right, mate.
There you go, you all right?
I'm Baz, little Baz. Zulu Warrior, BCFC, you got the one.
Many of these guys were also involved. The Zulu Warriors, Birmingham City's notorious football hooligan gang. Football hooliganism was rife in the 80s, and the Zulus had a reputation for football violence, and Baz was always on the front line. Racial tension was high in Birmingham in the 80s, and the Zulus had a checkered history. The original Birmingham City firm was made up of right-wing skinheads. Music, fashion, and the large multiracial population of Birmingham soon had its effect, and the Zulus were born.
Black, white, Indian. You're Birmingham, that's it, no matter what colour you are. So it's not just because it's Zulu, it's not a black thing. We're just Birmingham. Everyone wants to fight us.
His mate Scouse was often on the front line next to him. They decided to go for a drive back to Birmingham City Football Stadium.
Like Birmingham City's just over there, so all these little back streets here, in the past have been very active. Battlegrounds, man.
Whilst they talk in past tense, it was only recently that Barrington got into trouble with the police on the way to a game.
His friend was in trouble, and he's asked.
I ain't gonna see what 20, 30 Leng jumping on my mate, bashing my mate with truncheon, even while he's on the floor. I ain't gonna stand there and watch that happen. I'm not gonna stand there and watch that happen to anybody in my company. no matter if it's my friend or not, if you're in my company, I ain't gonna stand there and watch it happen. I jumped in there. Got gassed, got bashed, just one of them.
Barrington got charged with assault and obstructing the police. He was fined £100 and lucky to escape a jail term.
You know, at the end of the day, I'm a martial artist. Tell you the truth, it takes one kick or one punch to kill someone. You know, I could stand there having a row with him, one bang, bang, he's gonna fall down, bang his head, split his skull open. That's a fucking murder.
If he used the same power on the streets that he uses in the ring, he could get himself into some serious trouble.
I wouldn't like to go back inside, but you never know what's around the corner, man. No, it's not fun, man. The food's fucking shit, the screws are shit, and half the people are shit. You know, you can't go for a fucking shit without someone watching you. You know, you can't probably toss your fucking salad without someone watching you.
Inside, Birmingham supporters trying to get out onto this outstanding.
From what I know about football hooligans, these firms see themselves as more than friends. Together as the Zulus, they become family, a tribe. It's the violence they face together that strengthens their bond. With no father around, maybe Barrington was looking for a sense of belonging with the Zulus. Barrington grew up in an inner city area called Handsworth. Every Sunday, he goes to visit his mum who still lives there.
You're glad it's my last fight?
Yes, I tell him to pack it in long time ago, but him say him love it, so that's why I leave him to it. You know, make him make up his mind when he's ready.
Enough's enough. I've had a good run. I've had a brilliant run. I've been fighting for 17, 18 years.
Barrington's sister and nieces join him.
This is my daughter. We're not fighters, really. We just we love the gym.
Church people.
We go to church, yeah.
We're trying to get him into it, but
and I believe by faith he's coming through. He's coming through. Yes, he is.
I've got a long wait, man. As I say, man,
That's what you think.
Listen, as I say, man, I'm just too busy spending time looking good.
Even to be able to do the sport and the kickboxing that he does, and to get so far in it, he thinks it's him. It's not him. It's God.
Hold on, excuse me. I've done all the physical work.
But God's given you the strength and the health and the ability to do it all. So that's it.
It's all God.
I've done the most important part of it. He's given me the strength to get in the ring and fight, but I'm the one who's actually getting into the ring fighting and coming away with a couple of bruises.
You're contradicting yourself.
Listen.
You just said he's giving you the strength to get in the ring and fight, but then you just said you're the one that's getting.
Yeah, but I'm the one who's getting the bruises, don't I?
His family have clearly tried to steer him into what they think is the correct path in life. As his last fight approaches, Barrington has decided he wants to give something back by using his skills to train up incoming fighters.
I do a lot of teaching. I help a lot in my kickboxing club, and I have a lot of one-to-one personal lessons myself. What I do, you know, like winning, and it's nice going to like our tournaments, whatever, crowd tournaments, and helping the kids out, and it makes me feel a lot better. I feel nice and proud, knowing that I've helped that person to get that trophy to show his mum and dad. And it's nice to get another Barrington, another up-and-coming guy, doing the things that I used to do.
Tonight is going to be a big night at the Coventry Sky Dome.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Ultimate Challenge!
Fighters come from all over Europe to fight here. Barrington's come to see one of the fighters he's training, 20-year-old Danny Hudson. It's his first professional bout, and he's sounding confident.
Very glad Barrington could be here to watch it tonight. I'm planning to go out there and knock the guy out, you know, do what Barrington's taught me quite well.
It's been a high standard of fighting so far. And now, it's Danny's turn to take to the cage.
This is Danny in the cage. Let's hear it for Danny Hudson!
Get that jump going, Danny.
Danny! Jab! Jab, Danny!
It soon becomes clear that Danny's outclassed.
Danny! Come on, Danny!
Barrington don't look too impressed.
Where's Danny? Just over there. Oh, I've got to give him a piece of my fucking mind.
Yeah, well, yeah,
I'll tell you what. That was fucking pathetic. Pathetic. You threw a high kick to the fucking goal with so much force, the goal was nowhere near you. You spun yourself round. What happened to your fucking groundwork? That went out the fucking window.
Got to work on your stand-up.
Your stand-up's gone out, gone out right out the fucking window, Danny. Right out the fucking window, man. That was shit. That's the worst I've ever fucking seen you, mate. As soon as the guy put you under pressure, you crumbled, Danny. You crumbled. It's definitely back to the drawing board for Danny, man. You know what I mean? I don't think he even really left the drawing board today, so it's one of them things. Shit happens, and that's it.
This hard love approach is obviously all Barrington knows. Either way, I wouldn't want to be one of Barrington's students if they lose. And come to think of it, I wouldn't want to come up against him during a football riot or be thrown out of one of his pubs. But as this hard man prepares for his last fight, has he thought about what lies ahead? As Barrington watches his son play, his love for him is obvious. But I wonder if not having a father around has made Barrington the person he is today.
Like my dad, like I said, I didn't know my dad till I was 14 years old. I was in the house one day and this letter come through the door. My mum picked it up and threw it on the side. I was just curious why she threw a letter on the side. I went and picked it up, opened the letter, and it was to do with some court case in London, something to do with my dad. Never seen my dad before. I had one picture of my dad, what my grandmother had. And me and a mate from the school bunged the train, stayed in the toilet, went to this courthouse in London. And that's when I met him when I was about 14 years old, yeah.
What was you told as a kid then about him? Nothing? Or?
I was just told that he was in jail. Stabbed the guy and was in jail.
And how was it, that first meeting? I mean, was you disappointed in it? Or?
Well, I went to the courthouse and I ain't got a clue what it looks like. I went to the courthouse and they said, oh, this case and that case. And I just stood there like that. And then he turned around and looked at me and I looked at him and...
Sort of knew, did you?
Yeah, just sort of knew, yeah.
Barrington re-established a relationship with his father from that moment on, and they were very close, right up until his death in 2006.
It was nice to be there the actual day, the night he died. And I cried my eyes out. I'm a man just like everyone else.
With the memory of his dad driving him on, Barrington must now focus on the biggest challenge of his life. He's training like a madman for the last fight of his career. I've been spending time in Coventry with cage fighter Barrington Patterson as he trains hard for the last fight of his career. After years of honing his skills fighting on the streets as a football hooligan and nightclub doorman, Barrington is facing his toughest test, a once-in-a-lifetime crack at the world title.
How are you feeling about going back to Holland?
I can't
wait to get out of here.
This is the guy I'm fighting next in Holland.
Is it?
Yeah, that's Bob the Terrible Scriber. Proper dirty fighter and everything.
Is he?
Yeah.
Have you fought him before?
No, I haven't fought him before. One of my idols.
Really?
Yeah. But he's coming out of retirement to fight me.
Most stereotypical hard men are all talk and no action. But this bloke definitely follows through with his threats. He won't let anything stand in the way of getting what he wants.
Rotterdam's Ahoy Arena is in for a battle. It's the location for this heavyweight terror. His opponent, Legendary Dutch fighter Bob Schreiber has come out of a 3.5-year retirement to take on Baz and is determined to make sure it's worth it.
I do everything to win, everything. I never quit.
Both men prefer to end their fights with a knockout, so it's going to be brutal.
I've wanted this fight from day one, but at least I finally got what I wanted now, and that's it. Yeah. All I want to do now is just go on with that belt, and that's it. Man.
And there's
my life story is completed.
The contest will be fought over 2 5-minute rounds, with the winner crowned king of the ring. With the tension mounting, Baz enters the arena for his final battle. Kicks into play. This is looking like a mismatch. But Bob's saved by the bell.
Come on, listen. You can take him. You could have won in that round, but don't worry. He's tired, Barrington. Barrington, he's tired.
Baz starts the second round as he ended the first, on top. But Bob fights back, landing some heavy blows. It looks like Baz may have blown his chance. This is a proper tear-up. It's every man for himself, and it's turning into a street fight, just how Baz likes it. Decision, and it's on Bob's home turf. I'm not sure Baz has done enough. The relief's too much for him. All his hard work's been worth it. The story seems complete for Barrington. He's gone out a winner, and for now, at least, he seems satisfied with his lot.
That's it for me, man. End of.
I'm Danny Dyer. Playing hard men and acting tough has been my bread and butter. But now I've got a new role. I'm tracking down some of the most feared men in the world, operating on both sides of the law. I'm going to find out what makes them tick, how they got their fearsome reputations, and why they're considered to be some of the world's deadliest men.
I've spent time with some dodgy geezers so far, but now I'm waiting to meet a man who's risked his life to keep villains like them banged up.
In his 10 years as an undercover policeman, this bloke was responsible for taking down dozens of villains and helped stop millions of pounds worth of drugs hitting the streets of London.
Undercover work is exciting, it's scary, it's intoxicating.
He was one of Scotland Yard's finest, and he went deeper undercover than any other detective before him.
He's in danger. Move him, move his family, move them quickly.
With each job he took and each role he played, he risked not only his life, but his sanity.
The price that you pay for a bad performance could be your life.
But how long can you spend living a double life before it takes control of you? This guy was able to lurk in the shadows while he threw the spotlight onto the bad guys. He's agreed to speak openly about the secretive role of being an undercover cop. His name is Peter Bleksley, but he's known as Blex. Cautioning drunks and arresting shoplifters as your average bobby on the streets of London can be pretty scary. But going undercover, getting up close and personal with the bad guys, and then double-crossing them, that's just downright deadly. Blex joined the police force for one very good reason. It wasn't to help little old ladies across the street, it was to get the bad guys off them.
I put hundreds of people away for thousands of years.
He's had petrol bombs and bricks thrown at him. He's been shot at and even stabbed in the neck. Peter Bleksley excelled as a detective and went on to become one of the founding members of Scotland Yard's elite undercover force, SO10.
He didn't look like your kind of clean-cut image of a traditional detective or a traditional policeman.
Using the skills he honed from being an undercover cop, today Blex continues to put his life on the line working as a private eye.
Peter's still putting his own life at risk, but he enjoys it. You know, he knows what he's doing.
When he's not doing that, he works as a consultant on films and cop dramas.
All the best scripts come from people who've really lived their lives, because you can't make it up.
Life's never normal for these guys doing this dangerous and secretive work. Now, Peter's asked to meet me here. Feel a little bit uneasy. Feel like I'm being watched, I'll be straight with you. He's probably been sitting here an hour. You never know with coppers, do you? You know what I mean?
Why would a man who has spent most of his career undercover want to show his face on TV?
Here we go. Looks like a copper and all. How you doing, Pete?
Thanks, how are you?
Good, mate, yeah, good as gold.
There's something really intense about this guy. Usually I like to get to know someone before I delve too deep, but Blex don't mess about. He starts off telling me about one of his dead informants.
He was such a prolific informant. I mean, he'd grass up his granny if there was a few quid in it. Well, he grassed up so many people that in the end, he was asking for it, you know what I mean? And when it happened, it came as no surprise to me personally.
Squealer, snitch, grass, whatever you want to call them. Informants are a necessary evil in the battle against crime, and undercover cops can't work without them. It was Blex's job to keep him sweet, get information out of him. For his safety, he'd meet him in public places.
So this is the pub we used to meet then, is it?
Yeah, we had many meetings in there, you know, discussing who he was going to grass up next and how we were going to get him nicked.
I mean, how would you go about recruiting an informant? I mean, how would the process work?
Well, a lot of them are volunteers. I mean, and many of them find themselves getting nicked. And I think, well, the best way to get a vastly reduced sentence is to roll over and become a grass.
The information given would often lead to Blex going undercover to try and catch big-time drug dealers in action. But sometimes that meant having to break the law himself.
So where do you draw the line?
Well, when you're working undercover, there's no rule book. You know, a lot of the time you've got to make it up as you go along. And you've got to do whatever is necessary to keep your cover. Yes, I had a spliff. Yeah, I took a line of Charlie occasionally when I was with the bad guys. But only because if I hadn't, it would have been a deal breaker.
Sounds like an okay job to me. But I'm not sure how you can be a copper and a villain at the same time. He had to appear to be as ruthless as the criminals he was double-crossing, but it's a dangerous game that only the fearless dare enter. Peter Bleksley is one of Britain's toughest ex-undercover cops. He did what he did for the adrenaline, for the high, the addictive buzz that only putting your life on the line could provide. Throughout his undercover career, he took on many different disguises to help him get into character.
I always had quite a wide and varied wardrobe just to suit whatever role I was playing. I've kind of kept this leather jacket for sentimental reasons. I've had this many, many years, and I wore that on many a drugs buy or when I was pretending to be a contract killer.
His physical appearance also kept changing to suit each role he took on.
You have to maintain being that person. And if you're being particularly unpleasant, and I'm sorry about this, pal, but I've got to stick you up against the wall and give you a rub down now, because you could be undercover old Bill, you might be a Mickey Mouse kind of donut with a 9mm on you. You know, I've got to do that, pal. Get up against the wall, right? You'd have to do that, you know, and I wouldn't treat people in normal life like that, but, you know, I'm out there buying millions of pounds worth of drugs, you know what I mean? I'm not playing a game, you know, when your life depends on it, other people's lives might depend on your performance, then you have to be thoroughly, utterly, totally convincing.
Peter's choice of career clearly isn't for the faint-hearted. You have to be tough, dedicated, not afraid of anything.
So when was it that you decided to go into the police force?
Well, my mum actually was quite a strong influence in me joining the cops. You know, I think she knew that I was, you know, a bit of a lost soul kind of thing, you know, and I needed some discipline to sort of sort me out.
Peter graduated top of his class at Hendon College and was posted to Peckham Police Station.
South East London, social deprivation, a lot of racism going on. There was a large Afro-Caribbean community in Peckham, and, you know, the cops, the people I was working with, were basically just rampant racists.
I wanted to find out a bit more about Peter's early life as a copper, so I've come to a place that was instrumental in shaping his career, the streets of Brixton. In April 1981, Brixton was an area that had deep social and economic problems, high unemployment, high crime and poor housing.
The police focused disproportionately on young black men. And in Brixton, the police launched Operation Swamp. And basically what they did was got every policeman they could muster onto the streets of Brixton with the instructions to stop and search young black men. Now, this caused a huge amount of resentment because young black guys couldn't walk the streets without being stopped, searched, harassed, and quite often fitted up for crimes that they hadn't committed.
The stop and search, or sus law, caused much discontent in the black community and tensions were running high. On the 10th of April 1981, a police patrol stopped to help a black youth who had been stabbed in the back. The onlooking crowd thought the police stopped to arrest rather than assist the youth. Rumours spread and violence erupted.
Now, I played a cop on TV, but I wouldn't fancy playing one of the boys in blue that has to tackle a rioting mob.
Was a scene unknown in the United Kingdom outside Ulster since the Blitz.
Peter was part of the response team called in to calm the hostile crowd.
What was the scene like when you first arrived?
Got here in the afternoon. A small but vocal and violent crowd had gathered, and the police had a bit of a hiding. And when we got here, the crowd had started slinging bricks and stones and bottles, anything they could lay their hands on. The resentment and the hatred, you know, you could really cut the atmosphere with a knife. You know, the hatred, the seething hatred amongst the crowd for us was unbelievable. We had some shields, so we cowered behind them to start with, but they turned out to be pretty... Well, there wasn't enough for us and there wasn't enough shields, you know.
The police were not only outnumbered, they were also unprepared for the amount of artillery that would be used against them.
You know, what had happened is overnight they'd armed themselves with petrol bombs and more rubble and all that sort of thing. So they came back on Saturday a much better armed and equipped and sort of organised mob, if you will.
So there was more police injured than rioters, yeah?
Oh yeah, I mean, we as the police got an almighty hiding, really, if the truth be known. You know, there was a lot of very bad injuries to the cops. But, you know, it had been coming, you know.
Yeah, so would you say it was a deserved hiding, really?
Well, yeah, you know, we kind of asked for it. You know, if you go onto the streets and you harass a section of the population till they feel they're forced into a corner and they've got nowhere to go and their voice can't be heard, then how are they going to express themselves? They're going to take to the streets and they're going to riot.
For 3 days and nights, the streets of Brixton were torn apart by one of the biggest riots to rock Britain's history. Reports suggested that up to 5,000 people were involved. 299 police and 65 members of the public were injured. 28 buildings were burned and 61 cars set alight. Peter was lucky to escape without any physical injury, but the riots did leave some psychological impact.
I decided that this wasn't the policing that I wanted to do, to go to war with the local population. That wasn't my idea of policing.
Yeah.
So I just decided that's it. I'd had enough of uniform. You know, I didn't want to wear that cloth, which was symbolic of the hatred that there was towards the police.
It was a major turning point in his life, and today, nearly 30 years on, Peter wants to set the record straight. Rioter Alex Wheatle went on the straight and narrow after the riots and is now a successful author. His award-winning novel, East of Acre Lane, was inspired by the Brixton riots.
I remember throwing all kinds of missiles along with whoever was around me at the time, and you guys having to go into people's front porches and gardens to try and get dustbin lids to protect yourselves. I saw the police running away, the helmets falling off and all that kind of thing.
At times, during that weekend, I was scared, very scared. Our training was wholly inadequate, the equipment was wholly inadequate. You know, we had flimsy helmets, you know, that didn't offer a lot of protection, and I was scared. How were you feeling?
Exhilarated.
Right.
Exhilarated. To actually see the police retreat, I mean, we've never seen that.
Right.
Taking a step backwards, I mean, we cheered every step that you retreated. It was incredible to see that.
One very contentious issue that still causes debate amongst the police and rioters alike is the actual cause of the riots.
Was you aware of the rumours sweeping the whole of Brixton that night?
Well,
the police had actually killed somebody?
Yes, yeah.
You was aware?
Yeah, and what we got told was that when the stab victim was lying on the road, that a cop knelt on his back and put his knee over the wound.
His knee, to stop the bleeding?
To stem the bleeding. That's what.
Okay.
That was what we were getting told. But then, of course, that was getting misinterpreted, that the cops were like, you know, pinning him down and were responsible in some way for what happened to him.
Each side has their own version of events, but there were some moments of clarity amongst the chaos on that day.
For the first time since I came to Brixton in 1977, I saw beyond the uniform.
Right.
I saw a real person, real fear, and I was thinking, well, maybe he's got a mother, maybe he's got a sister, maybe he's got a brother.
I can only speak for myself, but, you know, for any of the fit-ups, the beatings, you know, and all that kind of stuff, look back, and it's not too late to offer an apology, so I'm kind of, you know, I'm kind of, to anybody that was a victim, you know, of that at the time,
I'll accept that.
You know.
Allegations of racism within the Metropolitan Police continue to this very day. Peter is clearly a man with a conscience, and this was one role he didn't enjoy playing.
It's a first for me, really. I've never done a copper before. I'm always, just, you know, sort of dealing with, you know, the villains and you know, it's more usually about talking the talk, walking the walk. You know, this guy, he's not what I expected him to be at all. He's got a lot of charisma about him. I can see that. I can see he's obviously, you know, seen some pretty dangerous things. You know, he's been around some dangerous people.
A year after the Brixton riots, Blex became a plainclothes detective and eventually made it onto Scotland Yard's drug squad. Soon he was kicking in doors and arresting people all over London. This form of high-octane and high-adrenaline policing came with its own risks, as Blex found out the hard way when one suspect took him by surprise.
And the door's flown open and he's seen me, you know, at his door, and I've shouted police, and with that he's just gone vroom and stabbed me in the neck. Well, fortunately, I got hold of his wrist, which has got the knife in it. Of course, on the end of the blade of the knife is my blood.
Is there little moments of like as if you go, right, that was a close call, or?
No, not really. I think I, you know, had to stay off of work for a couple of days.
Yep.
You know, but I was just itching to get back to work, you know. I was addicted to the job.
Life as a detective suited Blex. He was always dangerous, and whilst he was out of uniform, he wasn't far from the front line. In May 1985, convicted murderer James Bakery escaped from Salton Prison near Edinburgh. Police had a tip-off that he'd been working as a builder, and Peter had just visited Bakery's last known address when he spotted a white van.
I stuck my head in through the van, and from beneath a blanket, a head popped up. And I reached for my gun, and I said, "I'm an armed police officer." And with that, Bakery just put his hands to the side and pulled up a sawn-off double-barreled shotgun. By this time, I'm in the van, he's set up, and the shotgun was literally a matter of inches from my face.
His police training kicked in. He kept his cool and ran out of the line of fire as fast as he could. He maintained cover and waited for backup. Negotiators set up a telephone link with Bakery in an attempt to get him to surrender. He'd been on the run for over a year, and he didn't want to go back to prison.
But as marksmen continued their long wait, there's been no sign of movement from the vehicle since yesterday.
After 44 hours, with no end in sight, police had no choice but to fire a couple of CS gas canisters into the van in an attempt to lure him out.
21 seconds after those gas canisters were fired, Bakery shot himself.
I think if I'd stayed at the back of the van any longer and tried to pull out my weapon, he'd have definitely shot me. This was probably as close as I ever got to losing my life in the line of duty.
I can't believe he remained so calm with a shotgun pointed in his face. The more I get to know Blex, the more I respect him. He's a proper hard man, and he doesn't scare easily. Life as a detective for Blex wasn't all about getting stabbed and having shotguns pulled on him. He also spent time interviewing victims, setting up wiretaps, and my personal favourite, surveillance.
Tell me a little bit about surveillance, Pete. Obviously, that was a very important part of your job, you know, so, I mean, just tell me a little bit about how that would work.
Yeah, well, in the police, surveillance was very important because surveillance teams would watch me when I was working undercover. They'd be there to cover my back.
And how do you manage to sort of blend into any environment?
It's just about everything you do, how you speak, you know, how you act. And you've got to be able to you've got to be very flexible, you've got to be adaptable, you've got to be resourceful, you know, you've got to think on your feet.
Blex was very skilled at making himself invisible, a powerful weapon in this game. To give me an idea of how surveillance works, we're going to follow a member of our crew.
Here we go, there's there she is. She's into the vehicle. And the vehicle's off. down Rowton Road. All units hold back, and she's done a right. I have eyeball. Hold back all units.
Is this the right distance, is it? I mean, obviously, it's quite close, I would have thought.
Well, yeah, unfortunately here, I'm a little bit exposed because I haven't got any other traffic for cover.
How many sort of motors would you have then? I mean, what, 3 motors? Would that be enough to swap over, you know, would that be enough to not give the game away, would it?
We used to have teams of anything up to 17 of us.
Yeah. Okay. So, 17, God.
Yeah, so, you know.
That's a proper bit of surveillance out, isn't it?
So now, just quite naturally, you see, we're in a very sort of unhurried manner.
You see where the adrenaline comes from, though. What a job, you know what I mean? Keeps you on your toes, doesn't it?
Yeah. Okay, so she's out of the vehicle. Right, let's go. Nice and natural. Don't draw attention to yourself. She's letting herself in with a key.
Obvious where she lives now, so you don't have to look over there, do you, so much?
Well,
just
she
keep
might
walking.
not be living there, she might be visiting there.
Okay.
You know, although she's got a key and let herself in, you know. Assumption is the death of all investigations. And there you see she's opening her curtains up there.
Not a job of a voyeur, I love it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, you know, on the off chance she could strip off now. I mean, what are you going to do? You going to look away or what? I mean, I'd have a good pipe.
Well, you know, you're there to gather intelligence for your client,
That's
aren't you?
right.
You know?
And if that means she's got to take a few bits off, then you've got to get that information back, I would have thought.
Peter Bleksley was an undercover cop up against some of the deadliest gangsters and drug pushers in the UK. He bent the rules, but he got results. Crossing the line meant risking his life to keep his cover.
The job is extremely dangerous. When you're dealing with serious criminals, you're dealing with serious amounts of money, you're dealing with drugs, you're dealing with firearms, you're dealing with organised crime. Without any shadow of a doubt, their lives are at risk.
Hard drugs like heroin and crack became easily available in Britain in the 80s. It was Bleksley's job to get the drugs off the streets, and sometimes this meant using undercover tactics. By 1987, Scotland Yard realised that it needed a full-time undercover unit.
We got hold of about half a dozen guys who had done undercover work. Peter Bleksley was one of these guys that we pulled in, and we said, look, tell us what it is you do, tell us how you do it, tell us what you need to do it better.
To make it in the undercover world, Blex had to be more than the average detective.
We needed people who could act, could really be convincing. You know, walk into a pub and when someone stabs you in the chest and you know that that man may have a gun or may be a serious criminal, and he says, you are a copper, prove to me you're not, and he gets you by the scruff of the neck, that person's got to be tough enough not to sort of scream, press the panic button or give the signal for the aid to come and help.
During his 10 years as an undercover cop, Blex took on a variety of roles and busted many drug deals.
Lying was my game, and I was very good at it. I was convincing. People didn't take me as a cop. You know, they thought I was a legitimate criminal. Every week, you know, major, considerable drug dealers were getting busted with large quantities of drugs. And that was because I was given a free rein. And so we rewrote the rule book.
One deal in particular was to change his life forever.
So this is the scene of one of Peter's biggest ever busts. Now, for legal reasons, I can't tell you where I am. Now, to stay alive in this game, Peter had to be good, very good. When he became a drug dealer, he had to become a drug dealer. He had to learn the lingo. He knew everything there was to know about drugs, but most importantly, he knew the risks. One mistake could be fatal. There were no second chances in this game.
It had taken months of careful planning, a tip-off from an informant and the combined efforts of Scotland Yard, Customs, the DEA and the Royal Ulster Constabulary.
Lovely. Same feel to it or what?
Well, the decor's changed.
It was Blex against not only the IRA, but also the mafia. It may sound like something out of a movie, but this was the real deal, and Blex's life was on the line. This is the first time he's been back in this room since the bust.
What made this deal more scarier than any others that you'd done?
We had 2 firearms teams briefed and hidden in this hotel in case they did turn up with guns. The volume of the drugs as well, you know, made it what you'd call a big job. You know, it was 15 kilos of heroin, and this is 1992.
How much that worth on the streets?
Well, in those days, the street value was about £4 million.
How'd you go about testing it? What just weighing it? I mean, would you cook it up? What?
No, well, I weighed it on the scales, and then what I did was I made a small hole in each parcel, took a small proportion of the heroin out, and then laid that on a piece of silver foil. And then I just burnt the heroin. So, like you would if you were about to smoke it, I knew immediately what it smelt like, what it looked like, and, you know, I knew whether it was a proper bit of gear the minute I burnt it, because you just have a quick, you know.
So it could have been a test for you, as if it could have been a moody bit of gear, and if they think if you are old Bill, you ain't going to have a clue, are you? Do you know what I mean? But obviously you knew your game. Now, obviously you got to be careful about it, you know, getting any fumes, you know, because, I mean, that's your worst nightmare, isn't it?
Exactly. Well, I mean, it took me about 4 hours to test all those 30 parcels, and by the end of it, I had a rotten headache. You know, I wasn't high or anything like that, I just had a bit of a headache, which I guess was probably a combination of the, you know, the pressure I was feeling.
Stress, mate,
yeah, and perhaps, you know, the gear.
The deal was done. Blex gave the signal and his team sprang into action. He was arrested alongside the dealer so he wouldn't arouse suspicion.
That buzz you got when you're leaving the bad guys with their drugs and their guns and they're all nicked, and you know they're staring at a lot of bird, you've convinced these career criminals that you're a career criminal.
Yeah, you've pulled it off, and these ain't stupid people, are they? You know
Not at all.
When Blex performed well, he was convincing the bad guys to hand over not only their drugs, but their freedom. And the only way to do that was to deliver the performance of a lifetime.
I think I'm starting to get an idea of this business now. Peter wants to give me a unique insight into what it's like to be an undercover copper. You know, like the pressure of a real deal going down. So I'm going to be playing the role what he would usually play. So he's going to be the dealer, I'm going to be the undercover copper. I've got to get a bit of gear from him, basically. This is my game, I'm quite confident with myself. I should be able to pull this off. Let's crack on, I'm going to change my clobber, go in as a hoodie, I think. Bit of subtext. What's my subtext? What's my motivation? I've got a bit nervous energy about me. Don't know whether it's because for the first time on this fucking show I'm doing a bit of acting, which is me bread and butter. I don't know. Maybe I'm going to come unstuck. But, you know, he's been a bit quiet around me, Pete. You know, I've spent a bit of time with him, but all of a sudden he don't want to talk to me. I think he's getting a bit method around me. But let's have a method up. We'll go method against method. I'm up for all that, mate. Let's bring it on.
It's not like Blex went to drama school or anything. Everything he knows he learned from the streets. As part of his training on Scotland Yard's elite undercover unit, Blex would often have to take part in role plays designed to push officers to their limits.
You know, it'd be interesting to see how Danny reacts to the little bits of different pressure that I put him under.
So here's the deal. I'll be playing the role of an undercover cop who wants to buy some gear. Blex will be playing a drug dealer who might be able to sort me out. We've been put in touch by a mutual acquaintance called Mick.
Hey?
Yeah.
Stuck in traffic?
Yeah, sorry I'm late. It was,
No, you're all right, you're sweet. You're sweet as.
Yeah.
No problem.
How you doing?
Yeah, good as gold, yeah.
Lovely. How long you known Mick?
Oh, fuck me. I've known Mick for fucking ages, to be honest with you. A long time.
Days, weeks, months, years?
Years, yeah. You know, I don't know fucking bollocks, I don't know aggravation, I just want to fucking get it done. Boom, 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 everyone's happy, sweet as we go our separate ways, you know what I mean?
Yeah, but it's not quite as easy as that, is it? I've got to learn to trust you. You could be anybody. You know, I knew Mick from years ago when I was at primary
fair
school.
enough, fair enough.
I didn't see him for a few years.
Listen.
All of a sudden he lumps up and tells me there's some geezer, Keiko with money, wants to do a bit of graft with me. I don't know you even fucking had him.
Fire away. Ask me whatever the fuck you want, mate. Whatever the fuck you want.
Take your clothes off.
Get my arsehole out, yeah?
Yeah.
Why should I fucking take my club off, mate?
You could be old Bill and you could be wearing a wire.
Fucking hell. You want me to fucking strip off, do you? Well, I'll tell you what, bollocks, I ain't fucking stripping off for you, mate. Not in a million fucking years. You must think I'm some sort of...
Really? I think you're some sort of undercover old Bill. That's what I think. Yeah. Because if you won't take your kit off when there's nobody else here, so that I at least can have the peace of mind that you're not wearing a wire and you're not dirty, filthy, stinking undercover old Bill who have been put into me before, then I'm out the door.
Listen, this is the bollocks I don't want. I don't want all this fucking bollocks. I understand what you're saying, but for fuck's sake, you want me to stand there, start bollock fucking naked?
It's a simple thing.
Okay, right, okay. Small thing. Small thing to you, yeah? Fucking big thing to me, but I'll tell you fucking something now, right? I fucking will strip off, right? I'll get me fucking bollocks out. Is that what you want to fucking see? Yeah? Is that what you fucking want? I'll fucking do it, yeah, boom. What do you want? Fuck me, yeah, look, boom. What more do you want from me, mate? For fuck's sake, you know what I mean? Fuck me. I don't need this bollocks, to be honest with you.
And your top, please.
And me top, yeah? Yeah, look.
Thank you. Turn round. Right.
Sweet now, yeah?
Yeah.
See me bollocks, everything's in order.
I have got some brown. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Do you have the capability to handle what I've got?
Of course I have, otherwise I wouldn't be sitting here, mate.
What sort of size parcel are you looking at?
Well, I'll be looking at least a few key.
Well, how about if we start with a half?
Ideally, I'd want a bit more than that, but I understand where you're coming from. I understand, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Walk before we run.
I think we ought to have another meet, okay? And perhaps get off on a better footing than what we did.
Yeah. Pete?
Yeah?
Sweet as.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Look after yourself.
You mind there you go, sunshine.
Yeah.
See you later. I'll be in touch, all right?
See you later.
Ta-da.
Bye.
He's definitely gone up in my estimations about what he does, you know what I mean? I do understand that his job, man, is fucking, that's another level, mate. Peter and I have got a lot more in common than I thought. I guess in a way, being an undercover cop is a bit like being an actor. If I mess me line up, I'll get another crack at it. He messes his line up, he gets shot in the fucking head. And that finds a light about me, you know? The biggest bust of Blex's career took place at a secret London hotel. Everything had gone to plan. The drugs were off the streets and the bad guys were behind bars where they belonged. A highly confidential report on the success of the mission was written, and soon Blex's worst nightmare would become reality. His cover was blown.
This report got stolen from an unmarked police car. And in this report, it quite clearly states my full name in bold capitals. D.C. Bleksley.
Oh, yeah.
Brackets Peter.
So that's all they need, isn't it, really, your name?
Well, if that had been stolen to order, or if it had got into the hands of the people that wanted, you know, I've got a very unusual surname. You know, it wouldn't have been too difficult to find me. But you see, what really, really pissed me off was that in undercover policing, you have a number allocated to you, okay? That's your number. And in all reports, in all paperwork, you never get referred to by your real name.
Just your number.
So the author of this report decided to ignore all those instructions and put my real name in it, which is bad enough. Then he goes and has the report stolen from a car while he goes shopping one day. I mean, talk about compromise my security.
By doing his job so successfully, Blex had become a threat to a vast criminal enterprise, and a price was placed on his head. The bad guys had the power and the money to get their revenge, and they would do whatever they had to get it. He was immediately moved to a secure location for his own safety.
I remember it all coming on top very quickly. The risk assessment was, you know, he's blown, he's in danger, move him, move his family, move them quickly.
Blex took me to the safe house where he spent 2 of his darkest years. He hasn't returned to the house since he left it nearly 10 years ago.
They look like nice little gaffs, to be fair, do you know what I mean? They've got a witness protection program feel to them, I don't know why.
Yeah.
But I mean, obviously inside it's just a, you know, it's a different story.
There was a very clear threat against me that they wanted to kill this Peter, who they'd worked out was an undercover policeman. You know, and these were very well-connected criminals. You know, they were linked to the provisional IRA. You know, they were backed by them and funded by them, and you know, they were capable of carrying out their threats.
So what sort of strain did that put on your relationship? I mean, it must have been a nightmare.
A lot of strain, you know. I didn't handle it very well. You know, I drank too much, smoked too much. I turned into a monster, really, if the truth be known.
Yeah?
Yeah, yeah.
The pressures of not only working, but living undercover can prove too much for even the most hardened of undercover cops.
In the end, I had a breakdown, you know, and was quite seriously ill. So I left there and, you know, went to hospital, basically.
Peter managed to hide his illness from his peers, his boss, and even his girlfriend. He was, after all, a professional liar.
The doctor who I was under said, look, if you ever want to get well again, you've got to stop being all these different people. You know, you've got to be Peter Bleksley again.
He'd paid the ultimate price for doing the job he was addicted to. After playing so many different characters for so long, he lost track of who he was.
I can totally understand, you know, the whole thing of getting into the role so much that it's quite hard to snap out of it overnight, you know, on a totally different level though, you know. It's really interesting for me personally, you know. Difference being is, it's my livelihood, not my life.
Peter Bleksley put his own life at risk every day for nearly 30 years. He managed to successfully take down an international drugs trafficking ring, but was forced into hiding after his cover was blown.
It's been a scary and fascinating journey into the mind of a man who lived a double life for so long. He started to lose his mind. The fact that he was turning into the sort of person he spent his whole life trying to put away, I think that scared him.
It all sort of culminated when I nearly killed somebody in a pub one night. A friend who'd just been gossiping and tittle-tattling about me, something that I'd have laughed off previously. It just took on a disproportionate sense of importance in my very sort of altered state of mind. And so I knocked him off a bar stool and then took the bar stool to him. And but for the intervention of a friend, you know, I would have killed him.
It appeared that Scotland Yard were unprepared for a high-profile undercover cop like Peter to suffer a breakdown. Pete thought that the Met didn't provide the support he needed. In April 2000, he sued the Met for compensation. They never accepted responsibility, but offered an out-of-court settlement of 10 grand. His belief that the police force he had dedicated his life to had neglected him in his time of need made his recovery more difficult. Peter eventually got his life back on track and now works as a private eye with Jacqueline Davis, who he knows from his early days in the police.
I had a major surveillance job come in and I thought of Pete and I really needed his skills. Peter is a good operative because he's lived the life, you know, he's walked the walk and he's talked the talk.
After everything Peter's been through and the hardship he's faced, he continues to work in such a dangerous field.
I've worked on blackmails and kidnap and all kinds of stuff. I guess there's still a part of me that working in the private sector still likes that thrill of the chase, of being unseen, of doing the job well.
When Peter isn't sticking his neck on the line for someone else, he earns a good wedge from consulting on cop dramas like Murphy's Law.
I would say the whole genesis of the new Murphy's Law and the reason why it has gone on to be very successful was down to, you know, Blex coming on board.
Elements of the character James Nesbitt plays are based on Blex's life undercover.
We were very respectful of the fact that actually Blex had lived the life. You know, we took it very seriously.
Maybe seeing his life experiences put onto our TV screens is one way for Peter to get the recognition he duly deserves. threat on Peter's life is still very real, and as our time together draws to an end, I find out why he wanted to make this film.
You know, I was responsible for putting a lot of people away for a lot of time, but, you know, my betrayal of anybody was professional. And if anybody wanted to put themselves to the trouble of coming after me now, you know, they'd be very foolish, because all they'd be doing is getting themselves another big prison sentence wrapped around them, you know. And I decided that it was more important to tell my story than to worry about fear of retribution.
It's been a long, difficult path to recovery for Peter, and now, above all else, he dedicates his time to his family.
I've searched for a long time to find out exactly who I really want to be, or who I am, and now I know. I'm a husband, I'm a dad, and I'm a colleague.
The last role Peter will play is himself.
I'm Danny Dyer. Playing hard men and acting tough has been my bread and butter. But now I've got a new role. I'm going to be tracking down some of the most feared men in the country on both sides of the law. I'm going to find out what makes them tick, how they got their fearsome reputations, and why they're considered some of Britain's deadliest men. Welcome to the East End, London town, home to pearly kings and queens and the beautiful art of boxing. I'm here to meet one of the most brutal fighters to have been born within the sound of the Bow Bells. Oh, fuck me. He's an old school brawler who gained notoriety for nutting Aubrey Harrison, the Olympic gold medal winner.
I don't care who you are, whether I hit you going over.
And he managed to fight off 3 geezers with an axe in his head. In his spare time, he was a renowned East End enforcer, sent to persuade people to pay up.
I bought to over like 250 grand in a plastic bag once, you know, in a black bin liner.
But his criminal career ultimately ruined his chances of becoming a boxing great, and his life spiralled out of control. I'm entering a world of ultra-violence to meet the notorious Dominic Negus. Dominic Negus is a man with a colourful past. He was a champion boxer, whilst at the same time working as a gangland enforcer and debt collector. A fighter as comfortable with a baseball bat as with his fists.
Dom's got a toe in both camps. He's a face, a proper person who can fight.
On the doors, his love of violence was noticed by the criminal kingpins, and he became the most respected debt collector and ruthless enforcer in the East End.
A lot of people, to be honest with you, you know what I mean? Normally every other day someone copped a right hand or something or other.
He was a boxer, a fighter in the pocket of the criminal bosses who made the transition from the ring to become the man sent in to smash heads.
If a guy, a connected man, a proper man, let's say a gangster of any low-level, mid-level, high-level, if he needs someone to do something for him, he will use a fighter. Boxers are used to getting here. So if someone needs something delivered, if someone needs something collected, and it might go a little bit tits up, it might go a little bit south, it might get a little bit tasty, it might get a little bit naughty, who would that guy prefer to be in charge of the handling or minding or watching the situation? It makes sense he'd like a fighter.
He was a contender who could have gone on to become a great, only for his life of crime to drag him down.
Dominic took his eye off the boxing because of some of the other activities he was getting involved with. Now, had he not done that, then he, without a doubt, would have been a proper contender.
I'm in the East End to meet the man who had the world at his feet, but lost it all, leaving his dream in tatters.
So this is Dominic's gym. Looks like something out of Snatch, I'll be straight with you. And now I've heard he's one of the top boys. He's one of the guys the top boys would ring if they wanted a bit of muscle. He's now a boxer, got a little gym. This is his manor. It's on my manor, actually. Let's go and have a pipe. So naughty dig. Good to meet you, son. Good to meet you. How are you? All right.
Fuck time.
Fuck, mate, it's a powerful dig you got there. What you got planned a bit of day then, son?
Well, don't we have a little bit of a tour around? There's an old pub we used to hang about. I mean, obviously, I don't go out no more, you know what I mean? It's not such for my health, but for other people's health, I don't. To me, I used to turn up on the old, I used to have a booze. But yeah, the sort of pub we used to hang about, we'll go down there. Perhaps a few of the boys will be down now.
Okay.
Dom seemed like a level-headed guy, but it was unnerving to know that he could turn into an extremely violent man. As I was to learn later, a deadly man existed behind the smile. He could have been a contender, but it wasn't the power of his punch that let him down. He took steroids, which led him to be banned from the professional boxing game, and he became an underworld enforcer that nearly cost him his life.
So, Dominic Negus. Knew nothing about him before, I've got to say. Bit muggy, really, on my behalf, considering he's from my manor. What a punch this man's got. I mean, powerful. I mean, it was the gym was shaking, honestly. I mean, this man's a sportsman, you know. I mean, you can tell he's a true boxer, and it comes from the heart, you know. I'm just interested to hear his story, you know, and I'm sure this guy's got a lot to say.
I'm in Bethnal Green, London, with boxer and notorious gangland enforcer Dominic Negus, the man who ruled the East End debt collection world with an iron fist. He's fought over 60 bouts as an amateur and pro, winning 45 times. Born and bred in the heart of the East End, he's a Bethnal boy who grew up in an area known for its skilled pugilists. Dominic Negus was born in Bethnal Green, the heart of the East End. The east of London has always been in a struggle to break free from the grip of poverty. For young people growing up on these rough streets, fighting is often their only chance to escape to a better life.
Poverty has been rife. And if you're poor, you want to fight. I don't mean metaphorically, I mean literally. You want to fight. And that's why there's never been a shortage of young boys being led by their mums, dads, parents, grandparents, big brothers, big sisters through the doors at the boxing gyms in the East End. It's a combination of hunger and it's a combination of desire. They want to fight. It's that simple.
Dom grew up on these mean streets, but for the early years, he was on the wrong end of the punches. He brought me back to his old school to tell me about how the bullied kid turned into the bully.
So what sort of character was you in school then? Was you a lump in school or what?
No, I'd say at school I did. I was a tubby little kid with glasses and curly hair and got the shit kicked out of me and like you're doing it to finish, you become a bit of a worm at turn, don't you?
But it all changed for Dom when he entered a boxing gym. He realised he could fight back against the bullies and got his first taste for violence.
It was ironic, really, because I knew him as a little kid. He was quite a little chubby little thing with little round glasses, and all of a sudden he used to put himself on offer. He used to go down all the gyms and spar with anybody, and that's what's made him the fighter he is. He's got a big heart.
Dom had realised that he didn't just have to take the punches, he could dish them out, and he was starting to enjoy it.
So at what point in your life do you realise you could throw a punch?
11 years old, got a right good hiding once, and I was 19 when I got my own back over on that estate, you know what I mean? And I remember getting in the lift with a fella, and he didn't recognise me, because, you know, I did. I had a boot print on my head for about a week, Reebok boot print, but...
Oh, what, so a geezer, so what, so these kids, he's bashed you up, right?
No,
he's forgot all about it.
Yeah, but I did, and so I just knocked him straight out, and he's going, you know, but,
Knowing that he could handle himself, he got a job where he could satisfy his newfound taste for violence.
I started doing a bit of door work when I was 19, and where I got bullied, I definitely become a bully in the end. I was knocking out people every other day. I'd have a stand up with anybody, you know. I wouldn't give a fuck if you're Jackie Chan or Bruce Lee, mate. If I punch you in the chin, you're going for a kip.
Yeah.
So, you know, you go Thursday, Friday, Saturday.
After years of being bullied, he was finally getting the respect he craved.
I loved the reputation. He was like the fact you go to Timecodes, never had to pay for nothing, all of a sudden everyone knew you, and especially like you go to Marbella, all the boys would be out there, come on, go, they really like you. They just think, well, keep him out, because if he gets on the booze, he'll turn and end up throwing us over the balcony. You know, but to be honest with you, Dan, I just so wanted, where I suffered from being a kid, like the fat kid that got bullied, I so wanted the reputation, if you know what I mean. I was so striving to be a part of something that I did the most stupidest things just to get a rep. And to be honest, it took me, you know, I'm 38 now, it took me 30 odd years to get a reputation. It's going to take me another 40 years to lose it.
I was starting to learn more about Dom and his addiction to violence. On the surface, he seemed like a nice guy, but he had a violent side. I didn't fancy seeing it. He began to make a name for himself as a young boxer with a hot head. His quick temper became a feature of his doorman career. When the red mist came down, anything could happen.
Sometimes I wanted to come to work because you'd have the ump and you wanted to take it out on people. Dusters, hammers, that your backs, get that across your head.
Dom enjoyed the boxing, but at heart, he was a street fighter, and on the doors he could vent his rage. One night when two people took advantage, he dealt with them in his own special way.
We've had a bit of a scrap, not a scrap, but a bit of a bundle. And as we've gone over on the floor, because I've got the geezer like that and I wouldn't let him go, and of course the other geezer started kicking at me, so all I did was bit the geezer's cheek. You know what I mean? I just, you know, and of course he got up, he's run off screaming, and I had this bit of, like, a bit of thing in my mouth, you know what I mean? We're very nice. It looks realistic, don't it?
While he was wreaking havoc on the doors, his boxing career was taking off. He got offered a professional contract and a chance to fight at the spiritual home of British boxing, the legendary York Hall.
The beautiful York Hall, look at this. What a gaff this is, mate.
York Hall, in my opinion, is the most famous boxing venue in Great Britain. So that makes it the most famous boxing venue in Europe. And I think the only place that can compete with it for name is Madison Square Garden in New York.
York Hall in Bethnal Green has always been the iconic location for British boxing. Fighters including Chris Eubank, Nigel Benn, Lennox Lewis and Frank Bruno all boxed here. This is where Dom had his first pro fight, going on to box here 6 times, winning 4 by way of knockout. It was here he made his name as an East End boxing great, eventually becoming a title contender.
What would you say York Hall means to boxing?
Well, it's like it seemed like the mecca of boxing, wasn't it? I mean, all the top boys have boxed here. When you come out and walk through, and of course your music goes off, and the place goes absolutely potty. I normally get there, I've got a big smile on my face, because once that bell rings, and it's just down to business. I mean, I just love fighting, you know. I mean, to be honest with you, you know, I'm good at it.
Dominic dazzled the East End boxing fans with his brutal displays of the art. He won his first 7 professional fights, but soon caught the eye of shadier fight fans, for whom violence was more than a sport.
Boxing has always attracted underworld figures to the ring. The notorious Craze were big fans of the game after being dragged to the gym by their mum. when they were unruly teenagers. It was logical that when they needed a bit of help running their criminal empire, they called on fighters to do their dirty work.
An awful lot of fighters end up working on doors. And from working on doors, you end up running errands, you end up doing all sorts of stuff.
With boxing, you're always going to have the skullduggery around it. It's always like there's the shady characters in dark glasses, and it's like the gangster world, ain't it? People that come to you, oh, do you know so-and-so, so-and-so, and then introduce it, and you have all these different connections. You know what I mean? But as you said, they always seem to stem round the East End.
Crime bosses began to take an interest in Dom. It wasn't long before he took up his third career, only this time it was on the wrong side of the law. His other jobs as a boxer and doorman weren't paying enough, and the law of easy money tempted him to become a gangland enforcer.
And it was such an easy transition. As soon as I got into the boxing and doing the door work, then everything else started coming. It was just, you know, just all spiraled into it.
In between working on the doors and training for his pro fights, he began to collect debts owed to crime bosses. For Dominic, it was an opportunity to make a pound note and to indulge his vicious side.
You know, I was willing to do anything. You know, I'll take on the crappiest jobs you can imagine, going to, you know, get money off of scumbags, because I was so eager to prove myself. And you were willing to go into battle and put yourself on the line because you wanted this reputation.
This was clearly a major step for Dom to take, from a legit boxer on the verge of greatness to becoming an underworld figure. I wanted to find out what it took to become a gangland enforcer, so I agreed to meet some of his old crew down at his local.
So, coming to meet Dom, his local boozer, come to meet a few of his pals from the old school. Pals he used to run about, do a bit of debt collecting with. I've got no idea about them, but I know they're obviously going to be big lumps, you know what I mean? Now, you know, I've got a bit of dough around me, I'm going to get around in. I don't want them to think I'm a lunch. But the pub had to be called the Gunmakers, didn't it? Hello, sweetheart, how are you, mate?
Fine, thank you.
Can I get a nice little, I might have a little pint of Stella, as it happens. You know Dominic Negus?
Yeah,
and, yeah. So this is his local boozer, is it?
Yeah, drinks in here frequently.
Yeah? He don't start no trouble in here, does he?
Never starts any trouble in here, but obviously I know him from old.
Yeah.
So,
oh, OK, I've known him for years.
Been there, seen it,
Yeah.
seen him in action.
What do I owe you for that, sweetheart? This way you walk. Can I get you a drink?
No, I'm fine, thank you.
Because if it does go off, I was wondering maybe you could back me up.
£3.
If you know, maybe you back me up and stick the boot in if it kicks off. I still have a mouthful of my Uri Geller. Sit and wait. Thought I was going to down that then, didn't you? You think I'm a pisshead? Oh, here we go.
Hey,
get on this mob here. How are you?
This is Jim.
Good to meet you.
This is John.
Danny. Good to meet you, John. Oh, okay. That's a proper little mob, that one. Let's get it along. Boss, I think we'll have a little game of pool or something. Yeah, I'll ask you a few questions. Yeah, we'll keep it nice and sweet. Oh, what's it, a nick? I'll whack the nick in. I've
got the keys to that. All expenses paid.
All right, boys, so one was Dom. Was he an important part of the team then, or what?
Yeah, he was the main player, really. He's like, you know, we were like his soldiers, you know what I mean?
Oh, really?
Yeah, he was the main man. But only the, you know, people just had to pay whatever they owed, do you know what I mean? They got rough, we got rough with it.
How much was, you know, violence, you know, part of the job?
Mainly we go around and just like be civil with you and say like, you know, you owe this debt, you got to pay it, and that was it. If you didn't pay it and you got salsa, you got a right-hander. End of the matter, isn't it?
It's funny, Jim, you're right-handers, bloody hell, must let my mum whack you.
I find that hard to believe, to be fair. Yeah. So tell me a little bit about the first debt you collected.
I do remember one of the jobs, well, one of the first ones, it got a bit messy, because I didn't really know how to play the part, if you know what I mean. It was, as far as I'm concerned, we knocked on the door, and all I did, as soon as you knocked on the door, I whacked the geezer. And then my mate straight away goes, but give me due, he paid the money straight away. My mate was doing his nut, he was going, fucking hell, Dom's a bit strong.
So as soon as that door was open...
I just cracked him, boom, right hander, and that was it. And to be honest, hopefully you see earlier, I ain't got a bad right hand on me, you know what I mean? So...
No, I was going to say... What would you say was the biggest amount of dough you collected?
Well, I mean, I walked away with people like 250 grand in a plastic bag once. You know, in a black bin liner. I mean, you know, I don't know how much you get with your film rolls, mate. I mean, but I'm telling you something.
But I'm sure you know, 250 fucking grand.
Not yet, anyway.
No, you're fucking living out,
Bit of chocolate.
But the crew's debt collecting soon caught the attention of the old Bill, and Dom's Lieutenant Jimmy got busted.
Got to go. Tell me a little bit about, you know, you got nicked, done a bit of bird over it. I mean, what happened there?
Well, I went round someone's house, a couple of brothers' houses in that, and they owed my pal a bit of money. Yeah. So he said to me, you go and collect the debt. He said, and you get half of the money. So I went round there with one of my pals, and...
What a bit of dough was it, or...?
30 grand it was. Started walking up the road all of a sudden. Police cars everywhere. Machine guns and everything, the old Bill. Anyway, nicked me, handcuffed me, and nicked me for demanding money with menaces. And they give me 14 years. If I was a nonce, I'll fucking get 2 months.
That's what I'm saying,
you know what I mean? There's no justice. There's no justice.
Squawk up here a little bit. So, I mean, what, you know, listen, I've got to say, lovely fellas, first off, lovely fellas, but I'll tell you something now. If I owed someone money and them three come knocking on my door, I mean, I'd pay up, I'd do whatever they wanted, mate. Powerful little mob, that, very powerful mob.
I'm in London with East End enforcer Dominic Negus. He told me how he went from being a bullied kid to a pro fighter.
I'd ever stand up with anybody, you know, I wouldn't give a fuck if you're Jackie Chan or Bruce Lee, mate. If I punch you in the chin, you're going to a kip.
And he'd introduced me to his debt collecting mob.
If I owed someone money and them three come knocking on my door, I mean, I'd pay up, I'd do whatever they wanted.
Dom and the crew kindly offered to show me what it was like to be on the wrong end of a debt collection. Being game, I offered myself up to play the role of the man who owed the cash. I was just hoping they wouldn't get carried away.
So, Dom and the boys, they're going to show me a bit how this debt collecting thing works. A bit of role play for a start, you know, so it's just a bit of role play. Don't take it too seriously at home, all right? Now, I owe them 20 grand, we're saying. They're going to knock on my door, they're going to go through the motions.
We used to be so blinkered about things because that's what we did, you know what I mean? We were debt collectors, but also, we would say debt collectors, you know what we were? We were more negotiators, you know, hard, iron fist negotiators.
I'm not sure this is how the Halifax would have dealt with it, all right? Sort his mugs out.
You Danny?
Yes, mate.
Yeah, mate, you all right? Mind if we come in?
Yeah, all right, no, come in, yeah, no problem, yeah.
Saying some horrible things I wouldn't even want to, I'm not going to talk about. And I used to get a kick out of it because I was bloody good at it, because I was so blinkered about things, I wouldn't give a toss, you know what I mean? People getting cut and things like that, and I wouldn't give a monkeys, you know what I mean? Because that's how it was, you know, people getting their heads kicked in and, you know, people getting knocked out, and it was just every day. It become every day, it's such an everyday occurrence, it was just the norm.
What's that? Hold up a minute, mate, hold up a minute. Hold up.
Joe sent us round.
Yeah, no, listen, I'm
20 grand for the Merc.
The crew used to collect money on behalf of the crime bosses from people who couldn't go to the banks or the police.
All right, well,
You get ready and we're going.
Yeah, we come with you.
Whether it was for a car or a drug deal, as soon as the debt needed repaying, they were sent in.
Either give us the fucking money, or we can go the other route, you know what I mean?
Well, I've got it, but I've got to do a bit of running about to sort it out.
I was experiencing what it was like to feel the threat. And what I was hearing weren't pretty. I just wanted it to be over before I knocked them all spark out.
Sometimes how you do it, the thought of the violence is much more intimidating than actual violence. If I went bang and whacked you on the chin, it don't really hurt that much until you wake up, then actually the thought of it, you know what I mean? So sometimes it's a mind game.
That's what I'm saying, is that what you're threatening.
Of course I weren't in any danger. But in the role play, they revealed a little of their techniques.
Is you knock on the door, you know what motor they've got, 'cause you've got a bit of info, and say, sorry mate, I'll just hit your motor outside. First thing he wants to do, get outside, see what you've done to his motor. As soon as he's outside,
For Dom and the crew, working as debt collectors meant that they were operating outside the law.
Who's allowed to hit anybody? Nobody. But it depends. But then listen, if you owe money for something dodgy, then how can you go to the old bill? No, you can't play both sides, can you? If it's, again, drugs were never my game, but I can't say I never collected money for. I've, done the odd thing, but at the end of the day, you just got to go and pick it up, and that's what it is. It's no man's land, ain't it?
The men they collected debts from couldn't call the police. They had to suffer the consequences like beatings and stabbings. Dom knew that he was creating a lot of enemies, who one day might come back to haunt him. This was no man's land. Dom was also keen for me to see him in action in the ring. This time, I figured if it was one-on-one, I might have a chance.
So Dom's invited me back to the gym. He fancies his chances in the ring with me. I don't want to mug him off. What he don't know is that I'm Danny the Dark Destroyer Dyer. Right? And I think he's in for a bit of a surprise.
Hey, up there.
Dominic Niggers, ladies and gentlemen. How are you, son?
Good, mate. Okay, mate.
Sweet as, son. Sweet as. So I've got quite a few digs at you, I think.
You've got to take it easy.
Yeah, you've been getting a bit leery lately, so...
I've got some nice gloves for you, mate. You know, mate.
No, I thought they'd go with a smother.
No, it's all right.
Dom didn't fancy a proper sparring session with me, but he agreed to let me throw a few punches at him.
See what you've got, Dan. See what you do.
See what he's about this week.
Bum. Ain't too bad, Dan.
Cheers, good man. Lovely.
Clearly I was a different class. Me movement, me air, me smell, but me fitness needed a bit of work.
You're getting a sweat up, mate. Is that in the contract?
No, is it fuck? I'm earning me dough on this one. I'm fucking earning me dough.
Yeah, oh, that was going.
I felt it was only proper to repay the favour.
Right, let's have a swap over there.
Go on,
right?
yeah,
You're
go on.
gonna fucking beat the out of me now over the fucking ring.
And I also wanted to feel the power of these infamous niggers right-handers.
Let's just feel the false. I've got to feel the false, you know, really. Let me feel a quart with the false. That's it. Oh, fuck me. That's it. I felt that wind then going right across my boat.
Even at a quarter power, Dom was hitting me like a train, so I was pleased to hear the bell and get out there with my arms still attached to my body.
Fuck it, hell. That's nothing, that. Well in for that, son. I felt a bit of the power there. Right, I'm ready now to go and have it up with people. Joking.
He was obviously still a very powerful machine, but back in August 2002, he was at his peak and he'd hit the big time. Having won 4 consecutive fights at cruiserweight, he stepped up to heavyweight for the biggest fight of his life against Audley Harrison, the great British hope of boxing and Olympic gold medal winner. Behind the scenes, Dom was still heavily involved working as an enforcer, but this was the biggest fight of his career, live on the BBC.
This fight on paper was supposed to be the biggest fight of my life. It's supposed to be the stepping stone onto better things, because I was certain I was going to win.
I'm not coming to this fight thinking it's going to be easy, you know what I mean? But it's going to be an hard fight, it's going to be a hard fight for both of us. And as Audley was saying, I'm expecting to come out victorious.
But Audley wasn't impressed with Dom.
Got a title, he's WBU, one of them titles, Super Cruiserweight Champion. He's been around.
He was the underdog, expected to take a fall, but that was far from his mind.
What did you say to Uncle you a fall guy?
I'm sorry, you have somebody see, mate. Bang, yeah, I'll see you later.
On the night at Wembley Arena, Dom entered the ring full of confidence. But as the fight entered the 4th round, he slipped and he went down on one knee.
I'm half down, and if you see next minute, he just walks off like this and walks straight back and...
Audley had won the first 3 rounds, but then he hit Dom when he was down.
Audley did something stupid. He tried to mock him in front of millions watching on BBC and a couple of thousand in the arena. Instead of Audley just sticking to the boxing, outboxing Dom, smothering Dom and winning on points, he tried to laugh and be cocky.
At the peak of his career, in front of the watching millions, Dom snapped and the rage took over.
He's, you know, so smarmy. Like, he'd say, well, come on then. I said, well, come on then. So I spat my gum shield out and nutted him. And that was, to be honest, the only bruise I had was nutting him, you know.
Dom steams in, tries to bite him, tries to butt him, pushes him over. All he didn't do was kick him.
Dom narrowly avoided disqualification and Audley went on to win the fight on points. But after the fight, the talk wasn't only about the headbutt. In an after-fight drugs test, Dom had tested positive for a banned steroid.
I cheated, to be honest. They expected me to come in at 14, 15 stone. I had a little bit of help and walked in at 17 stone and looked like bleeding Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Dom was subsequently banned from the pro fight game, dashing his hopes of becoming a champion. But it wasn't only the steroids that led to his downfall. It was also his parallel career as a gangland enforcer.
And was you involved with a bit of crime with the other thing at the time? So
If I'm being honest with you, if I was as focused as I am now on the sport, you know, things would have been different. You know what I mean? But I was so busy wrapped up with other things that, you know.
His training had suffered because of his criminal career, and he felt he needed to cheat to catch up.
Had he not got involved with all sorts of stuff away from the ring, then he, without a doubt, would have been a proper contender.
Having ruined his chances in the pro game, Dom threw himself into his career as a gangland enforcer. The training sessions became less frequent, and the iron fist enforcing became his #1 priority. But Dom's violent attitude started to piss a lot of people off, and they decided that he needed to be taken out. In April 2004, an incident in a cramped changing room in a 5-star gym in Harold Hill went on to change his life forever. Dom's returning for the first time since he was nearly killed to talk me through exactly what happened.
Oh, small in here, isn't it?
Well, yeah, it was a bit cramped that night, I've got to be honest with you.
After a heavy session on the pads, Dom returned to the changing room. What he didn't know was that 3 men armed with a baseball bat, a gun and an axe had entered the gym looking for him.
Door kicked open, shouting, screaming, Dominic, ah! I fucking turned around like that and I'm basically standing where you are. There's a big lump there, and the geezer about my stamp, and a little fella. And the little fella's also pulled out his, pulled a gun out, it's gone like that, and the first thing I went like that, I thought, what are you going to do with that?
But with his back turned, the geezer with the axe planted it in the middle of his head.
But next to me, I'm on the floor, and I thought, fuck me, he's like the old slipped on the soap trick, you know, and on my arse, I thought, fuck. And I didn't realise what had gone on, I thought it was fucking raining, but it weren't raining, it was blood pissing out my head. And as I looked up, the geezer's got like an axe thing. So he's obviously done me in the canister with the axe.
Dom was down with blood pouring out of his head and an axe man hovering over him. But all he could think about was his reputation.
I think, fucking hell, he's supposed to be naughty on your arse. As I went to get up, as I gone like, he's trying to do me again, and so it got stuck in my hand. I thought, shit, I'm in trouble here.
With the axe raining down on him, Dom began to fight back.
As he tried to do me again, I got hold of the axe, and the blade's there like that. I got hold of the big lump, and I'm like basically wrestling him against the wall, and like smashing his head against the wall. And the geezer started whacking me with a bat. I've taken the bat off of him. The funny thing was I couldn't hold the bat at first, and I didn't realise so afterwards all my hands were all fucked up.
Having taken care of the axe man and wrestled the bat away from the other attacker, Dom had turned the tide.
And then next minute they've all looked at me and we were fucking state. Next minute they've all basically bolted.
Having fought off 3 armed attackers, Dom was left with a fractured skull and over 60 stitches in his head, arm and hand. Dom wouldn't tell me who he thought the attackers were for fear of reprisals.
So, Dom, I mean, you think, right, you've been naughty in the past, you've upset a lot of people, right?
Yeah.
But you can't obviously pinpoint it to a certain thing, but...
Well, listen, Dan, if I'm being honest with you, mate, I mean, you led that life, and if I'm being deadly honest, I deserved it, mate. I mean, the 3 fellas, I know you keep going, them 3 fellas I owe such a big debt to, because they just made me realise, A, what a fucking arsehole I've become, but B, that weren't a life for me.
So this was basically, it was this attack that made you start thinking about things and why you changed your life?
Near that day, I thought, nah, time to get out now. You know, I mean, I've just been very lucky. You know, it could have been a lot worse for me.
After the attack, he saw how his horrific injuries affected his wife, Nick.
The biggest life-changing thing for me, right, you know, that was a massive part, but seeing how scared Nick was. And do you know what? I take me off to the eye and that girl so much more than she'll ever realise, and it does makes me want to cry now, because she never fucking moved down, I promise you, mate. But to see how fine she was, and then so I thought, this has got to stop. Yes. And then from that day, I thought, bang, that was it.
Well, I've got to say, fascinating story. You know, when you're standing there with three geezers, one with a gun, a baseball bat, an axe, and they're coming towards you, I think 99% of men would melt, you know what I mean? It's like this very small percentage of men that are going to stand up and they're going to deal with it, and they're going to deal with that situation after having an axe put in your nut. Big moment in his life, turning point for him. It's nice to see that side to him where, you know, he's getting a bit choked up, and I know he's quite an emotional person, you know. And it's good to see that side to him, you know.
While his family gathered round him in hospital, he realised just how important they were. He had narrowly escaped being killed. It had taken an axe to his head to make him realise he'd hit rock bottom and that he needed to change. He immediately brought an end to his life of crime, something that had cost him his pro boxing career and a shot at the big time, and nearly his life. For Dom, renouncing his role as a gangland enforcer, the reputation and the violence was an easy decision to make. But being a fighter was in his heart, so it didn't surprise me he'd found something else to channel the rage inside. Banned from the professional fight game, he's turned to the world of unlicensed boxing to ply his trade. Unlicensed boxing is a mishmash of styles and levels.
The unlicensed game falls into several categories. You've got the unlicensed straighteners that take place in fields or in the backs of pubs, and they're fairly brutal, they're fairly nasty. Then you've got the very organised unlicensed business. And what you have in the ring then is you have fighters that have been banned from boxing under British Boxing Board of Control licence, thus the expression unlicensed.
At the more brutal end is a no-holds-barred battle where knees, elbows and headbutts aren't uncommon. It's not unknown for the boxers to take on the challenge of someone ringside if their opponent don't show up.
I love going to unlicensed fights. It's fantastic. It's like stepping onto the set of a really bad British gangster movie, and then a bit of action takes place in the ring. What more do you want from a night?
I know I'd rather see this on my box than another boring 12-rounder down the points. I was interested to find out the standard Dom still boxes at and how different it is to the pro game. So I agreed to meet him and go to an unlicensed boxing night. Dominic Negus was a notorious gangland enforcer and boxer who had the world at his feet. He indulged in a life of crime alongside a successful boxing career that saw him come up against Audley Harrison at Wembley Arena. But ultimately, this dual life led to his downfall. He was banned from the pro game and nearly killed in a vicious axe attack. Now, he plies his trade with the IBA, who are the best of the country's many unlicensed boxing associations. They draw true boxers to their events, rather than the brawlers seen elsewhere. Dom wasn't fighting tonight. He was on a scouting mission, as his next opponent was on the bill.
Right, so I'm at the Circus Tavern, coming to watch a bit of unlicensed boxing. Coming to meet Dominic. We're going to watch a bit of Dan Downer, which is his next opponent. I've been to a few of these dudes before. It's a mad gaff, this Circus Tavern. I'll tell you, it's a mad clientele, you know, full of canning towners, all jumping about like lunatics. Should be a good night, though. Dominic Negus. Come here.
Hello, mate.
Yeah, got his son. Let's get in here lively.
It was good to see the big man again. I could hear the crowd from outside, so I was keen to get in and taste the action.
Lead the way then, Dom. I got a clue where I'm going.
Every Friday night, 3,000 rowdy fight fans gather to cheer on the fighters turning the Circus Tavern into a gladiatorial arena. Dom's their prize fighter and former world champion, so he had a bit of clout. I could smell a heady mixture of Old Spice and sweat as we walked through into the VIP stage and took our places amongst some top boys, including former bare-knuckle boxing champion Roy Pretty Boy Shaw.
Fucking hell, boy.
It was an impressive night. We're really small on the programme, which means it's harder for the fighters to hide, and you see a lot more action.
What's it, Gal? He fucking knocked him out in a minute. Oh, look, he's fucking...
This was show business with blood. The atmosphere was electric, and even the kids were enjoying it. Dom's next fight was for the IBA World Championship against Danny Downer, who was on the bill tonight. He led me backstage for a quick chat with a man who was prepared to face the infamous Dominic Negus.
Good to meet you, mate. Pleasure. Now, I didn't realise how pally you was. It's nice, isn't it? Nice.
We're actually really good race.
Yeah, it's nice.
He's a class fighter.
All right, okay.
It's a fight born out of respect, you know. I've always had a lot of respect for Dom, and he's been there and he's done it.
Yep.
And to fight him, I would consider to be a true test of my ability.
Okay, so is this the toughest part of standing in here, or I mean, you just can't wait to get in the ring now? Is that that feeling?
Yeah, we're ready to go now.
Yeah.
Ready to go.
No, bang on any Grover.
Yeah, he's the man, if you like, aren't he?
Dan was a nice bloke, and it was good to see him getting on. But I couldn't help but think this was a long way away from Audley Harrison at Wembley Arena.
Please welcome from Barrington, Dan Dyer.
As Dan was announced and walked to the ring, Dom's attention was distracted.
Things like that, you know what I mean? So I was just earning, straight money.
Yeah, fucking that's hard, though.
Tell me about it. Oh, I can't afford to get banged up now.
For a man who was once so embedded in the criminal underworld, escaping that life was always going to be difficult. And I just hoped that the law of the easy money wouldn't lead him down that path again.
Basically, you know what I mean? So, fucking easy earning a dodgy pound now, ain't it? You know what I mean? So...
Your winner, Dan Downer!
It was time to go. Dan Downer had won, and for Dom, there were too many reminders of the life he'd left behind. Having led the life Dom had lived, it wasn't surprising that he would be constantly reminded of his vicious past. I wanted to meet up with him for the last time, to find out whether he could really turn his back on his old life and the lure of easy money, and what the future held for this former gangland enforcer.
What, so Dom? I mean, how hard is it not to slip back into your old ways? I mean, did you struggle with that a lot, or?
Yeah, of course. I mean, listen, it's like money-wise, it's very hard. I mean, because obviously people are so quick to dangle carrots in front of you. There's always a few quid to be earned, you know, getting money back off of people. I mean, but the way my life is at the moment, I wouldn't want to change it for anything. You know what I mean? I've got my family now, and where before you just go and whack someone, I think, oh, if that happens, I'm gonna get in trouble. You know, I won't be able to see my little girl, and that's my biggest drive for me at the moment.
Dom had got out of the crime business for the right reasons. But I wondered, if he hadn't been a gangland enforcer, whether his life would have turned out differently.
So, I mean, how far do you think you could have gone in boxing if you'd have stayed away from the other bit of work and you'd have just, lived and breathed it every single day, as you know what the discipline is? I mean, how far do you feel you could have gone?
And I mean it. I mean, I really think I could have gone all the way in the pro ranks. I mean, I've only got myself to blame for that, but it's no good me looking back, because I've got a future to think of now.
So what does the future hold for you then, Dom?
You know, it's day at a time, really. You know, all I want to be able to do is be able to earn a straight bit of money like I'm doing, have a mortgage and have an house, and let the kids be proud of me.
I believe that he could have got on to become a great in the boxing world if he hadn't have got involved so heavily as a gangland enforcer. I was pleased he'd seen the light and was now living straight for his family. Hopefully, in the future, he won't slip back into a criminal career that very nearly cost him his life.
I'm Danny Dyer. Playing hard men and acting tough has been my bread and butter. But now I've got a new role. I'm going to be tracking down some of the most feared men in the country on both sides of the law. I'm going to find out what makes them tick, how they got their fearsome reputations, and why they're considered some of Britain's deadliest men. He's been a football hooligan, a boxer
with over 100 knockouts to his name,
and had his own security company which ran the door of over 200 clubs in Edinburgh.
At just 17, he was Britain's youngest criminal mastermind, a teenage godfather who ran the streets of the Scottish capital, the original baby-faced assassin.
I was always a frontliner. I'm a born leader.
I'm meeting Bradley Walsh, a man who, before he was barely out of his teens, was feared in the ring, on the terraces, and on the streets. And whose young life of crime and violence ultimately led him to jail.
Now, I've met him before when we made a film about football hooligans a couple of years ago, so I know all about his fearsome reputation.
Last time it was all about being a hooligan.
Fucking get up there. I was 14 and I'd been arrested up in Dundee, arrested at Ibrox. I'd been like 7 arrests. I was only 14 for violence at football.
But that was just a small part of his complex character. Of all the blokes I met doing the football factories, he was the one that stuck in my mind. He's 38 years old and runs a gym in a tough part of the city.
Jab.
He's one of Edinburgh's faces, thanks to his notorious past.
Brad's a force of nature. I mean, he's one of these guys that you'll maybe meet 2 or 3 of them in a lifetime.
Scary, man. Just scary.
Good to see you, Brad. It's been a while, mate. Oh, cheers.
It must take something special to be a big player in the criminal underworld before you're old enough to buy a drink. So I've come back to get the rest of his story.
So obviously, look, it's going to be nice to spend a bit of time with you properly, you know.
Come up here and we'll show a bit of Edinburgh. It's a beautiful city, as you can see.
Yeah.
We'll maybe take you a wee bit of the sort of part of the cities that people don't see, yeah?
Yeah.
And the underbelly a wee bit, yeah?
Yeah.
Have a look at this.
Already I'm remembering that Bradley's brain works at 100 miles an hour, and he wants to cram in as much as possible. He's eager to tell me everything about the city, but will he be as keen to talk about himself?
He's going to give me a tour of Edinburgh, but what I really want is a tour of inside Bradley's head. Now, I just don't know how far he's going to let go. I just get a sense that he's holding back a little bit, you know, which doesn't surprise me, really.
I get the feeling that Bradley isn't proud of his criminal past, and now that he's a reformed character, he doesn't want to be seen bragging about his exploits. So what, if anything, am I going to find out? In 1970, Bradley Walsh was born to working-class parents in a deprived area to the southwest of Edinburgh. He's taken me back there to see the place where he grew up.
So this is Morden, yeah? This is where I was I was born, yeah? This is still, you know, quite a bad area for drugs and stuff like that. They're very cheap accommodation. And I was born on the 8th floor there, yeah?
Oh, so that was your building, was it?
Yeah.
After Bradley's father was thrown out by his mum, she brought up Bradley and his elder brother. It was her fighting spirit that would inspire him all his life.
My family were everything to me. And again,
yeah, you're close to your family, aren't you?
I'm really close to my mum and my brother and stuff, yeah, my nephews. We're really close to that family. That's what's got me through all the adverse points in my life, yeah? It's having that closeness of family.
She took him to boxing when he was 7. Boxing ran in her blood. Her grandfather was prize fighter.
At the age of 11, 12 years old, I had maybe 250 fights. So I was boxing from the age of 7 years old, which I started to do as somebody to channel my sort of energies into. It was my mother and my brother that got me to do that, because I was a bit of a wayward child, shall we say, yeah.
It was his first boxing match, and I can remember it like it was yesterday. It was only 2 rounds, we were only 8.5 or 9 years old, and the referee stopped Bradley. He was like slowing him down. He was going so fast that he was turning around full circle, and he was going so fast. And that sums Bradley up.
He excelled in the ring, small, wiry, and with explosive power. He had a never-say-die attitude. He won bout after bout and established himself as a genuine contender. But it was his passion for violence outside the ring that would define Bradley Walsh.
I was winning Scottish titles and stuff, but the same day I was winning Scottish titles, I was running away from the competition, jumping on buses from Meadowbank up to the football and then fighting on the streets.
I'm up in Edinburgh with Bradley Walsh, a football hooligan leader at 12, a champion boxer by 15, and a gangster before he could vote. Back in the day, the very mention of his name struck fear into people. From what he told me so far, I realised that first and foremost, he's a product of his hometown.
All the hard men come from here. All the hard kids come from here. All the ladies that are good workers, good grafters, good earners, and they can all fight. They can all fight with their hands, yeah? There's something in the genetics up here, yeah? Because if you can't fight, you didn't survive up here. Simple as that.
Just like Bradley, there's a violent side to Edinburgh that the guidebooks definitely don't tell you about.
The underbelly's always been with Edinburgh, this Jekyll and Hyde side to the city. And you know, you see it's very evident, like the old town and the new town, and even within these areas, you know, rich and poor live together.
What that means is that the other parts of the city where people actually live are almost kind of deemed not to exist.
But whether rich or poor, one thing in Edinburgh did bring everyone together. Well, half of Edinburgh anyway. Easter Road is home to one of the city's 2 football clubs, Hibernian FC. Bradley wasn't a football fan, boxing was his passion, but when he was taken to see Hibs play, he was shocked by what he saw happening to his city.
Now, every time that you came Easter Road, yeah, Rangers and Celtic predominantly, because they were the big force in Scotland, would go to every city in Scotland and they would piss all over the streets. And they would take over me. As a young boy coming down here at 12 years old, I was fearless. I was a boxer, I'd had about 200 fights, mate. And then coming here, I used to see Hibs supporters hide their scarves. And I can remember going on the train or somewhere and saying, well, you better hide your scarf. And to me, that was like, what? You know, because this is my city, this is the castle that I live with. This is, you know, this is where we're from. I was never brought up to hide anything.
It was 1982, and football hooliganism in Scotland was rife. Bradley's elder brother was part of Hibernian's main hooligan firm, the Clacton City Service.
What the Hibs casuals became notorious for was how tightly knit they were and how closely bonded. And I suppose for any criminal organisation, because that's what they basically were. I mean, they were breaking the law all the time, like the mafia, you know, how tightly bonded they are. And that was what's quite unique about Hibs.
Determined to play his part in defending his city from the invaded Bulls, Bradley and his friends formed their own infamous group, the Bleksley's Baby Crew.
I'm a born leader. That's what I've always done. I've never listened to other people. I've always took things, maybe partly because of my confidence. So I started to form my own wee mob, and how I done that was I collated them together, got membership cards, and started to organise them along a battalion line, yeah? And there was literally a couple hundred boys at that time. But by no means was I like just the main guy. That was the beauty about this Hibs thing. There was 50, 60 main guys. That's what our strength was. We made Easter Road a fortress.
Now, away firms coming to Hibs would have to run the gauntlet of one of Scotland's best young boxers with his hooligan crew.
This would be our main focal point, you know, for people to congregate. This is the entrance coming into the Hibs away end, yeah? And in the 80s, back when the old Bill police didn't have a clue, yeah, we'd get away with murder here, as you can imagine. Many, many instances here, hundreds, too many to remember. When I woke up somewhere like this, it's like a nostalgic trip, yeah? Yeah, even though it has been 15 to 20 years, yeah? Yeah? Hello. I'm standing on the Bridge of Doom. What Bridge of Doom? It's just because nobody ever made it over here, eh? Nobody. And all the years we went to football, nobody ever made it over here. Everybody tried, nobody ever made it over here. People made it over that way.
Despite saying he's not proud of his hooligan past, I get the feeling that Bradley feels a certain nostalgia for his days running the firm and defending his manor and the Hibs fans. But when it was all kicking off back in the 80s, one person he most certainly didn't want to know about what was going on was his mum. Incredibly, he managed to keep his hooligan life a secret from her and his stepdad. Like any teenager, he got into trouble with them, but they had no idea what he was really up to.
Any, you know, hint of trouble or even, you know, school reports, whatever, or just acting up, he was kept in. He was stopped for going to his training, you know, and the usual things that parents would
kept him in the pub till
do.
5 o'clock on a Saturday.
Kept him when we were both working.
So he couldn't go to the football.
But when England came to Scotland for an international match, Bradley snuck out and went to the game without his mum knowing. And what happened made him front page news.
You gotta fight for your right to play.
There's a picture, and it's got England at the bottom, Scotland at the top, and it's got a no man's land, and I'm standing in no man's land with a big stick, and there's a policeman grabbing me like this.
Scotland v England was a major battle, and he was a boy in a man's world who could more than hold his own.
At the age of 45, I wasn't a great fighter. I was 8.5 stone. You know, 15 stone man's going to beat me. You know what I mean? But I could punch and I could knock people out. So I was always going to football and chinning people.
There's a few times I've seen big guys be like, who are you? And before you'd even got their hands out of the pocket, they were on the deck. You know? And he was a young boy at the time, you know?
He may have been at the centre of an international hooligan incident, but he still had to be owned for his team.
I got on the train at half-time, got back to Edinburgh, clearly the game's just finishing, and I've walked into my mum and stepdad's pub as if I've just been up to them, thinking I beat them. That morning, Sunday, they worked in they owned a pub, so I'd be in the pub till late at night, 12 o'clock. The Sunday Mail papers came round, and on the papers, what's on the front page? Me standing on the front page, like that, hooligans and stuff like that. I had to cut the paper, yeah, take the photos of it, and leave the papers in the pub. So my mum wouldn't know.
But as Bradley explained to me, being a hooligan was not just about fighting. You had to look the part too. The Bobber Boy skinhead image of the 60s and 70s was old hat. Bradley and his pals needed to get hold of designer clothing, which was the new uniform of the hooligan. But the kind of labels you had to be seen in didn't come cheap.
And obviously fashion was a huge thing for a lot of the protagonists that were involved at the time. And being a young kid, you couldn't often afford these things, yeah? Especially coming from the kind of broken home that I did and stuff. My mum provided everything for us. She was unaware about having the need to have a £100 Armani jumper. So we'd mob and we'd rob, eh?
Mobbing and a robbing does pretty much what it says on the tin.
We started doing organised smash and grabs. So you had Jenner's department store in Edinburgh. And it was probably it had sold a lot of sort of nice gear at the time that they would have jumpers at £90. But you couldn't afford them. So how do you get them? You go and steal them. But you don't go in the shop and steal them. You wait till night time, there's nobody in the shop, and you and your pals, 20 years, organise the streets, and then you go and you smash the window and you climb in the store and you help yourself. And Jenner's got done maybe about 20 times in about a year.
Dressed up to the nines, the Hybe's crew began to travel Scotland. They were young, cocky and fearless.
It was excitement, it was enjoyment. You're going away with your pals, walking through the centre of Glasgow, singing to the Addams Family. Do you remember the Addams Family? Singing the Addams Family, the Hybe's family, da-da-da-da, ooh, ooh, da-da. And 10,000 shoppers are going, who are these people coming into our sacred city?
It was clear that running the crew was no longer just about football. Thanks to his firm, he was making money by selling the expensive designer clothing on the black market. but the profits from their mobbing and a robbing were relatively small time. Bradley was aware of the fear that the Highbees crew had instilled in Edinburgh.
Basically, I mean, I always remember the club scene as just getting absolutely fucking on pills and sort of dancing our heads off.
In the late 80s, house music completely revolutionised the Edinburgh club scene.
There was only maybe a nucleus of 800 people in Edinburgh that actually knew about the dance scene. Everybody else was going to your Buster Browns and that and dancing with their handbags with big high-heel shaggy shoes on, yeah?
The old cliche about if you remember the 90s, you weren't there kind of thing. You know? So I think it was a wee bit like that, like the late 80s, early 90s was a bit like that in Edinburgh as elsewhere.
With the music came the drugs. Soon, everyone was loved up on ease.
When the whole ecstasy thing hit, people who wouldn't speak to each other started speaking to each other. It's a cliche, but it was all over the country, that was the way. And people who used to, like, fight each other would be happy to stand in the same club.
But Bradley wasn't there for the music or the drugs. He was there for the money.
I know about as much about his music as I do as I've got in that little pinky. I was not interested in music. I was interested in the money aspect of it.
Many club owners at the time were scared of the Hibs casuals causing trouble on their premises. So Bradley saw this as an opportunity to capitalise on his position and notoriety. He went into business with a company called Westland Security, who provided the muscle on the doors of some of Edinburgh's biggest clubs. But Westland wanted more contracts, and Bradley's role was to go and get them.
Edinburgh was known for, you know, its casual thing, and I just saw a wee opportunity with that there, yeah? You know, all these bar and club owners that were sort of, you know, hiring security to try and keep these supposed troublemakers out. So I went out there and overnight maybe got them 3/4 of the doors in Edinburgh.
Before long, the doors of most of Edinburgh's clubs were controlled by Bradley and Westland.
Because I was in the overdrive now. I was 17 years old, just turning 18, and I was going, I thought I was Don Corleone. I thought that this is it, I can do whatever I want. I was fearless, I was being predacious with people, overpowering people, and I was a kick, you know what I mean?
Bradley hadn't just been running the doors, he also had a vested interest in the success of certain venues. He was putting on his own nights at some of the clubs and coining it in. He wanted his nights to do well and competing nights to foul, and he was in a position to make it happen.
So if this place was going to come up in competition, my objective was to fuck the place, was to annihilate it and get it closed down. This is 1988, yeah? And there's 3 clubs in competition. Then if the other 2 clubs or 3 clubs are not there, then you've got all the prize.
So running the door, I mean, being on the door anyway at 17, did anyone try and take the piss, do you know what I mean? Because they just thought you was fucking...
Of course they did.
Do you know what I mean? Yeah,
it was like, out the way, son.
Yeah.
He'd ended up running the doors of hundreds of clubs across the city. I find it astonishing that at the age of 17, he was a major kingpin in Edinburgh's shady underworld.
Brad did have a reputation in and around town. Sometimes I think with any reputation it kind of blows itself out of all proportion depending on who's telling the story and what the audience is. But for sure Brad could handle himself, could take care of himself, and you know, at points where it was necessary, I'm sure he did, you know, and I'm sure he looked out for our club interest and his own, you know, so.
Bradley was starting to use more and more extreme measures to muscle his way into business. He was even rumoured to be using guns.
Well, I'd done that for the end of one of them, for a gun basically, and a word, yeah? But I would know something, I would rather have a gun in my hand than a kind word, yeah? So, and it was wrong what I'd done, but I just basically took the competition out of the game, yeah? I was more psychological than I was ever with violence, because, you know, the fear of something's always worse than the actual event itself, yeah? And what I'd done was I was very good at climbing inside people's heads and taking control of them and making them do what I wanted them to do.
In the space of 10 years, he'd gone from boxer to football casual to club godfather. But being such a prominent figure in the city, it wasn't long before the old Bill started to take an interest in Bradley's clubland activities. They suspected Bradley had been using firearms to back up his threats. In response, they mounted a massive police operation to take down the teenage godfather.
With the police trying to put together 6 months surveillance, and they were My house was bugged, they were bugging my telephone calls.
The police were closing in on Scotland's youngest gangster, and another chapter in his whirlwind life was about to begin. Prison.
The police, in their infinite wisdom, and correctly so, decided to take me up and drop me right to prison.
Sorry, jump, pal, we jump.
I've come north of the border to Scotland's capital to meet Bradley Walsh. He's revealed to me how he had risen to a position of godfather-like prominence by crushing rival clubs and security firms through threats and intimidation. By 17, his CV also included being the leader of a 200-strong football firm, orchestrating with massive shop robberies, both home and abroad, and hundreds of boxing bouts, the majority of which he won. But as I was going to discover, the party was about to come to an end. The police had been tracking Bradley for 6 months and had even bugged his telephone. His and his mum's world was about to come crashing down.
I can remember it like it was yesterday. You were at your work. I was just finishing work in the Haymarket bar, and a friend came to say that Bradley had been arrested that day, early that day, 11 or 12, I'm not quite sure what time it was. And that was the beginning of the whole nightmare.
Unbeknown to his family, Bradley was in serious trouble.
The biggest shock in my life when I was at home on my own. It was about a week after he had been arrested, and we still knew nothing at this time. And I knock at the door, and I was in the house myself, and there was 4 big 6-footers in suits with a warrant to search the house. And I'm probably what they call naive or whatever, let them in and let them search. At that time, I didn't know they were actually searching for, unbelievably, a gun. God almighty, unbelievable, so frightening.
A case was brought against Bradley at Edinburgh High Court.
Even though there was 3 main charges, they consisted of about 70 sub-charges. I can remember getting it, and nobody had seen the indictment when it came. It came through my cell door, and it nearly broke a hole in the floor, the size of it, yeah? I took it to my lawyer, and I looked it over, and he just turned the first page, turned the second page, kept turning the 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th page, and he just said, I said, how's it looking? He went, you're fucked.
The charges were very serious. They included extortion and demanding £5,000 at gunpoint. But he was cleared on both of these counts. His family expected him to be home later that evening.
Alan stood waiting to hear the sentence, and he says to the lawyers, Bradley will be coming home tonight to the QC. And the QC replied to Alan and said, Alan, it's not over yet. It's brilliant news, it's a good result, but he's still got to, got to go back in here. So, and Alan said, no, I'll never forget his words. He says, Bradley will be having a steak pie at the all-night baker's tonight, along with us.
But it wasn't to be. He was sentenced to 4 years in prison for possession of ammunition and menaces against an estate agent. The king of the club scene would spend his 21st birthday behind bars.
It was total devastation. I remember the first night we both went home for the court, and you went into his bedroom, and it was like a death in the family. Hey, remember you saying that when you walked into his room? And the room was unusually clean and tidy. And that was it for nearly 4 years.
Bradley's new accommodation was full of inmates from rival firms who knew him from his hooligan days. They had old scores to settle, and he received a warm Glaswegian welcome.
And as I get there, I remember walking over the yard here to go to the Edinburgh side, and the next minute it was about 200 Glaswegians hanging out their window, shaking their bars and stuff, banging and thinking, Brad Welsh, you're getting it in the morning, we'll see you, you're getting stabbed, you're getting this. And again, it just seems that all my life, my name and the reputation that's been following me about.
The threats weren't empty. Bradley was forced to fight for survival and was punished by the wardens.
I had certain problems I had to deal with from a violent side, yeah, which resulted in me being and being put in a place called the Dyer, which is solitary confinement. And a couple of incidents that happened led to me being restrained in a straitjacket.
It must have been tough for Bradley when he went inside. This was a bloke who had been in control of everything he'd done in his life up till now, whether it was in the ring or on the streets. And now he'd hit rock bottom, lying on the floor of a prison cell in a straitjacket, separated from his friends and family, he'd never felt more alone. Then suddenly, the simplest of things began to pick him up.
I was lying in a prison cell in the middle of nowhere, God-forsaken, forgotten, lying thinking, what's happening? In a straitjacket, can't move, and this sack of mail came into the cell because I had to deliver it to me, and they opened it up and it all fell on the floor.
Within Bradley's mail was a series of postcards from Hibs casuals sent to him whilst on a day out in London to meet the infamous Millwall.
My brother and all his friends and stuff, and all my ex-friends were there as well. They had took about 200 boys down to Millwall, it's well documented, and sort of Millwall at that time were perceived as the #1 numero uno of the football hooligan element. And the young Hibs mob, vibrant and boisterous as they were, went down and sort of caned them, shall we call it.
As the lads travelled the length of the country, they'd sent postcards from every place they'd stopped along the way.
And here I am lying on the floor, trying to turn the postcards over to read them. I had tears streaming down my eyes. The emotion that I felt at that time was unbelievable. It was overwhelming, to tell you the truth. It sort of made me think and reflect that, you know, if I had just stayed on that path and just been a normal football hooligan, then things would have been okay. But here I was looking at maybe potentially 15 years in prison.
Great fighters always get back up. Bradley was about to do the same.
We used to say, you're knocked down, you'll never be knocked out, you know, you'll come up again. Because you've got to, you know, stand up and
just get on.
And so it was to be Bradley's first passion, boxing, that would get him back on his feet. All the time that he was involved in the club scene, Bradley had kept up his boxing, and he was not just any old contender. As Scottish Eastern District champ, he was on the verge of representing Britain at the 1992 Olympic Games in Barcelona.
he was actually on the Olympic select team, and instead of going there, he was locked up. Couldn't believe it.
Bradley never did fight for Britain at the Olympics. He was too busy fighting for himself. But amongst his many enemies on the inside, there was an unexpected friendly face who would help him turn a corner. Prison warden Ian Duff had represented Scotland at amateur boxing level and knew Bradley.
After a short discussion, he made it perfectly clear that he really wanted to progress as soon as he could, and indeed he was wondering if there was any possibility of training and what training he could do when he was here.
With the backing of Ian Duff and the prison services, Bradley started training. Boxing was about to change Bradley's life again.
I think it was his first experience of prison, and indeed it was a great shock to him, especially when he was so young and had so much to look forward to, and indeed a very talented boxer. So therefore, I think he felt that his career was over completely, and I think he was able to prove to him that wasn't necessarily the case.
Today, Bradley's coming back to the prison where his rehabilitation began.
I've travelled this road many times, in prison vans and in normal cars, and I'm looking forward to it. I mean, there's no fear or trepidation from it, but I'm looking forward to seeing the people doing it.
For the first time in 15 years, he's going to meet the man who helped him fight back.
Mr. Duff, long time no see, son. Good to see you, mate.
You too. Hey, you're looking good.
I can. I put all this weight on the way.
Here, tell me about it.
No. Cheers, mate.
Okay, man. Remember this, Brad?
Yeah, that was cell over there. Yeah, wasn't it?
I think it was cell number 6. I think that was
cell 6. It was, I believe.
It is.
It was cell 6. Aye. Is somebody in it?
There's nobody in it at the moment, I don't think. But when I look at it, remember that?
Brings back memories, isn't it? Brings back memories.
Well, actually, I remember. See when you first came in as I said to you earlier. Remember The desk used to be, I remember.
I remember the hot plate and that used to be there as well, yeah.
Yeah, so the hot plate was there.
There wasn't a ceiling near that here, and this has all been sealed off, eh?
So, well,
it used to be like a proper landing, yeah.
So you had the stairs along. Remember, you tripped down the stairs along there as well.
That's right, eh? Do you know what I mean? It does bring back, initially I thought I wouldn't be so responsive to the emotions that I'm having in, but Ken, being locked up, it's no fun, mate, is it? For anybody, it's no fun being locked up 23 hours a day, or even behind the door, no liberties, no family, no contact, no good for anybody. Just looks the same, Mr. Duff, do you know that?
You've got the multi-gym there.
Same multi-gym it is.
Used to do a wee bit of bag work and stuff over there, remember?
I remember we used to put a few bags in that up here and stuff.
There's the hook still there.
There's a hook still up there, aye. Now that takes me back. Does it still get used, is it?
That's it, yep.
The last time Ian had seen Bradley before prison was 10 years earlier, when Bradley had been the mascot for the Scottish amateur boxing team that Ian captained.
I thought, I recognised that name, and I thought, it absolutely can't be the same guy. So I came along to the cell, opened the door, looked at him and went, oh, for goodness sake, Brad, what are you doing here?
Exactly.
And if you remember, you were actually shadowboxing at the time, and you looked at me, and I just thought, it was just sort of that, oh God, no, you know.
That's true, I remember that. I was shadowboxing that. I think I had a wee bit of problems and stuff like that, but it was a guiding light for me to be able to train again and to have somebody to focus on and know the nonsense that was going on, because let's face it, endemically within a hall back in that time, you know, it was like a fucking monkey house, wasn't it? But being in prison, you've been denied your family contact, denied your... I loved my mum and my nephews, my brother and my friends and stuff, and to be taken away from them, it's not a good experience. I mean, I understand that some people out there, prison is viewed as an occupational hazard, and it doesn't have to be like that. You know, there's other things that you can do, especially in this day and age.
Bradley started to see the light at the end of the tunnel.
There's only one rule when you're in a place like this, to get back out, that's it. So on the Monday, the prison, they took me on a prison bus, up to a competition in Glasgow. And I boxed in the Western District. I knocked the guy out in the first round.
Bradley was back.
And then I get a phone call to the prison on the Sunday saying, could I box for Scotland against Italy?
Despite still being kept at Her Majesty's pleasure, he was about to represent his country.
So again, I'm put in a prison van, taken up to Glasgow. I beat the guy as well, I beat the Italian champion on the Tuesday.
3 days later, he was back for the Western District final.
And the Friday again, same routine again, back up in the prison van, went out on the Friday, and I won the Western District Championships, which I believe I'm the only person that won the East and Western District Championship. But in 1 week, I boxed for Scotland, beat the Italian champion, knocked the guy out on the Monday, beat the Italian champion on the Tuesday, and then won the Western Districts on the Friday.
When Bradley was released from prison, he went from strength to strength.
Some 12 weeks later, after being released, I fought in the semi-finals of the British and beat the last year's British champion. Then, some 2 weeks later, I was away to Italy to box against Italy, then away to Turkey to the championships, and away to Canada. So things were sort of a wee whirlwind.
Bradley was at the top of the amateur game and decided that now was the time to put his troubled past behind him, leave Edinburgh and become a pro. He travelled to Miami to meet legendary boxing trainer Angelo Dundee, the man behind some of the world's greatest boxers, including Muhammad Ali.
There was a Cuban guy at the same time as me in it, and he was in the ring shadow boxing. And the Cuban guy had literally just swam from Cuba to come to Miami. And there was a delegate from Miami there with him, the Cuban delegate there, and they brought him to the gym because he was an ex-Cuban boxer. And Angelo Dundee's sitting, and I'm wrapping my hands one day with my pal Kenny, and Angelo Dundee's sitting at the ringside watching the guy shadow boxing and doing a bit of bag work, and Angelo Dundee runs over and goes, yeah, this kid's got it. We can make a lot of money from him. And to me, that's what I've said about boxing. The people that run this game and perpetrate it, it's for money. Not the amateurs. Amateurs is great, but the professional game, it's about money. This guy's just fucking swam from Miami, and he's sitting going, we can make a lot of money for this kid. So anyway, I found the great Angelo Dundee. He didn't match up to be the man that I thought he would be anyway.
Dundee's attitude illustrated to Bradley that pro boxing was run by shady characters who were only in it for the money, an attitude that reminded him of the gangster past he was trying to escape. Disillusioned by Dundee's approach, he headed north to New York City, where he made a big impression on 2 locals.
So we were doing road work, and at night time we used to go over to Central Park. We lived right in Harlem, and we were in there doing road work. So Kenny's down there with the stopwatch stuff. I'm just limbering up to doing a series of sprints, and because we trained in Gleason's gym in New York. And next one I hear, "Give me your fucking money, man! Give me your money!" And I was like, "What's that?" Next one, 2 guys appeared from the bush with a big blade, big knife and stuff, and all ones at the side. Going, "Give me your fucking money, man! I'm going to cut you! I'm going to cut you!" And I'm like lumbering up and stuff and going, "Guys, come on! You're picking on the wrong guy here." And they're like, "Give me your fucking money, man!" I'm obviously a drug addict. I was like, "Mate," I says, "Here, I've got money here." Bash, bash. Sparkled 2 of them. Kenny's came running down chasing the other one. But eventually called the guy back. Went, "Mate, come and get your 2 mates." Of course, they're getting up like drunk men, falling about. I mean, it's no big feet knocking at 2 junkies, is it? But it was quite funny.
Next stop was LA, where he turned pro. He had 10 fights with 9 wins, 7 knockouts and 1 defeat. It was the end of Bradley's pro career. He was disgusted by the greed and exploitation within the sport.
I was pissed off with the game, you know. The thing about professional boxing is, you know, it's down to you as an individual, and all power to anybody that makes it, because it's really them, the managers and promoters, they do very little to subsidise you financially or, you know, travel-wise, emotionally as well. So it's a lot of strain on a young fighter. It's not a game to be on, you better stick it to football, yeah?
But he couldn't completely give up on the sport that helped save him. Bradley Walsh crammed more into his first 25 years than most people would in a lifetime. From boxer to hooligan, to gangster, to convict, and back again. Throughout everything he'd done, there was one person he'd tried to protect, his mum. And when she became ill, Bradley re-evaluated his priorities.
When my mum got quite sick, yeah, she got quite ill, so it was, you know, she had spondylitis in her lower spine, so she needed quite a bit of care and stuff, and I've been her carer since then. And so the years, the amount sort of just roll into each year, don't they? And I was happy. I mean, I was happy, but I wasn't doing anything. I was living in denial of myself because I was hiding from myself. I didn't want to go out and do anything. I could have went out and done clubs, or I could have went and done a promotion or anything. I got offered jobs for advertising agencies and stuff like that. I didn't want to do it. I was happy living in my wee cocoon, reading books and studying things, and just happy and looking after my mum. And then what happens? My mum got cancer, yeah, which was quite a big blow for us. And that's been a few years now, and she's undergoing to recover a big time. Yeah, she had a 6-month clear and stuff like that. But that was a big shock. My mum was the closest person in the world to me.
Although he's left his criminal career behind, it wasn't until she saw my programme about his hooligan past that she started to fully understand the extent of her son's colourful history.
I mean, I was totally amazed watching that and listening to Bradley. You know, where the hell were we when all this was?
We were working.
But believe me, they had it well, and he is, you know, and he knows that.
Now it's Bradley's devotion to his family that has helped him leave his past behind.
So suffice it to say, yes, I'm a little mummy's boy, yeah, and I always will be, yeah, always will be. I'm a family guy, that's what I'm about. It's for family. What else? All the money in the world, all the big cars, all the houses, all for what? You can't buy what's inside here or what you have with your people.
Bradley's transformation doesn't end with caring for his mum. Today, he's a respected figure in the community. Disillusioned with the world of professional boxing, he opened a gym in the tough part of Edinburgh, offering facilities and his knowledge to local kids on a strictly amateur basis.
How did this gym come about then?
Well, just obviously having a boxing background myself, yeah, I had 30 years experience in boxing, and I just thought, you know, the boxing gym university has always been somewhere that people sort of, you know, gather and congregate. And I've just seen my lifetime experience after coming through all that criminal stuff. You know, if you train, yeah, you're in touch with yourself, yeah, it's physically, you know, your mind focuses, yeah. I just think it's a great way to touch people. I've been here for 2 and a bit years now, and we do like 300 people through the door every week, yeah. So it's demanding. I mean, that's 300 people, it's like being a social worker, yeah. People come in, they've got their own problems, but I just believe that when you train, you know, you get rid of that part. It's a great way. Physical activity is the best. Any sport, doesn't matter whether it's boxing, judo, karate, whatever, any kind of physical activity is going to touch somebody.
Now, physical activity is not one of our strong points, but Bradley and the crew insisted. It was time for me to put the gloves on and have a little go myself.
Get that left foot forward, then I want you to look at that shot. No, so fist. Take your time, tell that left hand to come and hit that. Good. In the middle, it's just a deltoid, it's an easy jab. Good. Fucking fantastic. Watch this though, boom and pull back. 1, go, 1, and again, 1. You fucking Danny boy's done this before, mate. Double.
This was hardly what I spent my days off doing, and I was starting to wish I smoked a bit less.
Look at the spots. Go. Go, go, go. Not bad, but you never looked at the spot.
He's certainly a tough taskmaster. I can see that he still has a glint of a fighter in his eye, and now he channels that fighting spirit into helping others in his hometown.
Look, no, lift up. Look, no, too low. Who you fighting? It's fucking, look, West Ham Millwall, look, fucking what's happening? Up here, mate. Look, up, look, back, boom, look, bingo!
Needless to say, Ricky Hatton won't be having any sleepless nights.
I'm so unfit, mate, it's unbelievable. I need to get up here, mate, I tell you. You know what I mean?
I'd probably struggle against Ricky Martin.
But that's not sparring, that's padlock. Tell you what, he's got a lot of potential. If the acting game didn't work out, he can certainly come up here.
Good boy.
All right?
Good boy.
Good man.
At a very young age, Bradley had power, money and notoriety, but ultimately, that wasn't important to him. Now, after paying the price for his criminal past with 3 years of his freedom, he's come to realise what is important.
Never let anybody get him down, and I'm like that as well. If you know to go so far down, there's only one place to go, boy, and that's up.
Back up again, eh?
And it's not even a case of if at first you don't succeed. There was never any question in our minds. He would come home and he would carry on. And he did, and that is the proudest moment of our life.
It's not how you start, it's how you finish.
People that are criminals and seek to gain financially. To buy what? Can you buy your family? Can you buy your friends? When you lose your money, you lose nothing. When you lose your health, you lose something. When you lose your character, you lose everything. And that's something that we've got in abundance.